What up, fools? Today is the day. Sorry, today is, my eyes are super blurry right now. 3/24/2026, it is 11:54 p.m. Eastern Time. Looks like we have a panel coming up this Friday, so make sure you guys are ready for that. We've got, some people who are coming. Let's see. Who's on the panel? Your mom. Boom. Roasted. Gotcha. Sorry, I still got a couple more things I gotta set up here. I wish on the computer it had the same sort of thing that you have on the phone, where like on my phone I can go and copy like 5 links in a row, and then if I want to paste them somewhere, I just go to my clipboard and paste them as I go down. And on the computer I don't have the option to just go to my clipboard. So kind of gay. I feel like there used to be one, didn't there? Didn't there used to be a clipboard? Am I just imagining that? Cool. Awesome, guys. Awesome. Super cool.
Okay, question. How many barrels of oil do you think that the US has on its reserves? 416 million, right? Because everyone says that number. No! To understand why not, we need to understand what oil reserves are. Because I did not know that. Because I'm a dumbass. I thought that oil reserves were just vast warehouses filled with barrels of oil. Infrastructure of oil reserves in the United States are actually restructured salt mines. So a bit of history. They were created between 1973 and 1974 as a response to the Arab oil embargo. They were supposed to have enough oil to last for the United States for a month. A fun fact about these structures, they were supposed to last 20 years. Since we're not in 1994, we kind of passed that due date. Also, they were engineered to be stable enough for us to be able to withdraw oil 5 times. We're on number 9. Suffice to say that the structure has outlived.
There's more than one. We have more than one. I don't know what. How many salt caverns does the United States fill with oil? The United States has over 60 underground salt caverns across 4 strategic petroleum reserve sites in Texas and Louisiana to store emergency crude oil. These caverns, located in the Gulf Coast salt domes, hold a combined authorized capacity of 714 million barrels, although current inventories fluctuate. Does he think that they fall apart after? Kind of. They do. They are like. They do have a bunch of it. So when he brings up like that they're supposed to endure 5 withdrawals, that part's kind of true. That like you the more you withdraw oil from the caverns, the more it causes infrastructure damage, and so that part is somewhat true. But they erode, but they are kept up by the core engineers. Kind of. So petroleum oil makes it to where salt caverns become like plastic, and they like hold everything a bit more firm, so they actually condense from the oil and actually are stronger when they are holding oil. Whereas if they're holding water or something like that, then it becomes a little bit more of a problem. Which is why instead of us just putting water in it, sometimes we put brine in it, which is brine is salt water.
Lived its intended initial duration and usability. There's a catch. Apparently, according to the calculations of JP Morgan, for the structure of the salt caves to not collapse on itself, the oil reserves have to have a minimum of 152 million barrels of oil. If that oil can be withdrawn because the whole structure
152 million barrels of liquid, not oil, not necessarily oil. It can be just liquid, not just oil.
Barrels of oil. If that oil can be withdrawn because the whole structure collapses without it, it means that functionally it doesn't exist.
This is stupid. This is stupid. He's still making it sound like there's only one that exists, when there's a lot more than that. But when they take oil out, they fill the bottom up, so they have jets at the bottom that fill up the bottom of the caverns with brine water, salt water, and then because oil is lighter than water, it floats on top of water. So when they fill it up with the brine water, again, brine water is because it's in a salt cavern, so you want salt water that's not going to erode the caverns as much. And then yes, they fill it up with water and the oil stays on top. But this guy is acting like when Trump and them say we have this much oil, that they're just lying in that they don't know how much oil they actually have. That we know how much oil we actually have, and that he's saying that because it has to have 150 barrels of oil inside of it to not collapse. Well, if it has 250 in this cavern, you can only use 100 barrels of it. That's what he said. He thinks that just you're only allowed to use 100 barrels now, because you have to at least leave 150 barrels inside the cavern. But we displace the oil with salt water so that it still has liquid in it. And then the oil just floats on top, and then we extract the oil from the very top. It does still cause some erosion, so it can still cause like some structural problems, but they keep track of that.
It is not a resource, it's just infrastructure. Now, Scott Bassett and Trump said that they were going to release 172 billion barrels of oil to calm down the markets because they decided to go to war with Iran. Which means that functionally after this, the United States will only have 90 billion barrels of oil. That's not even 3 weeks. You mean to tell me that those dumbasses knew this when they decided to go to war with Iran? The country known for having carried out the tanker war in which they blocked the Strait of Hormuz in the 1980s.
The way this guy laughs at everything is so annoying. I mean, it would be a lot less annoying if he wasn't so wrong. It would be a lot less annoying if he just was not so horrifically wrong. You say, oh, Trump and Scott Bessent don't even know that they're about to like get rid of all our oil. That's not how that works, bro.
But I'm not done. Insurance premiums for boats that are supposed to cross the Strait of Hormuz have exploded in price. And it's not just the cost. The people who are sailing these ships are understandably going like, nah, I'll pass. So the small state Republicans have just created an insurance to the Development Finance Corporation to compete with the private sector.
I don't know why that's funny. Wait, why is that ridiculous? Obviously, yes, it's going to compete with the private sector. If the private sector is raising premiums for boats that want to go through the Strait of Hormuz, they're all saying, like, yes, if you're going to take a boat through there when it's this dangerous, we're raising your fucking premiums. You're gonna pay a lot more. And so then the Republicans say, okay, we'll give you the insurance to go through. J-Rod, appreciate the membership. Let's go. Let's get some cheers in chat for J-Rod coming in with the motherfucking that Fools 3 too. Sheesh. You got the expensive one. Let's go. Let's motherfucking go, boy. Appreciate it, J-Rod. Thank you, sir. But yeah, this isn't I don't know that that's all that ridiculous. If the president expects boats to go through the Strait of Hormuz to test Iran, yeah, they should be the ones backing those boats for sure. For sure.
Finance Corporation to compete with the private sector, as well as providing military escorts on their own because no one wants to help them. This is the stupidest apocalypse.
It's the stupidest apocalypse. Let's see if we can.
As an active player in the energy transition, Storengy offers innovative energy storage solutions to its industrial customers anywhere in the world. In France, Germany, and the United Kingdom, Storengy designs, develops, and operates 3 types of underground storage facility for natural gas. Let's take a look at salt cavern storage. When consumption is low, usually during the summer, gas is fed to the storage site through pipelines. The incoming volume is measured and, if need be, the gas is compressed. It then passes through a gas manifold. This set of valved conduits
Like it is dangerous for us to keep taking oil out of oil reserves, and we've had a number of emergency extractions that we've done. But the bigger problem is when the Congress, so I think we've done like 5 or 6 emergency extractions at the president's order. But the bigger problem is Congress does regularly use those extractions as way to like pay off debts or to help other countries or things like that, and Congress keeps digging into our reserves for that sort of shit, and that's probably where the bigger problem lies.
Distributes the gas into buried pipelines that feed into wells scattered around the facility. To ensure that the gas is safe and securely contained, the wells are systematically protected, both on the surface and underground. These wells contain metal tubes measuring roughly 10 centimeters in diameter, which lead into artificial caverns leached out by injecting fresh water into a totally impermeable layer of salt at a depth of between 500 and 2,000 meters.
Yeah, you can do freshwater as well. Freshwater, as I said earlier, causes more erosion of the salt caverns, so it's generally better to do brine water.
The gas under pressure is channeled through these wells into the caverns, which serve as storage facilities. When consumption is high, like in the winter, gas is extracted from the caverns. When it rises naturally into the well, this lowers the pressure in the cavern. Then it once
Yeah, so because they're these like big caverns underwater, underground, the weight of the oil keeps them sitting there. And so because the weight of the oil is keeping the space there so that everything doesn't collapse in on itself, you have to keep a certain amount of weight inside of the caverns so that they don't collapse.
once again passes through the buried pipes to the manifold. Next, the gas stored underground is treated, being dehydrated to remove any water it contains. This water, or draw-off effluent, is collected and then treated. In some cases, if the pressure of the gas is insufficient to power the transmission system, it is compressed. For safety reasons, the gas is odorized. Its quality is then checked in the laboratory. Once the volume of the outgoing gas has been measured, it is channeled into the transmission pipelines. All operations are run remotely from a control room. The extensive capacity and local rootedness of salt cavern storage facilities enable them to reliably deliver a steady supply of natural gas throughout the year. They are necessary.
Oh, that's for natural gas?
This patch of land, about 70 miles outside of Houston, Texas, doesn't look like much. But if you zoom in, these little rectangles sit above a powerful economic and political tool. Just underground is a network of caverns full of oil, part of the U.S.'s Strategic Petroleum Reserve, or SPR. Since March, President Biden has been tapping into it in a big way.
The Department of Energy will release another 15 million barrels from...
He did need to go into the reserves. Like, he did have to do that in order to keep gas prices low. He didn't have much of a choice.
The Strategic Petroleum Reserve.
Altogether, the administration will have released 180 million barrels in 2022, the largest drawdown from the SPR ever. Pumping from the reserve, the administration says, has helped lower Americans'
Democrats nixed the offer to refill oil reserves during COVID while prices were low. They were low because they put the oil reserves into the market. That's why prices were lower. What do you mean? They would just be taking their own oil back out of the market. That doesn't make any sense.
energy bills and stabilize markets. But some oil industry experts disagree.
When we talk about the forces that are hitting the oil market, this does very little to change the tide.
Here's how the Strategic Petroleum Reserve can be used to try to bring down prices, and why some are skeptical that Biden's moves are working. Along the Texas and Louisiana coasts, the caverns are located in Bryan Mound, Big Hill, West Hackberry, and Bayou Choctaw. As of October 28th, the reserve held about 399 million barrels of oil.
You know, we're talking about 4 storage sites, 60 caverns. The largest
I think we're currently around 450.
one, I think, is big enough that you can fit
This came out 3 years ago.
the Willis Tower that you have in Chicago in it. And the tower for reference is 1,451 feet. So that's substantial. You can put a lot of oil in there.
So why does the U.S. government keep this much oil on hand? It goes back to the Energy Policy and Conservation Act of 1975. During the 1973 to 74 OPEC oil embargo, prices for oil skyrocketed.
As a result, we face the possibility of temporary fuel shortages and some increases in fuel prices in America.
This led to gasoline shortages across the country.
Okay. No gas today?
When President Ford signed the act into law, it was an attempt to establish a buffer against future supply shocks of this kind. It specified that presidents can tap into the reserves when there's an energy supply interruption or due to obligations of the United States
and punishing it for its invasion of
I'm
Ukraine.
gonna skip
Releases
forward.
from the SPR can help calm oil traders by injecting more crude supplies into global markets. Right now, oil supplies are tight, causing high prices. By taking oil from the reserves and selling it to traders and refiners, Biden is increasing supply in an
No, the prices were lower during COVID from lower demand. Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about the spike after. Wouldn't that just raise prices though? Like if they use the low prices to refill reserves and they're taking a large amount of oil out of the market, isn't that just going to make prices spike by themselves?
effort to lower prices at the pump, because gasoline prices are largely determined by oil prices. This strategy has worked in the past. Take when the government tapped into the reserve after Hurricane Katrina as an example. The U.S. sold 11 million barrels to keep production steady for the rest of the country. After the release, prices stabilized. And something similar happened earlier this year due to Biden's March announcement, when he said he'd release 1 million barrels a day.
Treasury Department estimates that the releases that we've seen this year lowered the price of gasoline between 13 and 31 cents per gallon. So that's a pretty broad range.
But industry critics say that the oil releases have artificially lowered prices in the short term, dissuading investment in new oil production. U.S. officials said they had intended the reserve releases to be a stopgap until domestic production ramped up.
There's only been a slight increase in production.
Yeah, I thought that the oil also had problems with the, what was it? With transportation as well. I'm always blanking on the word, but it's a something chain. I don't know why I always blank on this, but it's like a transportation chain that like they also had issues with this right after COVID that was caused by COVID, and then that also made prices go up as well. Obviously, yes, the Russian-Ukraine war was part of it.
So far this year, about 6% since January, and that's largely because the large producers in the U.S. have been conservative with their spending.
Biden has tried to deal with lower production by announcing
Supply chains. Thank you.
he would refill the reserve.
That means oil companies can invest to ramp up production now. With confidence, they'll be able to sell their oil to us at that price in the future, $70.
But analysts have said that shifting from releasing the reserves to refilling them could remove large amounts of oil from the global market, which would continue to tighten supplies and contribute to inflation. They say that Biden should wait to refill the reserves until there's a surplus of oil and lower prices. The latest release from the reserve, the 15 million barrels, are set to be delivered in December.
Biden has said that he would ask his team at the Department of Energy to, depending on the situation, make further releases from the SPR. So he has not ruled out additional releases.
Until the SPR is refilled.
Okay, yeah, this didn't get into it at all, but all right. Never mind. Oh, what the fuck is
These
this?
are supposed to be the adults in the room, and I'm going to let the adults kind of just break this down for you. We're going to give a little commentary on it. Check this out.
How do we ever get the Strait open again?
Well, I think the off-ramp is that the United States declares victory, does what Sachs says, and says, listen, we degraded and we destroyed. That's what we came here to do. We did not come here for some experiment in democracy. We wish the best to the Iranian people to do the things they need to do. And if Iran does not back down, if after that declaration, Iran continues to destroy cargo containers moving through the narrow straits, I think you're going to see Iran's neighbors and Israel and others get very involved as it pertains to Iran, because it's in their interest. Listen, the United States produces 20 million barrels of oil a day, and we consume 20 million barrels a day. This is a modest problem for the United States. This is a massive problem for China. This is a massive problem for Asia. This is a massive problem for all of our friends in the Gulf who are trying to dodge Iranian missiles right now. So there are a lot of people in the world who will take up arms to deal with the Iranians if the United States isn't there, because we can take care of ourselves.
Listen.
Wouldn't Iran let China go through the strait? Wouldn't Iran let China go through and... They do. So they're just making this up that this is some big problem for China, that they're gonna come get involved in a fucking war, that they're mad at the United States for going after Iran in the first place, and now they're this guy thinks that China, while they're pissed off at the United States for getting involved or starting a war in the first place, now they're gonna turn around and be like, hey, we're also gonna come join you. We're gonna come help you with the war that we're really pissed off at you for starting. Brilliant, dude.
The strait has never been closed. Iran has been very clear.
Ships could just disguise themselves? Yes. Now you're thinking. Now you're thinking. They could put on a mask. Like a Halloween mask or something like that.
India just had an entire oil shipment go right through the strait. You know how they got that shipment through the strait? They paid for that cargo and for safe passage in yuan. So Iran has already been very clear about this. The strait is open to anybody that doesn't want to pay in US dollars. So if you want to pay for your oil and your commerce in yuan, you can do so, but we're no longer accepting US dollars.
Is that true? This guy's a fucking idiot. I don't believe shit that he ever says, but I don't, let's see. Yes, based on reports from March 2026, Iran is reportedly charging vessels up to $2 million for safe transit through the Strait of Hormuz. An Iranian lawmaker indicated this transit fee is to cover cost of war, though the official position has been disputed by other Iranian sources. Targeting Iran has signaled it may restrict access to enemy vessels, including the US and Israel, while allowing others to pass through, potentially after prior coordination with Tehran. Iranian officials have described this as the new sovereign regime in the waterway to compensate for war-related losses. While some officials confirm the fees, others, including reports linked to the Iranian embassy in India, have indicated such statements may not represent the official stance. It's really hard to know what the fuck is going on with Iran. Like, there's too many different people who are saying too many different things. It's almost like they're the United States now. It's almost like you're getting information from the United States at this point. It's fucking insane. Every time you hear a different leader talk, they say something drastically different than the last one. It's fucking insane. Yes, Iran is actively working to bypass and replace the US dollar in its oil trade as part of a broader strategy of asymmetric economic warfare. This effort has intensified during the current 2026 conflict, with Tehran using its control over the Strait of Hormuz to challenge the petrodollar system. Mandatory yuan for transit. Iran has reportedly began demanding that oil tankers passing through the Strait of Hormuz trade their cargo in Chinese yuan rather than US dollars. Okay. Sounds like he's right.
It is open to anybody that doesn't want to pay in US dollars. So if you want to pay for your oil and your commerce in yuan, you can do so, but we're no longer accepting US dollars.
Obviously, it's not open to the United States. They're not going to allow the United States or Israel to go through there. That's obviously a different story.
So the United States can declare victory, but how do you think that works out for the United States and inflation when all of the Gulf countries, all of these bases, all of these oil infrastructures are all now doing commerce in the Chinese currency and not the US dollar. But I'll let the idiots continue.
Your position, Brad, just to confirm it, is we are going to leave the war in the next 30 days. And then if the straits are not open, then China, India, and all the Gulf countries that are impacted by it, they will protect it. They will fight Iran.
I think they'll put a lot of pressure on Iran not to continue firing missiles at their ships, right? At the end of the day, this is not just an American problem. And let's be clear, we're always involved in this part of the world. The only question is,
again, there's absolutely no fucking shot that they don't let China through. There's absolutely no fucking shot that they don't let China through. This is such a stupid statement from this motherfucker. This is so stupid. There's absolutely no chance they don't allow China to go through.
are we going to have an active armada that's engaged in active military activities against Iran? And what I'm suggesting again, and listen, anytime you try to clean up a mess like this, there is risk. This is not a risk-free initiative by the United States, nor was Venezuela. But let me steelman the alternative. Doing nothing and allowing Iran to procure, the ingredients for a nuclear missile when they are set on the destruction of the United States and U.S. interests, doing nothing in Venezuela while the Monroe Doctrine is totally wrecked and we let our adversaries take up positions in South America, those also have risks.
It's just so embarrassing. It's like the idiots in the room think that we're all retarded and we don't have the internet.
This guy is retarded. He is retarded. Even if he happens to be right on this one, he's still fucking retarded.
We don't all have iPhone 18s where we're constantly doom scrolling all day long. And we're seeing the truth, a lot of truth. Not anything that they're saying. Everything they're saying is a fucking lie. Trump got bitched out. He backed down like a little bitch because Iran said, you want to fuck around, you're going to find out. So the military that he claims he decimated, he said they don't have any air defenses, they don't have any rockets. He made a threat and now he's backing down like a little bitch. And even Sky News is fucking mocking Trump.
Thing is clear that I think someone spoke sense in Donald Trump's circle and perhaps him directly, that if these strikes take place, it is going to be catastrophic for the civilian society, the civil infrastructure in Iran and the civil society inside this country, and also the retaliation that we might potentially see from Iran toward the Gulf states, but also Israel will most certainly be enormous. So I think the cost is now outweighing President Trump's bombast and threat.
Right? Those carry a lot of risks. And so we're weighing these two risks. Again, for me, I don't like the fact that we're engaged in military activities here, but I will tell you, I am very much on the side that if we're going to go protect American national security interests, you go in, you do the degrading of their capability, and you get out. And I think, that's what I hear out of the president.
That's a
Okay.
And it's very cool. Oh my gosh. Isn't that great?
Oh, wow.
Just went up yesterday.
It just went up yesterday, guys. Wow.
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 Think Joe Biden would do this? I don't
think so.
think so. You think it?
Yeah, no. Yeah, I don't think he would. It's interesting.
All right, there's important breaking news coming into the Situation Room. We're now learning from a senior Iranian source that there has been an outreach between the U.S. and Iran. The source tells CNN that this was initiated by Washington. With us now, CNN military analyst, retired U.S. Air Force Colonel Cedric Leighton, and CNN global affairs analyst Kim Dozier. Kim, what do you make of this development?
The U.S. just blinked. I mean, we already saw it in the series of changing tweets or truths from President Trump. One day he's like, the war's about to end. The next day, we're going to obliterate your energy facilities. And then the next day, we think there are talks. From the perspective of the Iranians, this means the U.S. has capitulated, and I think they're going to have a hard time getting much more at the negotiating table than they had before this whole war was launched.
Colonel Layton, at this point, does Iran win simply by not outright losing this war?
Yes, absolutely. I think that's certainly from the Iranian perception, that's exactly what's going on, because they need to just outlast the United States. And we have to remember, they've been around for well over 2,500 years in one form or another as an empire, and then now in its latest form as the Islamic Republic. And that is going to be the key. They have outlasted the United States and have basically told not only their own people, but the region as a whole, that they are here to stay and that their influence is going to be paramount once again in the Persian Gulf region.
And amidst all of this, Kim, it's interesting. Did you want to make a point?
I was just going to say the region as a whole could be what pushes back from Israel to Saudi Arabia. They don't want Iran to have ballistic missile capability that it has right now to reach both. And I think they're going to drive a hard bargain with Washington, saying, you know, from the Israeli point of view, we're not going to stop fighting. And from the Saudi point of view, they're going to quietly urge continued pressure on Iran because they need them defanged.
And the Saudis and the Israelis and other Gulf Arab states, they don't want Iran to have any kind of nuclear capability.
Absolutely. And now the question will be, is the U.S. going to walk away and leave that nuclear material that was buried in a previous U.S. strike inside Iran for Iran to some point excavate? Or are they going to drive a hard bargain and say that's got to come out?
What do you think?
And one of the key things, I agree absolutely with what Kim is saying. The other thing to look at is all the war aims that were originally.
I think Trump is saying now that as long as they agree to not have a bomb, that's all he wants, and that they've already agreed to this. And we know that in the past they said that they would agree to not have a bomb as long as they're able to enrich uranium. They're fine. So he's just stalling for the ships to get there, I would assume.
Originally talked about by the administration and by various elements within, both the Pentagon and the White House. All of those we need to basically have a checklist. Which ones have been met? Which ones have not been met? And my bet is that a lot of them will not have been met. Maybe all of them will not have been met, and the nuclear one being a key element there.
If they can get that uranium out of there somehow, and it may require ground troops or whatever, but that's clearly an objective.
It is an objective, and the question is, will they go for that objective? Will they actually try to realize that objective, or will they give up and let the Iranians keep that enriched uranium?
But estimates of what it would take to get that material out under fire, it would take like a couple of weeks of excavation. So the U.S. would have to send in a large number of ground troops to secure the site while digging it out. It would be much better if this was some sort of negotiated solution.
We'll see if that happens. Iran is threatening, Kim, to strike Israeli forces in Gaza right now, and northern Israel for that matter, if what it calls crimes against Palestinians and Lebanese continue. Do you see a scenario where the U.S. can settle its conflict with Iran, but Israel, on the other hand, will continue its war against Iran?
Absolutely. And if Israel continues, then Iran might also continue its semi-closure of the Strait of Hormuz and harassment of the Gulf countries, which are closer. And it also shows you that despite this amazing air campaign, Iran has maintained the capability to threaten countries in the heart of Israel.
Parts of Israel, Tel Aviv is coming under a lot of Iranian attack right now. And we all thought the Iron Dome was so great, but it looks like it's not necessarily 100% perfect.
Well, that's right. And we always have to keep in mind, we have some great systems, as do the Israelis.
We all thought it was so great. It's still pretty great. The Iron Dome's still pretty fucking great.
The Iron Dome system plus the David Sling and the Arrow system, which are all part of that whole picture of air and missile defenses that the Israelis have, those are not totally impenetrable. And because they're not impenetrable, at least in this case, at least 8% of all missiles and drones that the Iranians lob against Israel are getting through. And all it takes is one to create some major damage.
You think Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump, and I know they spoke this week, are on the same page as far as ending this war?
A statement by the Israeli Prime Minister yesterday, it was very kind of anodyne and careful, but it mentioned that Israel would continue to act in its own interest to protect its people and its territory. I think that was a diplomatic signal that the U.S. might be done with this fight, but Israel knows it faces a constant existential threat, and it'll do what it has to do.
What do you think?
I agree, because I read the same statement that Kim read, and the thing that the Israelis are saying basically is this is a battle between the state of Israel and a theocracy in Iran. Way back before the revolution, there was a very close relationship between Israel and Iran under the Shah. That, of course, is part of history and no longer the case. But the thing is that with Israel, they are looking at this as an existential issue. The Iranians are also looking at it as an existential issue. And because of that, that conflict is going to continue no matter what happens between the U.S. and Iran.
That good relationship between Israel and the Shah of Iran, that was, what, almost 50 years ago?
That's right.
That's a long time. All right, guys, thank you.
That's a long time. That's a real long time.
Now to a mystery in the oil markets and the suspicion that some people are getting very rich by trading on inside information. In the minutes before President Trump's announcement Monday that the U.S. would postpone strikes against Iranian energy targets, traders suddenly bet hundreds of millions of dollars on oil.
Like $500 million. Like right before, like 15 minutes before Trump announced the like $500 million went into oil stocks.
Prices falling, which is exactly what they did. To help us understand, Jill Schlesinger is here, CBS News business analyst. Jill, why does this stand out and why should people care?
Well, I think the most important thing and what stands out is that we saw a surge of trading activity. So if you look at this at 649 to 651, there is this circle there. Yeah. That's a big jump up in activity. And then soon after, we see the price of oil at the top, and then it drops by 10%, literally in minutes. 15 minutes before this non-public information is out.
So somebody might have known something a little too early.
It does appear that way. And why we care about this is that is not considered public information, and someone seems to know it. And that's illegal, Tony. I mean, that's the issue, is that this is essentially insider trading.
So is it policed? What do we do about it?
The thing about insider trading is we've known about it forever. We have so many different ways to do it. It's usually triggered by this kind of trading activity, and we get an investigation. But right now, I don't think we're going to get a big investigation. The Trump administration says light on regulation, and there's not a lot of funding for folks at any of these regulatory bodies. So I think for the people at home, it kind of feels like it's not a level playing field, because this looks like it is not.
Yep. Yerp. There's definitely looks like something shady going on there.
Normally, in these screens, in the last few weeks, we've been talking about the economic implications of the Iran war. But this time, I want to talk about something else. It's kind of a mystery story. It's a mystery story. And the mystery begins with this. This was the Donald Trump social media post, Truth Social, that for a lot of people made them think that maybe this war might be coming to an end. At the very least, it had a big impact on markets.
Trump said, "I am pleased to report." I am pleased to report.
And the thing I want you to focus on is not necessarily the text of this, but it's the time it came out. 11:05, that's UK time, so 11:05 in the UK. It was morning, earlier in the morning in the US, obviously. And look at the impact that this had, okay? So this is showing you the crude oil price. It's the US kind of benchmark of the crude oil price, WTI as it's known. And you can probably spot already the moment that Donald Trump post happened. The oil price went down really sharply, and we've had lots of ups and downs, lots of volatile days on markets in recent days. But this was something else, as traders went out there and they basically said, we're selling oil because we think that things might get a little bit better. But here's what I want to focus on that you don't normally see in these charts. Not just the price, so that's the oil price, but the volumes. You can actually look at this. You can look at just how many people are buying and selling at any given moment. And have a look at volumes. So these bars are showing you the volume. So at the given moment that obviously that Donald Trump post happened, you had this massive increase in a lot of people going out there into the market and say, look, something's happening. We need to actually act on it. For the most case, selling at this point. But here's the curious thing, and here's kind of where the mystery is. I want to kind of zoom in on this area here. So I'll kind of zoom in so you can see. This is just the volumes of people going into that oil market and kind of, for the most part, selling after that Donald Trump post. You can see there's this real spike in activity. A lot of people going in there, kind of this frenzy. And that's the kind of flip side of prices. But look at this. 15 minutes before that Donald Trump post, there was a very big amount of trading volume. Very big. In fact, actually, when you're looking at that amount of volume, that spike, that was the biggest trading volume that we saw that day. We're starting here just at 8 o'clock in the morning. We're going through to that moment of the Donald Trump post. Relatively quiet volumes, not much going on in the market, and then all of a sudden that. And if you're wondering, okay, maybe this was just a one-off, it was someone who made a lucky bet, have a look not just at this. So this is WTI, it's one measure.
A lucky bet, $500 million. Just a lucky bet of 500 million.
So the US measure of oil. Have a look at Brent, which is the kind of the European.
It's like, it's literally a 1/3 of the entire spike of after Trump announced. The entire like high point of what happened after Trump announced. It's almost half of that by itself. Absolutely insane.
It's the international measure of oil. Again, the same thing. Donald Trump makes his post, flurry of activity, lots of people there. But look at that. Again, 15 minutes before that Donald Trump post, a very big trade. Now, it's unclear whether it's just an individual or whether it's a kind of group of people, but what you do know from just imputing what the potential value, the notional value of those trades just on oil would be, it is staggering amounts of money, life-changing amounts of money, $580 million. Someone has just made a real killing on this. And it's not just oil. So that's oil, 2 different measures of oil, but now have a look at the S&P 500.
$580 million. How much did that translate into? Like 100 billion? Like what did that $580 million before the spike? What the fuck?
500. So this is S&P 500 futures. It's the biggest kind of exchange, stock market, equity market in the world. Same thing again. Donald Trump posts, the price goes up because people are getting very hopeful. Volumes go up at the same time. And if we zoom into the volumes once again, what do you see? Obviously, there's the volume after Donald Trump made his post, but 15 minutes before, this is actually 10:50 UK time, a very, very big trade. As I say, life-changing amounts of money, hundreds of millions of dollars were potentially made in those moments in this curious trade that seemed to come out of nowhere, leaving a lot of people wondering, was this just luck? Or did someone actually know what the president was about to say?
What percentage did it go up? Let's see, what day was this? 24th? I don't know. Maybe we'll look into it in a little bit.
Is insane. Insane. Yesterday morning, Monday morning, 52 minutes, Donald Trump engaged in one of the most blatant insider trading agendas we've ever witnessed. And
Okay, that's a little bit too strong of a statement there.
it's no surprise that they kicked out the SEC enforcement director.
Pelosi would be my guess. Yeah, Donald Trump called Pelosi and told her, for sure, bro, totally, that you're on to something there. Donald Trump had to have called Nancy Pelosi and told
Marjorie Ryan just a week ago, who resigned because she went to battle with agency bosses to investigate the Trump family for misconduct and insider trading. And so now that she's out of the way, they are free to run roughshod over the people of the United States of America, and they're doing it in a blatant.
I don't know where the fuck she got that from. That is not true. That Marjorie Taylor Greene tried to get Trump investigated for Insider trading? Where the fuck did she get that from?
Blatant fashion. This is from @BarkMeta, and there are multiple stories on this floating around social media. But this is what happened yesterday. 5 minutes before the president announced a halt to attacks on Iran, someone placed a $1.5 billion bet on stocks going up and dumped $192 million in oil within 5 minutes, writes BarkMeta. These trades were 4 to 6 times larger than anything else in the entire market. And whoever did this wasn't guessing. You don't risk $1.5 billion on a hunch. You just don't do it. All right. They went on to reveal that there was zero public indication that the announcement was coming. Remember, this was early Monday morning. There were no leaks, no press, nothing. The only people who could have known what was going down are the people in the room when the decision was made. And someone in that room picked up a phone. And within minutes, they made more money than most Americans will earn in 1,000 lifetimes on one single trade, on a war that has cost you $4 plus a gallon and $16 billion.
How much did she say?
There were no leaks, no press, nothing. The only people who could have known these trades were 4 to 6 times larger than anything else in the entire market. And whoever did this wasn't guessing. You don't risk $1.5 billion on a hunch.
1.5 billion. Where did she get that from? It was what? It was 500 million. It was 580 million. Where did she get this 1.5 billion from?
You just don't do it. All right. They went on. This was made. And someone in that room picked up a phone. And within minutes, they made more money than most Americans will earn in 1,000 lifetimes on one single trade, on a war that has cost you $4 plus a gallon and $16 billion in tax dollars, and will also cause potentially or cost you the lives of your son or daughter as they now commit 8,000 troops, boots on the ground in Iran, paving the way for a potential draft, pumping and dumping all the way down. American citizens are funding this war. American citizens oppose this war, and the politicians, especially Trump and his family, are profiting from it. This is not the first time. Every major announcement from this administration has had massive, suspicious trades right before it dropped, tariff reversals, policy shifts, and war decisions. It's the most blatant insider trading operation in the history.
We do know the group that made the trade. Who?
Of American politics, and it's not even close.
We've watched 3 videos on this. Nobody knows who did it. How do you know who did it? Breaking, the House Oversight Committee quietly dumped Epstein's accountant Richard Kahn and lawyer Darren Indike's deposition videos today when the media was focusing on Trump's zigzags on Iran. Here's about Jane Doe 4, who accused Epstein and Trump of raping her at the age of 13.
The citation. Is it true that Jane Doe 4, the citation is Doe versus Jeffrey Epstein, 1:19 CV 07675, Southern District of New York, received a financial settlement directly from the estate, as her attorney has claimed?
I'm sorry, I don't know who Jane Doe 4 is.
She's the person who has been widely described as alleging that President Trump raped or abused her when she was 13 in the 1980s. And her attorney is out there, has said that she received a settlement from the estate.
Congressman, may I just tell him who Jane Doe 4 is, just so it refreshes him?
Okay, I believe I understand who you're referring to. If you don't mind, may you please repeat the question?
Is it true that she received a financial settlement directly from the estate? Her attorney said that she has.
I believe that Jane Doe 4 received a settlement via mediation with the estate, I believe in 2025.
And her attorney saying she received that settlement because she was a victim of Epstein and President Trump. Is that accurate?
I don't recall the mediation statement or the lawsuit in particular, but I don't have recollection of President Trump. I know that she alleges that Epstein abused her, but I don't recall President Trump.
And I guess it would only be the mediation statement that would be.
I believe she filed a lawsuit, so there was a complaint, which I believe is public. So if I'm not speaking correctly, we could look at the complaint and see if she makes that allegation, but I don't recall from the mediation.
Wait a second. So that would be the Taylor, what's her name? Taylor Johnson or whatever? That would be her? She's the only one who has a public complaint against both Epstein and Trump in a single lawsuit. And that would actually make a lot of sense if she, like, the idea is that the lawsuit was dropped, but instead it was actually just settled outside of court. That would be... Bro, that would be fucking wild. That would be insane. If they actually settled outside of court, holy shit.
Statement that I don't even actually, now I'm thinking about it, I don't even know if she made a mediation statement. So I don't have any recollection of her making allegations against President Trump.
And do we know why she was ineligible to receive the compensation from the Epstein Victims Compensation Program?
The Epstein Victims Compensation Program, in my view, was a great success. And I'm very happy that that was the first thing I did as co-executor to set up that program. There were 136 claimants that were paid over $121 million. But there were also many individuals that were deemed ineligible for compensation. I believe what you're implying is she was deemed ineligible for compensation. With the Epstein Victims Compensation Program, as co-executors, we wanted to have no involvement. We said that the program could pay out unlimited funds from the estate. There was no limit to any award. Jordy Feldman, who ran the Victims Compensation Program, did not share with us the individuals' packets that they submitted with their allegations against Epstein and or the estate. So I don't know, I never saw the packet. The only information we received as co-executors were the individuals' names and the award that they received.
Well, yeah, I don't even know that this is the right person because a lot of the details are mixed up. So this says that she was a 13-year-old that was raped by Trump and Epstein in the 80s. But what's her face? I keep saying Taylor Johnson. I don't think that's the right name, but her case was in 1994. Or sorry, that's when she alleges she was raped, was in 94, not in the 80s. Katie Johnson, yeah.
Or a list of the individuals that were deemed ineligible.
The last point, and so I just to get on the record, so Jane Doe Ford did get a settlement. You don't know anything beyond it, but she was given a settlement.
Jane Doe, aka Katie Johnson, 1994, lawsuit filed in 2016. Refiled in October of 2016 as reported by BuzzFeed and others, then dropped in November 2016. Jane Doe is an unnamed plaintiff who was also gone by Katie Johnson. When was this written? 2019. This one's also from 2016. Interesting. Because, yeah, I think he's talking about the one that we read about the other day, where it's a girl who was deemed to be credible by the FBI, and she did sue the Epstein estate and got a payout. She was 14 at the time, I believe, and I don't think hers was in the 80s either. I thought hers was in like 93. Maybe I'm wrong. And I never heard that she sued Donald Trump. I heard that she sued Epstein and got a payout. But that guy said that she sued Trump, or that, like, he made it sound like part of her lawsuit was suing Trump and Epstein, or yeah, part of her lawsuit was accusing Trump and Epstein. Justice Department has posted online 3 FBI memos describing interviews related to unverified sexual assault allegations against President Trump that have been missing from massive trove of Epstein files released by the Department of Justice. CNN analysis discovered dozens of witness interviews were missing from the online archive of evidence related to Jeffrey Epstein's investigation, all of which were memorialized in so-called 302 memos, laying out what an interviewee told FBI agents. The 302s do not include other corroborating information or agents' opinions. Among the missing records were 3 memos about interviews with a woman who told agents that Epstein had repeatedly abused her physically and sexually decades ago, starting when she was approximately 13 years old, and who was accused Trump of sexually assaulting her. Trump has consistently denied wrongdoing in connection with Epstein. In a statement Thursday, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt described the claims from 3 FBI interviews as completely baseless accusations backed by zero credible evidence. She also questioned the credibility of accusers whose name is redacted in the files, pointing to her criminal record. Wait, did Caroline Leavitt out the name of the girl? The total baselessness of these accusations is also supported by the obvious fact that Joe Biden's Department of Justice knew about them for 4 years and did nothing with them because they knew President Trump did absolutely nothing wrong, Leavitt added. FBI agents conducted 4 interviews with the woman, but only 1 memo memorializing an interview in July of 2019 was available in the DOJ database that was made public earlier this year. In that interview, the woman alleged she was repeatedly abused by Epstein when she was a minor living in South Carolina. She did not make any allegations about Trump in that interview. Newly released FBI interviews, the newly released files, cover 3 additional interviews conducted with the woman in August and October of 2019. In the second interview, the woman described additional abuse by Epstein and several of his male associates. She said that Epstein drove her and flew her to either New York or New Jersey sometime when she was between 13 and 15 years old, and when she was taken to a very tall building. It was there that she said Epstein introduced her to Trump. Trump asked everyone to leave the room where they met and mentioned something to the effect of, "Let me teach you how little girls are supposed to be," according to the description of the woman's comment in the interview. He then unzipped his pants and put her head down to his penis, she told agents. The woman told agents that she bit Trump, who then struck her and said words to the effect of, "Get this little bitch the hell out of here." Later in the interview, the woman told agents she heard Trump and Epstein talking about Epstein blackmailing people and also heard Trump talking about washing money through casinos. In the woman's third FBI interview about 3 weeks later, agents wrote that she described receiving threatening telephone calls that she said she believed had to do with Epstein or Trump, as well as several incidents where she was almost run off the road by other cars. During the 4th interview, about 2 months after her last meeting with FBI agents, The woman did not have an attorney present, unlike previous meetings. She told law enforcement agents she was uncomfortable being recorded and asked them, "What's the point of coming forward with allegations after the statute of limitations had likely passed?" the agents wrote. The memo noted that the agents encouraged her to go home and take as much time as she needed to think about speaking with the agents further. It's unclear what became of the FBI's investigation into the woman's claims. An email sent between FBI agents last summer and included in the DOJ files notes, one identified victim claimed abuse by Trump but ultimately refused to cooperate, although it doesn't specify if it's the same person as the accuser. A lawsuit against the Epstein estate includes a victim who made claims about the financier that had abused her in South Carolina and brought her to gatherings in New York City with prominent wealthy men that matched some of the claims the woman had made in the FBI interviews. She does not name Trump in the lawsuit. That victim, identified as Jane Doe 4, there you go. There you go. Yeah, the phone line's open. Was deemed ineligible to receive compensation by the Epstein Victims Compensation Program, a system set up to independently review claims by victims, according to a court record from May 2021. It's not clear why she was deemed ineligible. She voluntarily dismissed her lawsuit in December of 2021, and her lawyer told Post and Courier newspaper in January that she received a financial settlement from the estate. Her lawyer declined to comment to CNN last week. So this is who they were talking about. It says unavailable. I mean, I would call you back, but you're blocking your number, so I don't know why it's saying unavailable, but it glitches sometimes like that, and I just call the person back. But if you keep calling from an unknown number, there's no way for me to call back, so. I don't give out my number. Yeah, I don't think it accepts numbers from blocked numbers. If the number's blocked, it's not going to allow you to call through. The Justice Department has not explained why the Trump-related witness interview descriptions were not released, but in a statement last week that it had initiated a review to see whether any documents were improperly tagged in the review process. If that happened, the department said it would release them, the statement said. Under the law, the DOJ can withhold files that are duplicates, privileged, or part of an ongoing federal investigation. Problem with redaction process. The department has been fiercely criticized for its redaction process and has had to repeatedly take down documents, edit redactions, and publish them. Among the most egregious issues reported were victims whose identities or photos were made public without their knowledge. The Justice Department also published images to Epstein Files Library on Wednesday that had been temporarily taken down after being flagged for potential nudity. There are still several thousand images left to repost, a department official told CNN, which will also be done Thursday. 3 months after their release, Justice Department employees are still spending several hours a week on files fixing redactions and posting mistakes, a senior Justice Department official told CNN. About 1% of the 3 million documents had issues with redactions, the official said. Normally, in life, getting 99% of things right is pretty good, but that's a lot of mistakes, the person said. At this point, without any new information, the official does not expect anyone to be charged in connection with Epstein. All right. So I want to listen to this again. It did sound like he was saying that she sued Trump.
Is it true that Jane Doe 4, the citation is Doe versus...
The date of that article, that was, I think, March of 2026. I think it was March 6th. Yeah, March 6th, 2026.
Jeffrey Epstein, 1:19 CV 07675, Southern District of New York, received a financial settlement directly from the estate, as her attorney has claimed.
I'm sorry, I don't know who Jane Doe 4 is.
She's the person who has been widely described as alleging that President Trump raped or abused her when she was 13 in the 1980s. And her attorney is out there, has said that she received a settlement from the estate.
Congressman, may I just tell him who Jane Doe 4 is, just refreshes him?
Okay, I believe I understand who you're referring to. If you don't mind, may you please repeat the question?
Is it true that she received a financial settlement directly from the estate? Her attorney said that she has.
I believe that Jane Doe 4 received a settlement via mediation with the estate, I believe in 2025.
And her attorney saying she received that settlement because she was a victim of Epstein and President Trump. Is that accurate?
I don't recall the mediation statement or the lawsuit in particular, but I don't have recollection of President Trump. I know that she alleges that Epstein abused her, but I don't recall President Trump.
Then I guess it would only be the mediation statement that would be.
I believe she filed a lawsuit.
Is it true that Jane Doe 4, the citation is Doe versus Jeffrey Epstein, 1:19 CV 07675, Southern District of New York, received a financial settlement directly from the estate, as her attorney has claimed?
I'm sorry, I don't know who Jane Doe 4 is.
She's the.
Huh. Interesting. That's odd. That is odd.
I'd imagine. Dropside News reporter Ryan Grimm also traveled to Cuba as well, reporting on all this. He's seen in this photo here. And Ryan joins us tonight, and it's good to have you back on the show. The Trump administration is trying to end a 70-year regime. It looks like these guys, along with you there, are trying to help it survive. Am I missing something?
Wait, they're trying to do what?
Trying to help this regime survive.
Who is?
Piker, most of the people there. I'm wondering if yourself, along with them, are included in that.
Yeah, the group that went along brought about 50 tons worth of medical supplies and solar panels. That's right.
Medical supplies and solar panels, and a lot of sympathies for the regime that controls the country, I imagine.
So let me try to help out your viewers a little bit here.
Right.
How do you feel about the fact that when Americans travel to a foreign country, in this case Cuba, they are told specifically a list of hotels that they are allowed to stay in another country?
I went through it because when I went and stayed there, it was the same. I stayed in an Airbnb. I think if you have,
So
if
what
our
do you
country's
think of
trying
that,
to
though?
squeeze,
What
our
do you
country's
think-
trying
what do
to.
you think of that?
I think our country's trying to end a regime that's been torturing people for a very long time, and they don't want to fund it.
Well,
They
first
don't
of
want
all-
us funding it by paying money to a communist-owned entity like a hotel.
So if their system of government is so awful, why not just let it fail on its own? Why do we have to blockade them? And how do you
Because they
think,
won't leave. They don't have elections. They won't leave power.
How do you think the United States economy would do if we cut off fuel for 3 straight months? No fuel has basically gotten into Cuba since the Venezuela operation.
Yeah, but I was there in 2019, Ryan, and it was still a horribly impoverished country. We're cutting off fuel to try and get this leadership out. Get them the hell out of there because they won't leave. They won't have an election. They won't leave.
Why do you care about like who's in charge in Cuba? Who elected you to do that? It's such a bizarre. Like there aren't enough problems in the United States here for you to worry about. Like,
that's another side of it.
Really, like I can't.
This is the America First agenda. This is the America First agenda. Let's just worry about what's happening in the United States. Let's stop worrying about other countries. Let's stop putting so much attention and money into other countries. This is the America First agenda, guys.
Can't even get my mind to a place where I would think it's my call. Like who runs Cuba? Who runs Haiti? Who runs Mexico? Who runs Iraq? Who runs Iran? Like
that's a
who
fair
runs Israel?
That's a fair criticism. That's a fair criticism. But I mean, do you think it's better for? Do you want this regime to continue to run this country against the wishes of the people that are all impoverished?
It's not up to me. I live in Washington D.C. I vote in Washington D.C. elections, and I vote in federal elections. Where do you live?
You live in that's fair.
Where do you live?
I live in New York. And it's not.
Why should you vote? Why should you? What do you have to do with Cuba?
Well, I think the prosperity of that country that's only 90 miles away from our border can't be a bad thing. And I'm just saying,
But,
what I'm asking you is,
then why not let them import oil?
It's fine. It's not America First. Let's put it there. But do you think that regime should be running the country?
Why does it bother you if Mexico sells oil to Cuba? You live in New York. In what world is it a New Yorker's responsibility to stop Mexico from selling oil to Cuba?
That's okay. Fair criticism right there. My question to you is, why do you care? Why did you travel there? Why did you, if you don't care, why did you travel there to try and support the regime?
I'm a journalist, and the United States is literally killing people. With we are killing people. I toured 2 hospitals. One was a pediatric hospital.
Yep.
We implemented a new rule in February that says that if you're a private business, you can import oil. You can import fuel. So the hotel where we were required to stay is allowed by the United States government to have fuel. Hospitals, because they have a publicly run healthcare system, are not allowed to have fuel. I heard a lot of people complaining that the hotel still had power, but the hospitals didn't, not understanding apparently that it is a U.S. rule that blocks the hospitals from getting fuel. I toured the pediatric hospital. You know what the nurses and doctors there told me? They said when the power goes out, they immediately turn on their phone lights and race to the babies on ventilators.
Let me ask you this.
Because there's a gap between hold on.
I understand. We're killing babies with
There's a gap between when the power goes out and when the generator kicks in that can be up to like 5 or 6, 7 minutes. A baby can die in that time on a ventilator. So they have to take their phone, turn the light on, race, and hand pump the ventilator. Because the United States has decided that Mexico can't sell oil and fuel to Cuba. What does that have to do with the United States?
That's fine. If you want to say it's not American first, that's fine. But let me ask you this. How many tens of thousands of people have died over the last 30, 40 years as this country has lived in extreme poverty? 88% of the people live in extreme poverty. The government will not allow any kind of capitalism in to bring these people up, to bring the quality of life up. How many thousands and thousands of their own people has that government killed? We're trying to strangle out a government here. And yes, there's going to be there's going to be some negative impacts of that, like you just described. That's fair. But how many people have died because of the government in power?
I interviewed the number 3 guy in Cuba. I will let you have the interview. You can air the entire thing. He said Cuban nationals, Americans, are welcome to invest in Cuba. He said they're open to, in a holistic negotiation, compensating Americans for property that was seized during the revolution.
Well, they're capitulating now. Right.
What they want, they offered that in the 1960s. The United States refused it because we thought we were going to do regime change. So why take a deal if we're just going to do regime change?
Well,
we didn't overthrow the government. We failed over and over and over. We tried to assassinate Fidel Castro, like a dozen plus times. We tried an invasion, Bay of Pigs. It didn't work. Every other country, Italy, France, Spain, they all took compensation for what was nationalized. So they're saying you can invest here. We will compensate you for what was nationalized. All we're asking is that you lift the sanctions and leave us alone. Why
leave the regime alone?
Leave Cuba alone.
Leave the regime alone and let the people continue to suffer. I mean, did you see the people there? The misery of the people that live in that country under these a-holes? It's horrific.
The misery is like unspeakable.
Unspeakable.
It is unspeakable.
Been that way for a long time.
It's a lot worse. It's the people who were there in December and people who obviously live there telling me like it's noticeably worse. You have people like starvation and homelessness wasn't really a thing. Like there was poverty. It wasn't like
extreme
rich
poverty.
Country.
Yeah.
Even a few months ago,
90% of the people live under $2 a day. I mean, nobody in America lives under $2 a day. Not a single person. I gotta leave it there. I really do. You're a good sport.
They do have a lot less costs in Cuba. Like $2 a day is a lot different in a country where you don't have to pay for as many things.
Hello, Mr. Vice President. Thank you so much for giving this opportunity to talk here today. I did not agree with many of the things that you said right ahead of this, but I don't think that's my point to discuss here. What I want to ask is, you are married to a woman who is not Christian. In her Wikipedia, I mean, I just looked that up. I wanted to know what her faith was. I didn't know this before. But she still calls herself Hindu. You are raising 3 kids in cultural, racial, religious household. How are you maintaining or how are you teaching your kids not to keep your religion ahead of their mother's religion? Or how are you teaching them that your kind, they're that kind who got here just a few years or a few decades ago is different or is better than your mom's kind who got...
Go complain to your mother. We don't fucking care. Go get off the internet. Go complain to your mother. I don't fucking care. Get off the internet.
Got here just a generation before. How are you balancing that? And when you talk about too many immigrants here, when did you guys decide that number? Why did you sell us a dream? You made us spend our youth, our wealth in this country and gave us a dream. You don't owe us anything. We have worked hard for it. Then how can you, as a vice president, stand there and say that we have too many of them now and we are going to take them out to people who are here rightfully so by paying the money that you guys asked us? You gave us the path, and now how can you stop it and tell us we don't belong here anymore?
So,
and one more thing, I'm sorry, one more thing. Do you have to
There's
be
a lot there. I don't know if I'm going to remember all this.
Yeah, she's got like fucking 5 points in.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I had to say all of this, and please take it with due. I mean, I'm saying all of this with due
go ahead.
respect. I
Please.
have no
Thank you.
intention of causing a scene here or anything, but
We're not close to causing a scene.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
but we talked about Christianity, all of this. I'm not even Christian, and I'm here standing to so support. Why are we making Christianity one of the major thing that you have to have in common to be one of you guys, to show that I love America just as much as you do? Why is that still a question? Why do I have to be a Christian?
Okay. So
I mean, this is a thing. Like a large part of Dearborn voted for Donald Trump, and then after a large part of Dearborn voted for Donald Trump said that he hates Dearborn and he wants to get rid of those people. So this is odd, especially when you consider that like a lot of like the Latino immigrants or the Muslim immigrants, a lot of these people are very conservative people, and Dearborn voted third party. Trump wins Dearborn amid anger over Gaza and Lebanon. Jill Stein receives 18% of the vote. Trump wins Dearborn. Jill Stein wins 18%. How Trump broke GOP losing streak in Dearborn. Yeah. It is odd that like as I said, a lot of Latinos are also very conservative people, and they keep alienating large swaths of the people who are willing to vote for them. Trump won 45% of Latino voters in the last election, even though this is like a big conspiracy that Democrats are letting all of these Latinos in to vote for Democrats, while Democrats have been saying the whole time, these are very conservative people, dude. Like, the second and third generations are almost definitely going to vote for Republicans, and this is not going to be beneficial to Democrats whatsoever, and it is playing out exactly the way that Democrats said it would the entire time. But it is true that the Trump admin is kind of doing everything they can to continue alienating those folks.
there was a lot there, and I'm going to try to respond to as much of it as I can. So on the question of immigration, so first of all, I can believe that we should have lower immigration levels, but if the United States passed a law and made a promise to somebody, the United States, of course, has to honor that promise. Nobody's talking.
Yeah, Dearborn is mostly like Muslim people.
About that. I'm talking about people who came in violation of the laws of the United States of America, and I'm talking about in the future reducing the number of people. Sorry, what?
May I continue on that? Because when you just said you are not stopping with the people who came here legally, right? But you are pushing out policies that hurt us. And
No, they've gotten rid of tons of people who came here legally. I think it's the majority of their deportations have been people who came in legally. They're just incorrect. That is blatantly incorrect.
these policies are not even solving the problems. These policies are just creating chaos.
Ma'am. Okay, so again, I'm gonna finish answering the question, and then if I've answered all 9 of your questions in less than 15 minutes, then we can keep on going. We got to have a little fun, right? So here's the thing. I can believe that the United States should lower its levels of immigration in the future, while also respecting that there are people who have come here through lawful immigration pathways that have contributed to the country. But just because one person or 10 people or 100 people came in legally and contributed to the United States of America, does that mean that we're thereby committed to let in 1 million or 10 million or 100 million people a year in the future? No, that's not right. We can.
Again, no, this is not like, hold on. Okay, during his second term starting January 2025, the Trump administration is focused on revoking legal status for immigrants, with over 1.6 million people losing authorized status, including visas, parole, and TPS, with the first 11 months, while 540,000 to 622,000 total removals have occurred. Specific data separating how many of these individuals originally entered legally is complex due to the broad cancellation of legal pathways. So this is this is a massive number of people who came into the country legally. It says over 1.6 million people lost legal status in the country. And then he's going to sit there afterwards and be like, no, this is all just about getting illegal immigrants out of the country, guys. It's just about getting illegal immigrants out.
Cannot have.
She's raising her hand again.
We cannot have an immigration policy where what was good for the country 50 or 60 years ago binds the country inevitably for the future. There's too many people who want to come to the United States of America, and my job as vice president is not to look out for the interests of the whole world. It's to look out for the people of the United States. Now,
welfare numbers tell a different story. Show me an illegal that went off welfare willingly. Nobody was promised a green card for spending USD 350,000 on international student tuition and fees for an undergrad degree at some state. Where did they get this idea that this is how it works? What? When you can hear, you said, I'm here to study, and they said, okay, when your visa expires, you have to leave. Well, I spend so much money now, and I should be able to stay. That was not part of the deal. The over-entitlement is astounding. This is literally why countries want people to come in on student visas. This is the whole point in having student visas. It's not so that we use our resources and everything to teach people so that they can go take it back to another country. It's because we want to teach them, and we hope that they stay here and actually better our country with that information, with that knowledge. We don't have enough people just in our country alone who are going to come here and get a college degree and then fill all of these positions. And so we want people to come from other countries to get these degrees and then stay here. And that is generally how it works, is that if you come to our country on a student visa, you do generally get another visa afterwards and you get to stay. Those things get extended into work visas and things like that because we want to use our resources on our people, not other countries. That's such a fucking stupid thing.
Foz, why are you coming in like this? You know we're doing the show. We're live.
Yes.
I'm literally doing the show right now, dude.
Yes. There's, the Unaf America guys. So they're outside right now.
You mean outside at ASU?
No. Outside Turning Point.
Wait, they're outside. They're here.
Yes, right outside the gates.
They're right outside the gates.
Yes.
How many are there? How many are there? Russ, get your camera.
It's two trucks.
Two trucks?
Two SUVs, yeah.
Two SUV. Dude, we're going. Tell Russ to get his camera. We're going out there.
Well, you're going to go out there now?
I'm going out there now. I'm going right out.
Oh, so
No, hold on. I'm tweeting this out. Tweeting this out, and then we're going. Tweeting this out, we're going. Cancel the rest of the show. We're whatever we had planned. We're going right out.
Okay. All right. I'll be right back.
Let's go. Yeah, are we up? Yeah. All right, cool. I'm clipped. I'm unclipped. All right, we're going. No, I'm going. I'm going straight out. Got the rosary. Check. Rosary check is good. Yes, I'm glad we're going.
Which way we go? Yeah, go out there. Yep.
Who we got?
Shit. So wait, did Destiny talk to Jack Posobiec, or what happened here? The camera's cut. What happened here?
Who scares you the most on the left?
Scares? Nobody.
Well, not scares the wrong word. I've heard Tellerico. Who is the biggest challenge on the left right now if the elections were held tomorrow?
Newsom's the strongest candidate. No question.
Right now, yes.
Yeah, Newsom's strong.
He's got a lot of backing. But he's a good debater. He's got that presidential look.
He's a good debater. He's got the look. I do think, though, a lot of these guys, the problem coming in, I got getting the 10-minute mark. Okay. The problem with it, similar to what you're saying, by the way, the problem coming up into like when I got into it with Mondami in the White House, and then Newsom, who I met at Davos recently, he asked me a hard question, by the way. And
did he say he got into it with Mondani?
A lot of these guys, the problem coming in, I got getting the 10-minute mark. Okay. The problem with it, similar to what you're saying, by the way, the problem coming up into like when I got into it with Mondami
when he got into it with Mamdani, did he get into a fight with Mamdani?
In the White House, and then Newsom, who I met at Davos recently, he asked me a hard question, by the way. And the problem, I think, of coming up in those media environments, because it's like so blue and so left. Yeah, they've never had to face questions from the right before, ever, and they kind of freeze.
He's wearing a Turning Point hat. Brian Shapiro, did they make him wear a Turning Point hat in order to do the interview?
It's very strange, or he goes up with Hannity or something. I was like,
I mean, I
love you so.
I want both.
So what I'm saying, though, is they haven't been scrutinized at the level that we can go to. So Newsom, I don't even know if he's had that primetime moment.
He's willing to go on Fox News, which I appreciate. Just like I wish more Democrats would do that, and I wish more Republicans would go on MSNBC. I think it's better for the country when people do that, but I can't imagine.
I'm just trying to say, I think, Newsom's strongest, but I just don't think he's had to deal with adversarial media before. I really don't.
I think he'll be okay there. But speaking of which, you can't be happy with Mark Waymo. You can't be happy with him possibly being the next guy in charge of DHS, the guy that gets up and challenges people to physical altercations in the middle of House hearings. I mean, the only experience that guy has, all due respect to plumbers, is being a plumber and running a plumbing company. I mean, these are not competent people. Christy Nolan.
I mean, there's illegal aliens in that industry.
Illegal aliens in what industry?
Contracting.
Yeah, sure. I agree. But they're not, running the head of DHS.
Yeah, even if he was in contracting, that doesn't mean that he has like some special inside information on how to deport people in contracting just because he was a contract plumber. What the fuck? Brian kind of sucks. He's all right. Like he seems like a nice guy. He just he's not great at debate, but he's a nice guy.
DHS. I'm talking about, I understand what you're saying, but this is a guy, at least in my personal opinion, who is not qualified for that position. Just like I said, Christy Nolan wasn't qualified for that position. The wife of a guy who ran the WWE. I just feel like I hear DEI hires all the time from the right, but I think these are DE white hires. I really do. I think there are people in the Trump administration that are
white
completely
hires?
unqualified for certain positions. Kristi Noem was obviously.
I think Senator Mull will be fine. I think it'll be fine.
Let me ask you another question. I know you got to go soon. Does January 6th happen if Donald Trump doesn't say the election is stolen?
The Shapiro's brother? This guy? No, this is Jack Posobiec. He was like Charlie Kirk's best friend. This guy's name is Shapiro. This guy is Brian Shapiro. He's a lefty.
I want to get into that.
When you say January 6th, you mean the actual
The violence,
you know,
the trial.
talking about the riot that broke out.
Because he didn't lie about the election because,
Well, I don't think it's a lie.
You think Donald Trump won the 2020 election?
I think that it was not conducted properly.
Okay, but I didn't ask you that. Do you believe Joe Biden won a free and fair election?
No.
You don't. So why weren't they able to present that in the court of law?
Because they were given standing.
Where's the evidence of widespread voter fraud that would have changed the outcome of the election? And why has nobody been able to present it yet? The only two people that seem to still talk about is Mike Lindell, the pillow idiot, and Dinesh D'Souza, who's a felon. Why are those?
A lot of it is OB. I talked about this. I literally just tweeted about it this morning.
But if there was clear-cut evidence, then why hasn't it been presented? Why hasn't anyone actually?
So we present it all the time. Is that every time we try to bring it up in court, they say you don't have standing, or they'll say it's.
He's the only president
Say
Jack in freaking history.
any judge in America that's going to be willing to overturn an election. That's the issue.
Okay, well, they didn't even say there was merit, meaning no real clear and cut evidence. Not one judge.
Because they never ruled on it.
Some of those judges were appointed by Donald Trump, as you know.
But they never got to the point of ruling on it.
I haven't seen any widespread voter fraud evidence. I would assume you haven't either. And Donald Trump is the only president in American history that has yet to concede an election. And the reason why I asked you about January 6th is because he pardoned 1,500 people. Half of those people, violent criminals. As you know, some of those people who beat police officers with their own guns. Can we agree that you're not a hostage and you're certainly not a patriot? I'm not saying there weren't people that were over-prosecuted that day. I've admitted that there are. But the people who beat cops are not patriots, whether it's a Black Lives Matter protest or January 6th. We agree on that?
Look, so when I was at January 6th, and
So you didn't go in.
I was walking down the street at one point, and then filmed it from the grounds, then went up on.
Virtue signals dumb stuff. It's exactly what the right uses to mock Dems. I don't even like being on the left because of his sort of BS. Yeah, I think so. This is a problem, and I think this is something that like almost all debaters learn early on, is that like when you're debating somebody and it turns out that they're saying something racist or something like homophobic or something like that, it's something that you don't need to say it. You don't need to say it, and there is no advantage to you saying it. So if you say like, but dude, that's racist, like you're putting yourself in a really like bad position. One, did you watch him on Destiny's stream yesterday? No, I didn't watch any of that stuff. But they like when you say that, one, the whole like thing that right wingers like to do is put a lot of ambiguity in between like what is and is not racist and try to make it seem as though racism isn't a real thing at all, outside of, you know, wearing a Ku Klux Klan hood or marching around in a Nazi uniform. Like there is no real racism. It doesn't exist. It's just a cartoon thing that you see. And so labeling something racist is never beneficial. It's never helpful. You can make the argument though that what they're saying is bad or what they're saying is wrong, right? And so instead you would want to say like, yeah, but isn't that like discriminatory towards black people? That would be the argument to make, right? Because if you say, well, that's racist, and they're like, well, what's racism? Now you're just going to be in an argument debating over the semantics of racism the entire time. Whereas instead, if you just say, that's discriminatory towards black people, everybody who's listening, they'll get the picture. Everybody who's listening is going to be like, yeah, that's fucking racist. Like, but Brian Shapiro does actually just say the obvious things that puts him in bad positions.
A roof like adjacent,
right?
One-on-one Constitution app, and you know, kind of like looking down to try to understand what's going on. And the thing that I'll always say that led to the problems at Jan 6, I'm not going to say, I'm not going to dispute that there was violence. Obviously, there's violence, but what I've always said is that I really wish that they had tried de-escalation first, because there was no de-escalation, there was no call to disperse, there was no, there was no sitting down and then the very next thing, which I saw with my own eyes, is that prior to.
That is such bullshit. That is such a fucking lie. That is such bullshit that they never tried de-escalation first. Hold on. Hold the phone.
A sad day for our country. Because you'll never ever take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength and you have to be strong.
Cruiser 50, it does look like we're going to have an ad hoc march stepping off here. There's a crowd surge heading east.
Mike Pence, I hope you're going to stand up for the good of our Constitution and for the good of our...
So it's showing that while Trump is still speaking, these guys are already gathering at the Capitol.
Mike Pence, I hope you're going to stand up for the good of our Constitution and for the good of our country. And if you're not, I'm going to be very disappointed in you. I will tell you right now.
So you see this, right? They're all walking up here. You got guards standing here, and they're all walking towards the barricades already. "12:54 p.m. Peace Circle. First breach on the Capitol grounds." Come on. Guys, they didn't even try de-escalating.
Peace Circle, breach the line. We need backup.
Madam Speaker, the Vice President and the United States Senate.
We're going to give riot warnings. As soon as the hour out is here, we're going to give riot warnings. We're going to try and get compliance, but this is now effectively a riot.
Why didn't they try de-escalating, guys?
The police response. The crowd was peaceful. Okay, they should they have been there or not? They were peaceful, all right. Until the cops threw flashbangs into the crowd. And when they threw the...
This is such bullshit, dude. This is such bullshit. They were already trespassing. They were already there in mobs. They were already attacking guards. All of this was already happening. This is such a fucking lie, dude.
Flashbangs into the crowd. It sparked this huge response, which you're not supposed to do. It breaks every rule of crowd control. And so they started feeling that they were under attack by the police. And so rather than call for dispersal, rather than go up on the loudspeaker and say, it's unlawful.
Donald Trump 4.5 hours to do something.
Right.
Rather than going on to the loudspeaker and telling people this is unlawful, because, when they all start running around the barricades here, they had no idea that they weren't supposed to be doing this. They had no idea. Nobody told them this was unlawful. Nobody told them that they weren't supposed to be shoving the guards back and running through barricades, guys. Nobody told them. How were they supposed to know? How could they have known? The cops should have told them this was an unlawful assembly.
On the scene. Rather than go up on the loudspeaker and say, it's unlawful.
Donald Trump 4.5 hours to do something.
Right on the scene. That it was the police that threw those flashbangs, and I saw them, to a peaceful crowd.
So here's my issue with what you're saying. Even if that is true, which I'm not.
It's not peaceful when you're already trespassing.
I'm so sure it is.
It is.
Why is it that why is it then when MAGA Republicans look at what the ICE situations that took place in Minneapolis, immediately they defend? Oh, well, they were in the right. No independent investigation with Jonathan Ross. And they're what did Stephen Miller call him? I'm trying to remember, a terrorist, and you had Kristi Noem calling them domestic terrorists. So in that situation, we're going to back the blue. But on January 6th, what you're doing, which I disagree with, is in a sense blaming them. Nobody forced those people to be police officers.
You're talking about two completely situations.
But I think it's hypocrisy. Nobody forced those people on January 6th to be cops.
You're trying to say
it is hypocrisy because in the scenario with somebody like Preddy, it's one person by himself versus like thousands of people on January 6th. They are completely different situations. You're not dealing with mobs of people attacking you. You're dealing with one or two people at a time and shoving over little old women. But here, it's just, it's way more justified when it's just one person.
You're doing this thing where you say, "Oh, there needs to be a standard across the board," but then you take completely different situations, pull them out of the all.
Well, because I haven't heard that. I haven't heard anybody. You're the first person. I've never heard.
I've said it since the day I saw it.
I'm not saying you haven't. I haven't heard that from anybody else. All I'm saying is nobody forced people to be cops on January 6th. Nobody forced people to chant "Hang Mike Pence." Nobody forced people to
Nobody forced the police to not call for de-escalation or use de-escalation.
If there were ways,
which they could have.
If there were ways that there could have been de-escalation, then I wouldn't have a problem with that. Okay, but what I do have a problem with is the president of the United States.
Because, for example, remember this was in the so Jan 6, 2021, all of the 2020 era, it was pretty much in the same era, right? So you did have BLM protests and BLM riots and Antifa at the White House and all these. In all of those instances, there was a call to disperse. Every single one of those instances. And yet, for whatever reason, on Jan 6, honestly, what I think happened is I think they were overwhelmed. I think they were understaffed. President Trump had called for the National Guard to be there. They were not there, or they're certainly not there.
They had 2,000 Capitol Guards there. Not enough, guys. It's not enough. 2,000 Capitol Guards, man. They should have had 1 billion. They should have had 1 billion, guys. 1 billion would have been much better than 2,000. Why would you ever think 2,000 guards would be enough to deal with the Capitol grounds? Come on. You should have had 1 billion.
There are numbers that were
everybody knows
sufficient.
That. Yeah.
And all of these things.
We'll agree to disagree on that. Last question, because I know you have to go.
You know they weren't there.
Who wasn't there?
National Guard.
Right, but Donald Trump. Can Donald Trump call out the National Guard the snap of a finger a few months back?
He did,
but didn't call out the National Guard on January 6th.
He did.
I find that interesting.
He did.
He didn't.
You can go. You can still up on Twitter. Muriel Bowser, who's the mayor of New York.
Why didn't he?
Mayor.
Yeah.
Gosh.
Yeah.
Has a tweet up saying that we refuse federal assistance for January 6th.
We can go deep into that. I just want to ask you one more question. I know you.
Yeah, nobody. That's very different. He keeps saying that Muriel Bowser refused the Capitol Guard, or Nancy Pelosi refused the Capitol Guard, or Sund refused the Capitol Guard. They always go to these different people. But Donald Trump, again, is the commander-in-chief. He is the person who has the ability to call the Capitol Guard whenever he wants. He has the ability to call them and deploy them whenever he wants. There's no reason to offer them to other people. It doesn't make sense that you would blame the people who said no thank you and not blame the person who could have called them anyways. If you think it's so obvious that they were needed, why wasn't it that obvious to Trump? It doesn't make any sense. It makes absolutely no sense that these people act like the buck stops with Nancy Pelosi or Bowser and not the commander-in-chief. It's absolutely ridiculous.
You got to go.
No, but don't you think that if the National, we're playing the what if game, right? So if the National Guard had been there, as President Trump
would have helped, of course.
And he'd call for a lot, not just like, because there were a couple
if that is true, because I thought the commission looked into that, and I thought that they found it wasn't true. But if what you're telling me was true, of course I would agree with
Chris Miller, who was the DOD secretary, said it was true.
Okay, so some people have said it wasn't true.
Patel said it was true.
No, I don't. Cash Patel's
well, he's in the room.
Yeah, but
and
Cash Patel's no credibility. But
and Muriel Bowser has, again, a Democrat, has a tweet up where she's refusing federal assistance.
What an idiot. Look at this. This is the Legal Eagle thumbnail. Give me a break, dude. Where did he go over this?
All right, there's important breaking news coming into the Situation Room. We're now learning from a senior Iranian source that there has been an outreach between the U.S. and Iran. The source tells CNN that this was initiated by Washington. With us now, CNN military analyst.
Initiated by Washington, okay? Initiated by Washington. So Trump days ago said that they were having peace talks with Iran. Iran said, no, we're not. Trump said, Iran reached out to us. Iran said, no, we didn't. So then the next day, this is actually insane. So the next day, they go to Trump and they say, hey, you said yesterday that you were in talks with Iran. Iran said you're not. So who are you talking to? And he goes, very top level guys. The tip, very, very high level. They're like, who is it? And he's like, I don't know. I mean, they say that they represent Iran. They say, wait, so you don't even know who you're talking to? You don't know what positions they hold? You don't even know if they're able to negotiate for Iran? What the fuck? What is going on? And he says, you know, that they say they might be making a deal. So wait, probably, maybe? Wait, you don't know what's going on in the deal? Like, you have you're unaware of what's happening in the negotiations? Like, everything is just so nonchalant and ambiguous to where you have no idea what's going on, and it doesn't even seem like Trump knows what's going on.
Retired U.S. Air Force Colonel Cedric Leighton and CNN global affairs analyst Kim Dozier. Kim, what do you make of this development?
The U.S. just blinked. I mean, we already saw it.
Of course he does, and Iranians lie about everything. Yeah, again, like everybody knows that Iranians lie about everything. It just doesn't make sense that they would lie about whether or not there's a negotiation happening. That is not beneficial to them. There's no benefit to them lying about whether or not negotiations are happening. That would be horribly detrimental to them if there were actual negotiations. But now, Iran, on day 3, has said, yes, now negotiations are happening. The United States has reached out to us, and now we're talking to them. And so now, like, it makes sense. Donald Trump has every reason to lie about it, and he lies consistently. They also lie about everything, but there's no reason for them to lie there. There's only reason for Trump to lie about it. So, yes, it makes sense that we're going to believe Iran in this case, and not Trump.
In the series of changing tweets or truths from President Trump, you know, one day he's like, the war's about to end. The next day, we're going to obliterate your energy facilities. And then the next day, we think there are talks. From the perspective of the Iranians, this means the U.S. has capitulated. And I think they're going to have a hard time getting much more at the negotiating table than they had before this whole war was launched.
True.
Supporting students you know. What are even Trump supporting students you know voted for Trump? What are they feeling about the Iran war?
I think that mostly they're saying, you know, Trump said no new wars. Now we're in a war. Talking about prices going up, especially gas. I don't know if you want to add on that, Addie.
Wait a minute. Do students at ASU still drive? Or?
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
of course. All right. Okay. Man, you guys are living large. I didn't have a car in college.
I don't either.
They're mixed. People who voted for Trump are either in support of him or they're totally against it because, like Danny said, no new wars. That's one of the primary reasons, at least I voted for him, and a lot of the people in the chapter voted for him. And we don't want to lose American lives.
So does this change your opinion of the president?
My opinion of the president hasn't really changed all that much. I obviously am not in full support for everything that he does, and I didn't want any new wars. I don't think interference in the Middle East is in America's best interests. So they're the same.
So you still support the president, but you don't support this particular war?
That's correct.
Okay. So when you hear people talking about, oh, they've been a threat to the United States for 47 years, the nuclear threat, they what was that island? The Diego Garcia Island. When you see that they actually have the ability to shoot missiles extraordinarily far, I think that was like 2,000 miles away. Does any of that change the way
they don't get to freely go in the Capitol? Military let them in. You know that they literally broke through windows and doors. They broke down windows and doors. The military wasn't even there. I don't know why you say the military let them in. The military wasn't there. And these people literally broke through windows, broke through glass, crawled through broken windows, and then went to doors and opened up the doors. Like, we have all the video. We have all the video, all the security cameras. We have all the people who were filming, all the people who were streaming. We know everything that happened. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
You think about it, or is it still just like, hey, it's thousands of miles away. We want a nation build here at home?
Well, like you said, we've been saying Iran has been building a nuke for 47 years, and they just don't have one. So,
sure.
I don't really see them as a threat.
When you see Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff say, we sat with them and they said they have enough nuclear material to build 11 nukes, those kind of things don't change your calculus. I'm not trying to tell you right or wrong. I'm trying to get inside your psyche. Like, what works, what is persuasive, what's not.
Well, I think the military in the Operation Epic Fury, they've been targeting those facilities and they have hit them. We've decimated their nuclear capacity from what I have seen.
Can I just add something? I actually disagree. I think that...
Well, and that is what Trump said. Trump said that we decimated their nuclear capacity. He said that they will never have the ability to build a bomb again. That is what he said. He said that after they bombed them in June of 2025, that they obliterated it and that they have no way to build a bomb in the future.
They're a threat to our national security, and I think that what Trump is doing is a broader part of trying to limit long-term threats.
I mean, it's interesting that everybody that we go to, they all have different reasons for why the war is happening. They all have their own guesses. And nobody seems to take that part into consideration, that we even have to guess at what we're at war for in the first place. Like, they don't even seem to consider the fact that they have to guess. This is Turning Point USA bringing people from their chapters at colleges in to talk about what's going on and hear what they have to say. But Turning Point is in a bit of hot water already.
You surfaced this 2024 video. It's been sparking drama on the right. I guess it's because TPUSA is supposed to be family values of some sort, I guess. And then here's this after party video that is decidedly
straight-arrayed sister.
Not. Let's play the video and then we can talk about it on the other side. Look at that. Is there no audio on this?
Yeah, there's no sound on this. Yeah,
Okay.
Va va boom. So you have a lady
yeah.
in kind of a bikini dancing in a giant cocktail glass. She's draped in an American.
It's go-go dancing. They're doing go-go dancing inside of a big wine glass.
Flag.
My question is, why did they put liquid?
Yeah, I was about to say, and it actually has liquid in it.
Yeah, that makes it really gross, right? I feel like otherwise it would be okay, but so you have it, she's splashing it out. I know, first rows will get wet, and so it's kind of surrounded by this crowd, and it's a nightclub setting. Just
desecrating the flag.
Oh, and that's come up. So the backstory there is obviously after amid all the Candace Owens stuff, Turning Point USA is getting a lot of flack, and so this former Turning Point staffer said, this organization is sick. For example, look at this America Fest after party I went to, almost 2 years ago, and they had this lady in a cocktail glass dancing around. This is not a godly organization. Now, the caveat here is that
from what I've heard, from Trump, the goal is unconditional surrender of the IRGC and regime change. No, that's not what he said. First off, he has said that. He's also said, I only care that they're not able to build a nuke as long as they agree not to build a nuke. That's it. He's also said the only concern is that they don't enrich uranium. As long as they're never enriching uranium, that's all I care about. He said tons of different things. So this is the point, is that yes, he has given reasons, but he's given a ton of different reasons. And then even other people within his administration have given other reasons, saying that we're only at war because Israel bombed them first. So that's what Marco Rubio said. He said, we bombed them because Israel bombed them first. Pete Hegseth said that we were bombing them because they were chanting death to America and burning an American flag. We've gotten tons of different reasons from Trump, and then tons of different reasons from other people within his administration. So we have no idea what it is that we're supposed to believe right now.
This was a James O'Keefe after party. Now, James O'Keefe, he's kind of a wild man. Famously, when he got kicked out of Project Veritas, they opened his safe and found a pair of women's underwear inside. I mean, so he's more of a I was thinking about this, kind of a like the whiskey and cigars, the bourbon bastards type of conservatism that has sort of fallen out of favor amid Turning Point's kind of evangelical turn. But now this video resurfaced and people were saying like, this is a sick organization.
Let's put up the tweet from the ex-TP USA employee who was complaining that this was not biblical modesty.
Yeah, this guy worked for TP USA. His name's Matt Tucciaroni, I guess. Kind of a random guy, but he's like, this is what went down. A half-naked woman in a giant wine glass full of water, grinding sexually. And she wraps our American flag around her like a cape. Straight up flag code disrespect and total cultural compromise. Where's the biblical modesty?
Who cares?
James O'Keefe's like, I'm trying to show you nerds a good time.
Yeah, exactly.
And this is how I'm treated. I mean, we're at this point where the Turning Point brand, I think, is taking so many shots. Last week, we saw the University of Arkansas chapter disaffiliate themselves and start kind of the Americans for National Renewal. They are. I think the brand has been damaged in large part because of Candace's attacks on Turning Point, and so now all these random Turning Point people are coming out of the woodwork and being like, "Well, there was a lady in a cocktail glass once."
Well, from James O'Keefe to Ed O'Keefe. He talked to Trump recently about what it is that he is doing with the Iranian negotiations.
In the Oval Office today, President Trump told our senior White House correspondent Ed O'Keefe that Iranian negotiators have offered the United States what the president described as an expensive gift. Here's Ed with the details.
Even as Iran launched missiles towards Israel and other Gulf nations today.
We're in negotiations right now.
President Trump claimed the regime is so near defeat, it has no choice but to negotiate an end to the war.
We killed all their leadership, and then they met to choose new leaders, and we killed all of them. And now we have a new group. We have really regime change. This is a change in the regime.
What makes you trust them?
I don't trust anybody. I don't trust you. Why do you say what makes you trust? Do you think I trust them?
And why bother talking to them?
Because they're going to make a deal. They're going to make a deal. They did something yesterday that was amazing, actually. They gave us a present, and the present arrived today. And it was a very big present worth a tremendous amount of money.
Why would he say this? Why would he say this? What is wrong with him? Why in the hell would he say something like this? What the hell is wrong with this guy? Why would he say that? Truly, what is wrong with this dude?
And I'm not going to tell you what that present is.
And I'm not going to tell you what it is, just to make it even worse. Just to make things even worse. He's going to tell you that it's a very big present, a very expensive present. Came in today. Not going to tell you what it is, though. What up, miserably happy? How's it going?
The president would only say that present had to do with oil and gas and the Strait of Hormuz, the major shipping route that remains blocked. Average gas prices have risen for 24 consecutive days, now nearing $4 a gallon nationwide. But even as the two countries are negotiating indirectly, the U.S. is sending 5,000 troops to the region, on top of the more than 50,000 already deployed. Those troops could be ordered to take Karg Island, a key oil shipping depot, or deploy on the Iranian coastline to help secure the strait. But even Republican lawmakers are skeptical of those plans.
The White House really does need to articulate the plan so that people aren't reacting to their own hypothetical deployment of what troops on the ground looks like, for example.
And tonight, CBS News has learned more than 1,000 troops from the Army's 82nd Airborne Division are also deploying to the Middle East. They specialize in securing territory by parachuting out of airplanes. Tony?
Ed, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Great journalism, guys. Did the Iranians say he's full of shit? They cannot be trusted. Another person commented, said, Trump is an international clown and America is the biggest clown show in the world. Booth Bay Ray said, Trump also said a former president called him to praise his war. None did. He is a lying disgrace of a president, no commander-in-chief. LOL gift for sinking their whole navy. Come back with a better lie. I don't believe this BS. Playing games with our U.S. soldiers. Shame on you. And then negotiating with a wounded ideological regime is naive. It won't change. It will escalate. How about you escalate these nuts?
Several new war in Iran tonight. Several new developments here. President Trump says talks with Iran have started, but it comes as the Pentagon now orders up 1,500 soldiers from the 82nd Airborne to the Middle East. And late today, the president at the White House now saying Iran sent a present. Rachel Scott at the White House tonight.
Even as President Trump claims peace talks are underway, tonight the Army is preparing to deploy up to 1,500 troops from the elite 82nd Airborne Division to the Middle East to support the war. The president has said he does not plan to put boots on the ground, but the soldiers of the 82nd are trained to parachute behind enemy lines. Their deployment on top of the 4,500 Marines and sailors expected to arrive in the region this week. It comes as President Trump and Iran send clashing messages about whether they're negotiating. Trump insists they are.
The leaders are all gone. Nobody knows who to talk to. But we're actually talking to the right people, and they want to make a deal so badly.
Iran says that is simply not true, that there are no talks, and that Trump's statements are part of efforts to reduce energy prices and buy time for the implementation of his military plans. The president will not say which Iranian leaders the U.S. is talking to.
We have really regime change. You know, this is a change in the regime because the leaders are all very different than the ones that we started off with that created all those problems.
Today, he cryptically noted that he knows Iran is going to make a deal because they just gave the U.S. what he called a very big present.
They did something yesterday that was amazing, actually. They gave us a present, and the present arrived today. And it was a very big present worth a tremendous amount of money.
Very big.
And I'm not going to tell you what that present is, but it was a
bigger
very
than anyone's ever seen.
Prize. And they gave it to us, and they said they were going to give it. So that meant one thing to me: we're dealing with the right people.
The White House.
Yeah, Trump's really slick. He's really slick. He's got a big game plan coming. All right. He's real slick. He knows what he's doing, guys. Don't worry.
House would not say what exactly that gift is. The president would only say it's related to oil and gas passing through the Strait of Hormuz. Iranian officials still insist there are no negotiations underway with the United States. But tonight, sources tell me the Trump administration has sent over a 15-point peace plan to Iran by way of Pakistan with hopes of ending this war, David.
You'll continue to follow this for us, Rachel. Thank you.
Beautiful. I'm trying to find the clip. There is a clip of Trump talking about this, saying that he is willing to negotiate. He only cares that there is no that they agree to not build a bomb. But I'm not sure. Maybe I don't have it.
Iran's foreign ministry says you're not telling the truth when it comes to productive conversations to end the war.
Well, they're going to have to get themselves better public relations people. We have had very, very strong talks. We'll see where they lead. We have major points of agreement. I would say almost all points of agreement. But we've had very strong talks. Mr. Witkoff and Mr. Kushner had them. They went, I would say, perfectly. I would say that if they carry through with that, it'll end that problem, that conflict, and I think it'll end it very, very substantially. They want very much to make a deal. We'd like to make a deal too. We're going to get together today by probably phone because it's very hard to find a country. It's very hard for them to get out, I guess. But we'll at some point very, very soon meet. We're doing a 5-day period. We'll see how that goes. And if it goes well, we're going to end up with settling this. Otherwise, we'll just keep bombing our little hearts out.
Keep bombing our little hearts out, guys. Oh, wait. Was it this? Nah. Okay. Yeah, I don't know where the clip went, but there, yeah, one of the clips that I watched earlier today probably was a clip of him just saying that all he cares about is that they agree to not build a bomb. That's it.
Welcome back to Special Report. Let's take a closer look at the threat Iran's military poses to countries in the region and beyond. Since the conflict began, the regime in Tehran has launched repeated retaliatory strikes. This map shows the U.S.-Israeli strikes in Iran, these yellow dots here, and then the retaliatory Iranian action against the Gulf countries of Oman, UAE, Qatar, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, and Kuwait. These are the red squares. Now, energy infrastructure is in the crosshairs, with Iran targeting key Gulf sites, such as this attack on an oil refinery in Kuwait last week. And there are rising concerns about Iran's military capabilities outside of the Middle East. Now, Friday, Iran fired 2 missiles at the island of Diego Garcia, down here, a joint U.S. military and British military base in the Indian Ocean. It lies about 2,500 miles away from Iranian territory. Neither missile hit. The attack was Iran's first operational use of intermediate-range ballistic missiles. The ability to fire them could threaten European cities, such as Paris or London. Just over 2 weeks ago, Iran's foreign minister claimed his country had intentionally limited the range of its missiles below that distance.
We have capability to produce missiles, but we have intentionally limited ourselves to below 2,000 kilometers of range because we don't want to be felt as a threat by anybody else in the world.
Now, one of President Trump's stated goals of Operation Epic Fury is to destroy Iran's ballistic missile arsenal and production capability. As the president's Friday deadline to reopen the Strait of Hormuz approaches, thousands of U.S. Marines are expected to arrive in the Middle East that same day. You can see all of the U.S. assets, military assets, already in the region. As we reported earlier, the commander of the 82nd Airborne Division has been ordered to deploy to the Middle East for possible land
5D chess,
operations. Guys. And there is speculation that the U.S. could or would use ground forces for missions inside Iran, or possibly to take Karg Island right here. Now, Karg Island is a 5-mile strip of land in the Persian Gulf. It holds Iran's most important oil facility, an export terminal that handles 90% of the country's crude. As Iran continues to export oil and fund its military, the Trump administration is reportedly considering an operation to seize that island. Such a move would carry risks for American forces. If they had to travel through the Strait of Hormuz, they would well be within range of Iranian missiles and drones. Another point of contention in the strait is Abu Musa and the Greater Tomb and Lesser Tomb. These are islands, the islands controlled by Iran, but claimed by the UAE, the Emirates. They've long been a source of dispute between the two countries. They straddle, as you can see here, the mouth of the Strait of Hormuz, offering significant strategic value near the world's most critical energy choke point.
Hey, Sean. Guys, we got big news here, okay? Big news. The Trump administration has finally got Obama. They got him.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Laura Ingraham. This is Ingram Angle from Washington tonight. As always, thank you for spending time with us. The real colluders. That's the focus of tonight's angle.
Oh, the real colluders.
Well, as usual, Trump was right.
They spied on my campaign.
There's no real evidence of that.
Of course there is.
No.
It's all over the place. Leslie,
Sir,
they spied on my campaign and they got caught.
Can I say something? You know, this is 60 Minutes, and we can't put on things we can't verify.
You won't put it on because it's bad for Biden.
We can't put on things we can't verify.
Leslie, they spied on my campaign.
Well, we can't verify
It's been totally verified.
No.
We can't verify it because we don't want to verify it. The 60 Minutes stopwatch broke again. Now, as usual, the media were covering for the Democrats, as they always do. Leslie Stahl and the rest of the corporate media simply took as gospel whatever Obama's henchmen were claiming.
Bro. She keeps getting darker. She's going to get deported pretty soon. What the fuck is happening here? This bitch is going to be burning flags, screaming death to America in just a little bit. They're going to fire her if she gets any darker. No shot.
Claiming about Trump and Russian collusion, and it was all a lie. Just a few weeks ago, we learned that CIA Director John Ratcliffe sent a criminal referral letter to FBI Chief Kash Patel regarding former CIA Chief John Brennan and former FBI Director Jim Comey for their actions in the Trump-Russia probe. Now, these potentially include making false statements to Congress. Then the bombshell on Friday from Tulsi Gabbard, the Director of National Intelligence, where she released evidence showing that in the months leading up to the November 2016 election, President Obama and top national security staff manufactured and politicized intel to lay the foundation for a year-long coup attempt.
Yeah, again, they have no evidence of this, though. They have no evidence of this. The evidence that they put out actually completely debunked this theory. So it is actually the exact opposite.
Against President Trump. And Gabbard put meat on the bones in an interview with our own Maria Bartiromo.
The intelligence community agreed that there was no intelligence that reflected that Russia was trying to hack the election in favor of either candidate. The evidence showed, the intelligence showed that, again, Russia did not have either the intent nor the capability to be able.
That's not true. That is not true. Not only did the intelligence community put out numerous memos saying that they found evidence, undeniable evidence that Russia was meddling in our elections and that they were trying to get Trump to win. But the crap, what was the name of the guy who recently died? Mueller, in the Mueller report, they also found that Russia was meddling in the election and that they were trying to sway the public opinion in favor of Donald Trump. Chuck Norris, sorry, that's who it was. Chuck Norris investigation said that, that Russia was trying to sway the election in favor of Donald Trump.
To impact the outcome of the United States election. So it was very striking when we look back again at the documents that I declassified and released that shows there was a shift in early December, the first week of December.
How strange a shift. Now,
stop defending Israel. What did I do to defend Israel? When did I defend Israel?
why was President Obama and his intel staff not satisfied with the assessments about Russia and whether Russia was interfering or not? But then another intel review took place.
Again, another document was produced by the intelligence community, a president's daily brief that was consistent with every other assessment that was done previously leading up to the election. Russia did not, this is after the election now, did not.
You weren't kidding about how dark she is? Nah, bro. And Donald Trump's not going to like that. If you were turning orange, he might like it a little bit better. You'd look more like his species, but she's becoming fucking Iranian over here.
Attempt to affect the outcome of the American election. That was never published.
And what happened to that assessment, which again found no Russian involvement in our election? Well, it turns out they didn't like the conclusions the intel agencies had made, so they decided to find new conclusions. Now, Director Gabbard.
She looks like she's doing a parody. Yeah, she's she's gonna be over here in a minute. So. What's the? I'm from Kazakhstan. My name is Borat.
It says that hours before the intel would have gone into that presidential daily brief, a senior intel official pulled it, claiming, oh, they received new guidance.
The very next day, this meeting was called, a National Security Council meeting.
She's doing brown face? She really is, dude. Look at this. Either she's doing brown face or She just looks really dirty because she's hooked on meth. She's a homeless person now. She looks like she's lost a lot of weight.
It, claiming, oh, they received new guidance.
The very next day, this meeting was called, a National Security Council meeting, bringing together all of the senior leaders of President Obama's cabinet, and the topic that was put forward was a sensitive matter. The tasks that came out of that meeting was coming from President Obama directing the intelligence community, then Obama's ODNI director Clapper, to produce a document, to produce an intelligence assessment that detailed not if, but how.
That's what they call Laura Ingram's booty.
Moscow affected the outcome of the election that had already occurred, electing Donald Trump to the presidency.
Yeah, this is what they call a conspiracy, my friends. Now, the goal apparently was to lay the factual predicate, in this case based on statements they knew were lies, to cripple or even topple the Trump presidency, as Tulsi called it, aptly, a coup. And now Fox News has confirmed that the Department of Justice has indeed received a criminal referral from the DNI regarding the manipulation of these intelligence reports.
There must be indictments. Those responsible, no matter how powerful they are and were at that time, no matter who was involved in creating this treasonous conspiracy against the American people, they all must be held accountable.
They must be held accountable. These are the headlines. 100% true. These people were so brazen.
This is so annoying, dude. This is so annoying. What is wrong with them? So normally we look at reports, we look at details, we look at memos, we look at like emails, we look at like evidence that comes out that kind of shows information, evidence, paints a story. And instead we just have Tulsi Gabbard sitting there just rambling. And she's like, see, proven. Gotcha.
Felt entitled to pull out every stop, including, if that was necessary, I guess, manufacture intel in order to stop President Trump. And when Trump questioned...
What did she just say?
Manufacture intel in order to stop President Trump.
What the fuck did she just say? Manufacture intel and Trump. What the fuck did she just say, dude?
If that was necessary, I guess, manufacture intel in order to stop President Trump.
Stop President Trump. The fuck is that, dude?
And when Trump questioned them, well, when he hit back, they fell back into their usual line. How dare you? How dare you even think about questioning us? The world is watching.
There is no basis for Mr. Trump to point fingers at the intelligence community. The world is watching now what Mr. Trump says and listening very carefully. If he doesn't have confidence in the intelligence community, what signal does that send to our partners and allies as well as our adversaries?
Well, complicit in all of this, the man who would chair the impeachment inquiry, another fraud, Adam Schiff.
The president-elect has really denigrated the intelligence community, has called their integrity into question, has basically said he doesn't believe the intelligence on Russian hacking.
But the slimiest of all was Barack Obama himself.
Russian hacking. Okay, so this is part of the problems that people like Schiff and others did keep saying that there was hacking. They like Schiff and people like that who kept making claims of hacking. They kept saying that they hacked the election. Like they also fucked with American intelligence. Like they also really fucked up the entire story, which is why every time motherfuckers come out and they're like, oh, see, Democrats lied about Donald Trump. They lied about Russia. Like every time I have to like go through this whole rigmarole of like getting them to listen to what it is that like intelligence community said and not what Nancy Pelosi or Adam Schiff or who's the chick from MSNBC who was always coming up with all of these fucking stories about the Russiagate shit. Shit, I can't remember her name. But anyways, there was a MSNBC host, Rachel Maddow. Yeah. Rachel Maddow, like those three people just really fucked shit up for the whole Russiagate story. Like They really made things a lot harder for me. They made my job a lot harder because now I gotta sit around and like deconstruct all of the fucking bullshit that they said, because they kept saying things like hacked the election. They kept using that term, hacked the election. What does that mean? That sounds like you're saying voting machines were hacked. That's what it sounds like you're saying. It's insane. Like, everybody who hears them say hacked the election, they hear the voting machines were hacked. I don't think that's what they meant. I don't think that's what they were saying. But I think they were purposely using confusing language to make it sound as though that was the case, when in reality they were just talking about them interfering with the election on the internet. And then even like they did hack the DNC, they did hack servers and things like that. They did steal data and information, emails. They did a lot of that stuff. They did hack things, but they didn't hack the election in the way that they make it sound. So it's really fucking obnoxious. I don't think they hacked. They tried to influence with social. Correct. But like I said, Adam Schiff, Rachel Maddow, Nancy Pelosi, those three people kept running around saying they hacked the election. They kept saying they hacked the election.
This community has called their integrity into question, has basically said he doesn't believe the intelligence on Russian hacking.
But the slimiest of all was Barack Obama himself. When he knew the IC had already concluded it was highly unlikely that Russia had interfered in the election, Obama, by omission, still planted the seeds that it had.
Clinton lose because of the hacking?
I'm going to let all the political pundits in this town have a long discussion about what happened in the election. It was a fascinating election, so I'm sure there are going to be a lot of books written about it.
Right then and there, Barack Obama should have stated for the record that the intelligence community had in fact concluded that there was no evidence that Russia had thrown the election for Trump.
So, at the point when the election happened, it is true that at that point, they said that they didn't have evidence of election hacking. At that point, they did say this. And then there were years of investigations that happened afterwards that came to different conclusions as more information came out. It's really interesting when like, let's say somebody starts an investigation. Right when they start the investigation, you ask them a question like, hey, can you prove that X, Y, and Z happened? And they say, no, right now we cannot prove that that's the case. Then 6 months later, when they finish their investigation, they come out and they say, okay, now we have enough evidence to prove that X, Y, and Z happened. Laura Ingraham would go back to what they said 6 months earlier and be like, oh yeah, nah, you said 6 months ago that you didn't have proof. You said, no, no, you said 6 months ago you did not have proof. So, gotcha. Caught you in a lie. You already said there was no proof.
But he didn't like the outcome of the election, and he wanted to leave the impression, this is very important, that the election of Donald Trump was illegitimate.
Unless the American people genuinely think that the professionals in the CIA, the FBI, our entire intelligence infrastructure, many of whom, by the way, served in previous administrations and who are Republicans, are less trustworthy than the Russians, then people should pay attention to what our intelligence agencies say.
See how he's smart, right? Because he doesn't quite come out and say it, but he wants to leave the impression with, well, listen to them. It's amazing. And let's not forget how after they knew the truth, again, that Russia had not affected the election, that Comey and Obama discussed not sharing key intel with National Security Advisor Michael.
When was the first time U.S. intelligence agencies said Russia meddled in the 2016 election? Federal Bureau of Investigations, all caps. The title is all caps. Russian interference in 2016 U.S. elections. All caps. Conspiracy to commit an offense against the United States. False registration of domain name. Aggravated identity theft. Conspiracy to commit money. What? They were conspiring to commit money? On July 13th, 2018, a federal grand jury sitting in the District of Columbia returned an indictment against 12 Russian military intelligence officers for their alleged roles in interfering in the 2016 United States elections. The indictment charges 11 defendants. All of their names are mentioned here. With a computer hacking conspiracy involving gaining unauthorized access into computers of U.S. persons and entities involved in the 2016 U.S. presidential elections, stealing documents from those computers, and staging releases of stolen documents to interfere with the U.S.'s 2016 election. The indictment also charges these defendants with aggravated identity theft, false registration of a domain name, and conspiracy to commit money laundering. Two defendants are charged with a separate conspiracy to commit computer crimes relating to hacking into computers of U.S. persons and entities responsible for the administration of 2016 U.S. elections, such as state boards of elections, secretaries of state, and U.S. companies that supplied software and other technology related to the administration of the U.S. election. The United States District Court for the District of Columbia in Washington, D.C. issued a federal arrest warrant for each of these defendants upon the grand jury's return of the indictment. This is in 2018, right? On July 13th, 2018. This is under Donald Trump. This is under Donald Trump. This is Donald Trump's presidency. Donald Trump's own administration said that Russians hacked into the DNC computers to influence the 2016 election. Donald Trump's own FBI, his own DOJ put out an indictment. His own DOJ had a federal grand jury indictment. This is insane. This is actually insane that she's going to sit here afterwards and just ignore all of these things. The first official public statement from the U.S. intelligence agencies asserting that Russia meddled in the 2016 election was issued on October 7th, 2016. This joint statement was released by the Department of Homeland Security, DHS, and the Office Director of National Intelligence, ODNI, which represents the 17 organizations of the U.S. intelligence community. Russian involvement, the USIC expressed high confidence that the Russian government directed the hacking and leaking of emails from U.S. political organizations. Officials stated these actions were intended to interfere with the election and were authorized to top Russian leadership. Were authorized by top leader. And were authorized by top Russian leadership. October 7th joint statement, USIC noted that direct Russian involvement, the USIC expressed high confidence that the Russian government directed the hacking and leaking of emails from U.S. political organizations. So she keeps saying that the U.S. intelligence agencies never said that there was any interference in the election. She keeps saying that. This is from October 7th, 2016, before the election. This is from before the election. They've already made a statement that there was interference. If it isn't the liberal Zionist, what do you mean by Zionist, Leo? Yes, yes, tell us the propaganda. Wait, I'm sorry, this isn't propaganda. She just made the statement that the U.S. intelligence agencies never said that Russia meddled in the elections. I'm pulling up statements from U.S. intelligence agencies saying there was meddling from Russia in the U.S. election. She just showed Barack Obama saying, you guys should listen to what it is that the U.S. intelligence agencies say. Then she says he knows the U.S. intelligence agencies don't think that there was meddling in the election. Class A moron? So what part of what I said do you disagree with? I know Israel does not have the right to exist. What? I don't know what that means. Okay. So yeah, what part of what I said do you disagree with? SJed. Bro, you're propagating propaganda. I'm going to ask you again. What part of what I said do you disagree with? We busted the election fraud. Again, I'm going to ask you one last time. What part of what I said do you disagree with? So you've made the statement that the 2016 election was bullshit. I did not say that. I did not say that. I never fucking said that. I'm going to repeat this again. She just said that Barack Obama was wrong in saying that the U.S. intelligence said that there was interference in the 2016 election by Russians. She said that Barack Obama is wrong, that the U.S. intelligence never said this. So I just pulled up that before Barack Obama made that statement, the U.S. intelligence agencies had already said that Russians interfered in the election. So when she says U.S. intelligence agencies didn't say this, U.S. intelligence agencies didn't believe that there was any interference, I just pulled up that in the timeline before Barack Obama made that statement, U.S. intelligence agencies had already come out stating that they believed there was Russian interference in the election. Bro, you're saying Russians interfered in 2016. I'm not saying that. All right. That is true. That is true that they did. I'm not saying that. That is not what I'm saying right now, though. That's not what I'm saying. But you're too stupid to understand the difference between one and the other, because you get too triggered whenever somebody says Russians. You just immediately lose what the fuck is happening. I'm disagreeing with what Laura Ingraham said happened in the series of events. That's what I'm disagreeing with. Absolutely bogus information that literally every investigation has come to the same conclusion.
Because he had talked.
There is no investigation that's come to a different conclusion. Every single investigation from U.S. intelligence agencies have all come to the same conclusion, that the Russians interfered in the 2016 election. All of them. Bro, discredited investigations have said that? No. Every investigation has said that. You can't show me a single investigation that said otherwise. There isn't an investigation that has said otherwise. There isn't one. They all said this. All of them. Every collusion has said that. So, again, in order for those investigations to be discredited, they would have to do another investigation that would come to a different conclusion to prove those other ones wrong. They never did that. They've never done that. They just keep coming up with out of context clips from investigations and showing little parts of statements that say otherwise. And then you go look at the full broad like transcript of what it is they pulled it from. And instead they're just quoting somebody else, like a Russian who said that it didn't happen. They didn't do any fucking investigations.
Talked to his Russian counterpart a number of times before the inauguration. And that poisonous seed again, planted by Obama and his band of democracy subverters, that germinated into what would ultimately be the takedown of Flynn. To hurt Trump, right, at the very get-go. And ultimately, the launching of the special counsel and the Mueller investigation. It was all built on a fraud, greenlit by Obama and his IC collaborators. The Democrats had their talking point.
We saw cold, hard evidence of the Trump campaign eagerly intending to collude, possibly, with Russia.
You can see evidence in plain sight on the issue of collusion, pretty compelling evidence.
The current president of the United States has taken the word of the Russian president over the word of the American intelligence community.
I believe that the president is compromised by the Russians.
Once again, everything Democrats accused.
Wait, those statements were proven to be true. Those statements were proven to be true. The Trump campaign did collude with Russia. We don't know that Trump did. We don't know that Trump himself did. We do know that the Trump campaign did collude with them. There was no evidence to prove that Trump knew about this or that he directed any of this. We do know that his campaign did this. We do know that.
Trump of subverting the election, hurting democracy, is what they did. But they all felt entitled to do things that are the opposite of by the books. We'll get into that in a moment, because for them...
No, they didn't. All right, well, if you guys want to call in, I know that that's not going to happen because none of you guys have ever looked into this and you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. But if you want to pretend that you do, you can go ahead and call in and we can go over the investigations and go over what was stated in all of these scenarios, and we can get into it. But I don't know why I waste my breath saying this. I know that none of you guys have ever looked into it. You're not going to call in.
The definition of democracy is only really, it means this. It's basically a government that pushes a totally progressive agenda. And if the government is not doing that, pushing a totally progressive agenda, then it's not really democracy. And it needs to be taken down by any means necessary. That's why there were special rules. Special rules for Hillary Clinton, destroying all that evidence, for mishandling classified information.
There was no evidence that Hillary destroyed all of the evidence. There was no evidence to say that Hillary destroyed the evidence.
That's why there was special treatment for Biden when he was found holding classified docs next to that Corvette.
That's literally, yes, there's special treatment for everybody who like cooperates with the FBI. If the FBI or the archives, the National Archives, asks for the documents back and you give them back, yes, they give you special treatment. They don't continue further. If you refuse to cooperate, lie numerous times, keep saying you don't have documents, then they have to come to your house and raid the place and then find a bunch of documents, ask you if this is all of the documents, and you say, yeah, that's all of them, and then they leave, and then they find out that there's hundreds more that you didn't tell them about, and they have to come back and find those as well and find out that you lied again, and you do everything you can to avoid cooperating with the FBI. Yeah, that's when you don't get special treatment. Yeah, that's when you've committed crimes. So yes, the law says that if you intentionally steal classified documents and refuse to give them back, that is the crime. It's not a crime just to have them. It's not a crime just to take them. It's not a crime just to keep them. It is a crime to refuse to give them back, and it is a crime to intentionally retain them. That is the crime. Pretty simple. That's what Trump did. That is not what the others did.
But now, there must be accountability for what went down here. The DOJ's investigation must be straightforward, not affected by politics, because, of course, if it is, the Democrats will run with that. It must be driven only by the facts and the law, with the intent of those involved closely examined.
They have audio of him telling his assistant to hide him. Yeah, they have audio of him bragging to reporters that he has, like, I think he said, like, nuclear bomb information in some of the documents and shit like that, like, in bragging that this is stuff that he wasn't supposed to have. Like, it's pretty clear he intentionally took them. He knew he wasn't supposed to have them, and then when they tried getting them back, he refused to cooperate. Those are drastically different scenarios.
Examined. And before you say, oh, Laura, isn't this too backward looking? We gotta look at the forward. No, you know what I say? It's exactly the opposite of backward looking. Because if Democrats and Republicans want to preserve in the future our intel agencies, and I have my doubts about that, frankly, whether they're worth it, but if the Democrats and Republicans think it's important that those intel agencies have the public's trust, then these agencies need.
Biden was never allowed to have documents he got caught with. Well, that's not true. He was the he was a chair in the Senate where he was allowed to have them. But again, that doesn't matter in terms of, like, whether or not you're intentionally stealing them and intentionally withholding them and intentionally refusing to cooperate. Those are all very different things. Biden cooperated. Biden gave them back. Biden didn't show any intent to be withholding them or anything. There was no evidence of any of these things. So
need to be taken apart and cleaned out section by section. Fire anyone with his or her own agenda. Fire anyone whose professional judgment or objectivity is questionable. Demand much more oversight from Congress. And if you can't get the answers you're looking for in Congress, start defunding these agencies. That'll get their attention, and that's the angle.
Hunter Biden was paid $2 million from the wife of Moscow mayor, Putin's close friend. So, Donald Trump's kids have had a ton of deals. Like, Donald Trump's son literally met with the Moscow mayor numerous times and then lied about it. And then Trump lied about it. And then we got the fucking emails of them planning to meet them and making all their plans to talk about the elections and everything. And they lied about all of it. And we got the proof that they lied about it. So, like, it doesn't mean much when the Trump children do all the same things. You guys just throw a fit when Biden does it, but you don't give a fuck when Trump does it. Show proof, please. Trump Jr. didn't meet with the mayor of Moscow, but rather with the Russian lawyer Natalia. Oh, maybe that's who it was. The meeting included campaign manager Paul Manafort and Jared Kushner, but no top Kremlin officials. Okay, so Donald Trump Jr. Met with Russian lawyer Natalia Veselnitskaya on June 9th, 2016 at Trump Tower, promised damaging information on Hillary Clinton. And this was the lie, was that when they said, hey, when you met with them, did you talk to them about the campaign? And they said, no, we didn't talk to them about the campaign at all. It's just business. Just business. We didn't talk to them about the campaign at all. And then we got the emails showing that they did talk to them about getting damaging information on Hillary Clinton. The meeting included campaign manager Paul Manafort and Jared Kushner, but no top Kremlin official. Participants Donald Trump Jr., Jared Kushner, Paul Manafort, and Russian lawyer. According to the emails released by Trump Jr., the meeting was arranged to receive official documents and information that would incriminate Hillary. The meeting was organized by Rob Goldstone on behalf of Russian pop singer Emin Agalarov and his father Araz. Participants stated the lawyer's information was vague, and the discussion shifted to Magnitsky Act and adoption policies. U.S. President Donald Trump admitted his son met a Russian lawyer in June 2016 to get information on an opponent, but argues it was illegal. Donald Trump Jr.'s meeting with Kremlin-linked lawyer Natalia Vasilinsky, whatever, I'm just going to call her Val, or Vessel, at Trump Tower could constitute a breach of U.S. campaign rules, experts say. And the meeting is being investigated by Special Counsel Robin Mueller as part of his inquiry into Russia's alleged role to help Trump win. President Trump denies any collusion. He has called the ongoing investigation in the U.S. the greatest political witch hunt in history. Russia has repeatedly denied claims it interfered in the November 2016 presidential election, where Mr. Trump defeated Democratic rival Hillary Clinton. On Sunday, U.S. media, including Washington, CNN, AP, reported that Mr. Trump was worried that Donald Trump Jr. could get in legal trouble because of the June 9th, 2016 meeting with Ms. Vessel in New York. They cited several unnamed sources. Mr. Trump tweeted fake news reporting a complete fabrication that I am concerned about the meeting my wonderful son, Donald, had in the Trump Tower. This was a meeting to get information on an appointment totally legal and done all the time in politics, and it went nowhere. I did not know about it. On Monday, the president quoted a Fox and Friends interview about alleged Democratic collusion with Russia. Mr. Trump has spoken out before about the links between Moscow and Mrs. Clinton when saying it's commonly agreed that there was no collusion between Russia and him. Mr. Trump's Sunday tweet appeared to contradict a previous statement from the Trump camp about the meeting. When the meeting was first reported by the New York Times, Donald Trump Jr. said in a statement that he and Mrs. Vessel had mostly discussed a suspended program for Americans to adopt Russian children. However, he subsequently admitted he agreed to the meeting after being told he would be offered information that would prove detrimental to Mrs. Clinton. He also released the email exchange that brought about the meeting. U.S. media then reported that the U.S. president had been involved in the initial statement his son issued on the meeting. This was initially denied by Mr. Trump's team, but his lawyers later confirmed that he had in fact dictated his son's statement. Yes, he dictated the statement on the airplane while they were flying. They found out about the news that everybody knew that they met, and so then Trump wrote out a whole fucking a statement to the media that turned out to be just complete bullshit. U.S. commentators have argued that Mr. Trump's new admission that the meeting was to gain information about Mrs. Clinton shows that the earlier statement was misleading. Mr. Trump again denied knowing about the meeting in Sunday's tweet. So again, like, the problem is we literally have, I think it was 12 people who were part of the Trump camp who ended up being convicted through the Russia probes, and the whole time Trump says that he doesn't know anything that's going on. Why the fuck would you keep electing somebody who has no idea what the fuck's going on in his own campaign? And then throughout Trump's entire presidency, once he left office, he then started complaining that everybody that worked for him was working against him and trying to stop him from accomplishing his goals. Again, why would you re-elect somebody who's so incompetent that doesn't know what the fuck's going on throughout his entire administration? Like, this is over and over and over. There's a guy who just doesn't know what the fuck is going on. July 8th, the New York Times reveals the June 2016 meeting took place, and Mr. Trump Jr. releases a statement describing it as a short introductory meeting that focused on Russian adoptions. June 9th, 2017, the Times reports that Mr. Trump Jr. was promised damaging information about Hillary Clinton before the meeting. He confirmed the report, but said in a second statement that no meaningful information came from the meeting. July 11th, Trump Jr. tweets screenshots of his email correspondence that discussed setting up the meeting just minutes before the email chain was revealed in a Time story. The emails showed he was eager to accept sensitive information that was part of Russia and its government support from Trump. July 12th through the 16th of 2017, the president's lawyers, Jay Sekulow, denies that Mr. Trump was involved in his son's initial statement to the Times. June 2nd, 2018, the Times reports that Mr. Trump's lawyers wrote a letter to the special counsel Mueller acknowledging that he dictated his son's initial statement. Like, bro, this is the problem, is that even if we assume that Donald Trump, let's say Donald Trump didn't know anything about what was happening within his own campaign. Donald Trump didn't know about all of the meetings that they were having with Russia. Donald Trump didn't know about all of the phone calls they were having, all of the emails. He didn't know anything about what was happening with his top officials within his campaign, right? He didn't know anything about any of it, okay? Let's just assume all of that's true. And then he starts lying about it, okay? It's not crazy that people believe this entire story, that he was colluding with Russia, that he was working with Russia, that he was, engaging to subvert the election. This isn't crazy that people would think that that's true when Trump can't stop lying about it. That's not insane when he just refuses to tell the truth about any of this shit. It's not crazy that people thought that this was the case. Now, we don't know that he didn't do anything illegal, but we do know that we don't have evidence that he did anything illegal, and so I'm fine just saying that there's no evidence that that Trump colluded with Russia, if that's the term that you want to use. But we do know that Russia did attempt to influence the 2016 election in favor of Trump. We do know that. That much we do know for sure. So that part is not controversial. Unless you're talking to Trump, who just can't stop lying about it. The comments here say, but just imagine if these people actually were held accountable. They are traitors of their country. Just imagine if they were actually held accountable. You know what? Not going to happen. You know why? Because they don't actually have any of this evidence. If they actually had the evidence, Donald Trump is literally every fucking woman that conservatives complain about. This is a woman who says that she's sexually assaulted and then doesn't go to the cops, doesn't sue, doesn't do any of the above, right? Doesn't do anything that you would expect somebody who's raped or sexually assaulted to do. That's Donald Trump. Donald Trump will keep accusing other people of committing these horrible atrocities against him, all of these crimes, doing all of this illegal stuff, and then nothing. And then nothing. Nothing on top of nothing on top of nothing on top of nothing. That's Donald Trump. He's just going to keep making a whole lot of accusations that he's never going to actually put into a legal problem because they don't have evidence. We all die. Trump's at least not falling upstairs and speaks well. Trump never spoke well, first off. I don't know where the fuck you got that from. This is Donald Trump falling up the stairs. Oh! Oh! Donald Trump's falling up the stairs, guys. He's falling up the stairs. Oh boy. Oh! Falling up the stairs, guys. MAGA is literally celebrating the collapse of the Democratic Party, as Democrats have won the majority of elections since Donald Trump got elected. That's what you're celebrating. That's what you're celebrating right now? Interesting. Interesting. That's crazy. That's wild.
Out 10 minutes ago, Los Angeles Times, Trump 47, Clinton 40. And the reason is that people are sick and tired of Hillary Clinton.
You say, let's get tough on Putin. You say, stay out. Why not say that?
What do I have to get involved with Putin for? I have nothing to do with Putin. I've never spoken to him. I don't know anything about him other than he will respect me. He doesn't respect our president. And if it is Russia, which is probably not, nobody knows who it is, but if it is Russia, it's really bad for a different reason. Because it shows how little respect they have for the country when they would hack into a major party and get everything. But it would be interesting to see. I will tell you this. Russia, if you're listening, I hope you're able to find the 30,000 emails that are missing. I think you will probably be rewarded mightily by our press. Let's see if that happens. That'll be next. Yes, sir.
Interesting. Interesting. NBC poll finds approval rating is higher than the Democrats. That's not true. That's not true. That's not true at all. They have like almost the same fucking approval rating. From what I understand, I think Democrats' approval rating is like 35 to 36% right now. ISIS is like 30% to 33%. That's just not true. ICE approval ratings as of early 2026, roughly 6 in 10 Americans disapprove of the job performance of ICE Immigration Customs Enforcement, with a similar majority believing the agency has gone too far in its immigration enforcement actions. NPR, blah, 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 overall sentiment, 60% disapprove, 30% approve. This looks fucked up. It looks like it's supposed to have a link here and it's not there. Let me refresh this. Yeah, this is fucked up. What's going on here? And then let's see. Democrat approval ratings. As of March 2026, the Democratic Party is experiencing historically low favorability in approval ratings. National polls indicate that about 18 to 24% of voters approve of the job Democrats in Congress are doing. Despite these low marks, recent generic polls following Democrats still maintain a slight lead or are tied with Republicans' voter preference. Not Democrats in Congress, Democrat Party. Yeah, there it is. Recent data from Decision Desk places Democrats' approval rating at approximately 39.5%, with an unfavorable rating of 53.6%. So, historic lows. Gallup has measured the party's favorability as low as 34%, the worst ever recorded by the organization. Other major trackers, such as NBC News, have reported positive views as low as 30%. So I guess that, if that's the one that you're quoting, that's the NBC one. That says 30%, so that's this one seems so fucked up. Why is this look like this? There we go. Now it's actually putting it into the right format. Overall job approval, recent polling indicates that approximately 30 to 33% of Americans approve of the job ICE is doing, while 60 to 63% disapprove. So it looks like they're about the same. Unless you're saying that the NBC poll went over both. I'll pull it up if that's what you're saying. Grad. Your ancestors stole the land you step on, and thank God, too.
North Korean leader Kim Jong-un walks into parliament with confidence. State media claims he just won re-election by a landslide with 99.93% of the vote. In front of a packed house in Pyongyang, Kim has a defiant message for President Donald Trump. The United States is now resorting to acts of state-sponsored terrorism and aggression. The hostile forces wanted us to make a different choice, preaching a payment for our giving up of nuclear weapons. But the present situation clearly proves our nuclear possession is irreversible. Kim never names Iran. He doesn't have to. His message to Trump is blunt. When diplomacy fails,
Well, thank goodness Trump met with him to really smooth things over.
only brute nuclear force will do. Ever since the Iran war broke out, a string of high-profile North Korean weapons tests. This salvo of cruise missiles fired from Kim's flagship destroyer, the Choe-hyun. Days later, a barrage of what state media calls a dozen nuclear-capable rockets. Kim joined by his daughter and rumored successor in training, the teenager believed to be named Kim Ju-ae. She's even getting behind the wheel of a brand new tank, with her father riding shotgun. Kim and his daughter busy flaunting their firepower. And Russia praising its anti-U.S. partnership with Pyongyang. During coverage of the Iran war, Russian state TV airing footage of North Korean troops training near the Ukrainian front, glorifying soldiers who chose suicide over capture, a clear signal Russia has North Korea's back. And back in Pyongyang, Kim is honoring families of fallen troops, doubling down on nuclear weapons, and telling his military and his people to prepare for war. And tonight, Aaron, there are...
He didn't answer me. I don't know why you said he answered me. He did not answer me.
Still signs that diplomacy may not be completely off the table. Just this month, South Korea's prime minister sat down with President Trump in the Oval Office, raising the possibility of another meeting with Kim Jong-un. Now, Trump has made clear he's pretty open to it, and Kim is actually signaling, despite the rhetoric, that he could be too, but with one major condition, Aaron. North Korea's nuclear weapons, they say, are not up for negotiation.
The part you're wrong about is Palestine, as proven by the most basic historical understanding. The problem is, I don't know if you're gonna like do the whole thing wasted where you say that like they're not like a state or something like that, but that doesn't mean much. Like the fact whether or not they actually had a state before because other empires also didn't allow them to have a state. I don't know that that would mean much, because even when we consider the way that the Americans or settlers, colonialists came into the United States, or the land that became the United States and took it from Native Americans, they didn't have a state. Like the Native Americans didn't have the state of Indians or anything like that. They were they also didn't have like their own governments and everything, but I still think that we would look at it and say that the Americans did, or sorry, not the Americans, but well, also the Americans, but yes, that colonialists came in and took the land from them. This claim was that Israel was stolen from the rightful indigenous people, Palestinians. Wait, Israel was stolen, or that the land that Israel is on? The land that Israel is on. Yeah, I understand. That's what that's literally what I just rebutted. Wasted. That's literally what I just rebutted. I just said that yes, like we would still consider it them stealing the land when they did as well. Like when you look at the land that was initially a promise to Israel from the British, that it's not the amount of land that they currently have. It's not. So even if you wanted to blame the British, it still wouldn't be the amount that they currently have. And on top of that, the British kind of just cleaned their hands of everything and walked away and just allowed Israel and the Palestinians to handle it between themselves. Like the British tried getting negotiations between everybody, and I think it was the British and the French at the time, and they couldn't get anything, so they just said, okay, you guys deal with it yourselves, we're out. Now, to be clear, Palestinians have signed numerous treaties agreeing to Israel having the land since then. But Israel has continued to, again, spread their borders and take over more land since then into the West Bank. So still would be them still expanding their borders and still taking more. And they were like, fine, yoink. Well, yes, yoink. Yoink. Sounds like you're agreeing now. Yes, yoink kind of implies that they are stealing the land from the Palestinians. Yeah, they're like, this is now I do think like the initial like idea of Israel was that Arab people and the Jews would like maintain the land together. They were initially like, that was like initially part of the idea, but there were competing theologies within the group, with the Zionist groups, where like one side was like ready to just share the land and let everybody live in peace and that they would all govern together, whereas there was a smaller portion who was not okay with that and did get into some small skirmishes, but the small skirmishes led to then Palestinians running around saying that everybody was being murdered by the Jews and that they're running around killing all of us now. And so then that led to the Palestinians arming up and getting ready for battle and then going out and killing Jews, which then led to the overall pushing out of Palestinians. And so it was like there were mistakes made on both sides here, but to say that they didn't take the land from the Palestinians is just untrue. To say that that's like necessarily the Jews' fault is also not really true, but you triggered Allie, Tom? Allie's easily triggered. Can something be taken from you if you never owned it? That's okay. I'm going to go right back to what I said at the beginning. So this time, when I say it, don't just completely ignore it and move right past it. This time, engage with it so that I don't have to keep repeating the same thing over and over. Whether or not they actually had a state does not make a difference to most people, just the same as Native Americans did not have a state in the way that we would acknowledge a state. When we talk about Native Americans and the land that was taken from them, when British colonialists came in, that the fact that they didn't have a state in the way that like British people would acknowledge a state in a government does not mean that it wasn't like their land or that they didn't have any sort of attachment to it in a conceptual sense. So then to say that the same thing in Palestine, that there was not a state called Palestine, doesn't mean that we wouldn't say that this was Palestinian land in some conceptual sense. Not about their statehood, it's about their ownership. Okay, so then wait, so if you're talking about the Israelis buying land from the Sultan, what portion of the land that was agreed to them in the partition, what percentage of that do you think they bought? We're talking about ownership. In some practical sense, what happened is that they kicked them out of their homes. Yes, in some practical sense, yes. The vast majority of the land divided in the UN partition plan was British owned, not privately owned, correct? In addition, Zionists purchased land from private owners. Some, okay? But Palestinians weren't able to buy land in the same way. Palestinians couldn't have just gone and bought the land in the same way. Like, talking about whether or not they owned it when there wasn't even a fair process for them to purchase land, like, doesn't even seem to make sense as an argument if there isn't even like an ability for that process to take place. The Palestinians owned the land sold. You mean the Sultan? They bought it from the Sultan. No? What do you mean, no? Between 19th century and 1948, Jews acquired the land in Palestine, primarily large absentee landowners living in Beirut, Damascus, and Cairo, as well as some local Arab landowners and the government. Only a small percentage was purchased directly from local farmers. Key transactions were facilitated by the Jewish National Fund, JNF, private philanthropists like Baron Edmund D. Rothschild. Absentee landowners, over half of the land was purchased from absentee landowners who did not live in Palestine, such as the Sirach family in Beirut. Local Palestine, some land was purchased from local elites and landowners. Land was acquired through concessions from British Mandate government and sometimes through auctions, with tenants could not pay taxes. Purchases were legal under Ottoman and later British law. While some peasants were displaced, leading to conflict, many acquisitions were large tracts of uncultivated, swampy, or arid land. 1948, Jewish organizations and individuals owned roughly 7 to 10% of the land, with a significant amount of the total land area being barren or uncultivated before purchase. Or maybe it was that the Sultans approved them to actually buy the land, because I don't think that others even purchased the land. No, they did not buy the land from the Sultans. In fact, Sultan Abdul Hamid II famously and repeatedly rejected offers from Zionist leaders to purchase the land and settle the region. Sultan's refusal, how the land was actually required. Instead of buying from the government, the Jewish individuals and organizations used several other methods. purchasing private landlords while they bought. Huh. Okay. I don't know why I thought that they had a deal with the sultans. I know that some sultans refused them, but I thought that others before that did approve it. They bought land on the open market from wealthy, often absentee Arab landowners living in cities like Beirut and Damascus. Legal workarounds to bypass Ottoman restrictions. Some buyers registered land in the names of Jewish individuals who were already Ottoman citizens. After the Ottoman Empire collapsed, the British Mandate government took control of former state lands, crown lands, and eventually facilitated their use or ownership by Jewish groups. In 1948, approximately 67% of the lands in Palestine was under Jewish ownership, with the vast majority acquired through these private transactions rather than state-level deals. Well, yeah, I mean, Leo, even by like international definitions, it wouldn't be defined as a genocide. Like, you can, if you want to use like your own definition that you think it qualifies as, that's fine, but you need to be honest about the fact that like you're not using like international law that like literally created the term genocide for scenarios like this where it would, that's what we would all be like drawing upon. It's a genocide. They kill Palestinians daily as we speak. I'm sorry, but the definition of genocide is not killing Palestinians or killing people daily. Like, even if that was true, that still would have nothing to do with the definition of genocide. No one has even been displaced in Gaza. It's fine, nothing to see. Sure, but the problem with like using displacement is that that's literally what happens in large swaths in every single war that ever happens. There's always refugees in every single war ever. And the fact that Gaza is just a much smaller portion of land means that proportionally it will be a much larger group of people who are moving. And so to say that displacement now in and of itself is genocide, when that'll happen in literally every war, it just makes things really shaky. I don't care to debate what to call what's happening or is happening, to be honest. Well, correct. That's my whole thing. It's like I think it's pretty easy to say that Israel's doing a bunch of fucked up shit without ever having to get into whether or not it's a genocide. I think that the people who are trying to call it a genocide are literally, they probably don't know much about what's happening or about international law or about like how other laws happen. They don't know much about history. Like, they don't have any idea what the fuck is going on. They just know that the term genocide is bad, and so now that they feel like they can call it a genocide, like this is enough to get them really angry. Whereas I think you can be angry over the actual facts without it being a genocide. What about an oppressive apartheid? Even that, I don't think that it would qualify as an apartheid. Like, we can call Section C of the West Bank possibly apartheid, but even that would be a little bit harder. But like, apartheid is what happens in a single country where you're oppressing the people who are in your country. Here, we're talking about 2 different to even 3 different countries, like with the West Bank and Gaza being mostly separate, and then to call this apartheid when within Israel there's not the same type of discrimination. There's like, this is like, it almost feels like for the United States to have different rules for like Canadians versus Americans, that we would call that apartheid, because that would qualify. But Canadians aren't Americans. Of course, we're going to have different rules for Canadians and Mexicans and everybody else than we have for American citizens, because they're different. But and then even like when we talk about like some sort of like level of second class citizen, where we think like, oh well, I mean, somebody who's an illegal immigrant doesn't have all the same rights as a citizen. Somebody who's a visa holder doesn't have all the same rights as a citizen. Somebody who's a green card holder doesn't have all the same rights as a citizen. So like, these are all like types of second class citizens that would exist inside of the country. That seems to be some of the ways that these things are applied even within the West Bank. So it's hard to, you have to think of Gaza and West Bank as part of Israel, because Israel controls movement and essentially infrastructure. I see, that's why I don't like the term apartheid though. Like, again, apartheid doesn't work, because you, like, when you say, well, you have to consider it all the same country, but it's not the same country though. So it wouldn't, it's just not apartheid. But again, we can say that Israel's doing fucked up shit. We just don't have to use these these terms that don't really fit it, because this is where like everybody makes a mistake, is that when you use these words that don't fit, you end up every fucking time getting into a legitimate debate about the semantics instead of about what's actually happening. And so if instead you just say, hey, Israel's doing some fucked up shit, like, that's great. Yes, Israel's doing fucked up shit. Agreed. Fucking agreed. But then every time we have to make it about apartheid or genocide, now we have to get into the fucking semantics about whether or not that applies. And I don't think they do. And so it's hard to even like tentatively agree with people on something that it seems as though they're implying a different thing's happening than what's actually happening. So it's hard to even be in any sort of like coalition or camp with folks that I feel like I should be, but they can't. They won't use realistic language to describe it. Not in the West Bank. Well, again, they do control Section C of the West Bank. Like, that's why I said the West Bank would be like the one area where that could possibly apply, is because yes, they do control C, and then as MW said, they control like who can go in and out of Israel from B, whereas like Jews can go in and out to West Bank and to Israel, and Palestinians can't. I think Tom and us have the same position in this issue. He just uses different definitions and explanations. Well, that's yes, again, that's what I'm trying to say, is that like I think that we can all like come to the same conclusions without the hyperbolic language. And this is like part of my issue with the way that a lot of leftists talk about the issue overall, is I think when you use language that communicates something different than what's actually happening, and people will hear something's happening that like what they hear and even what like the law would say, these are all different than what's actually happening. I don't think that it's fair to use that sort of language. And I think that like it still matters if you're accurate. A lot of people will say, well, but it's Israel. Who the fuck cares if we're accurate? They're fucking, like, if you think they're bad, then why do we care? Well, that's why it's important, because a lot of people, when you say this is happening, they're going to go look up and see if that's happening, right? And if they come to the conclusion that it's not, well, then they're like, oh, well, then Israel's not bad, right? But if instead you're like, hey, they've killed a lot of civilians, like, okay, hey, they've completely decimated all of the infrastructure. Hey, they've taken away, they've made it to where they don't have food and water for long periods of time. Hey, they've made it to where they control the internet access. Hey, they like, you know, like all of these things, you can just make that statement. They'll go look that up and be like, whoa, that's fucked up. But when instead, yes, we use this overly hyperbolic language, they go look it up to see if that's true, and then they find out it's not. Well, then they're like, oh, okay, well, I guess Israel's not all that bad. Biden showered with his daughter. At least he didn't have sex with her or rape her like Trump did with a couple of 13 and 14-year-old girls. Right? To be honest, all I know is Gaza is a pile of rubble, and fighting over whose pile of rubble it is seems crazy. Should be rebuilt by the rest of the world and given back to the people displaced. I agree. And that's why Donald Trump's Board of Peace is going to fix everything. Going to fix everything. They're going to put casinos in there, and they're going to make it a place that'll generate tons of wealth, and there'll be a big golden statue of Donald Trump in the middle, and it's going to be the new Las Vegas. It's going to be beautiful, guys. It's going to be so great. You'll see. Right after he created the Board of Peace, he went and created peace in Iran and Venezuela, guys. Such a peaceful guy. Trump keeps winning, dude. Just keeps winning. Can't stop him. You can't stop him. Over here, while they're complaining about the you know, all of the Republicans are using the Democrats' approval rating as a meme. Let's see. As of late 2025, the Republican Party's favorability hovered around 38 to 40%, often splitting public opinion in its alignment with national concerns, while holding intense loyalty from its base. Party ratings remained in the 30% to 50% range, characteristic of its past 15 years, with favorability varying along opinion of President Trump's second-term policies. Now, yeah, it says favorability trends. According to Gallup News, 38% of Americans viewed Republican Party favorably in July of 2025, and now at 40% favorable in October. So Republicans still in the same boat as Democrats, and then Donald Trump approval ratings. As of March 25th, 2026, President Trump's national approval rating has fallen to a record low for his second term, with several major polls placing it at 36%. This decline is largely attributed to public dissatisfaction with the ongoing war in Iran and soaring gas prices. It went down like 2 points. It went down like 2 points. He already had a record low. Thank you, 6x993, for the sparkles. Appreciate it. And then also for the makeup brush, and also for the happy poop. I love happy poop. And the chill. Let's go. Let's go. Appreciate it, good sir. But yeah, this is pollsters, Reuters 36%, American Research Group 34%, YouGov and The Economist 38%, CNN 39%, and Silver Bulletin 40%. Isn't it crazy that all of these people say that like CNN will lie about Trump, that they're always just trying to make him look bad, that they're always just the polls are all fake? But here's CNN with the highest fucking rating besides Silver Bulletin Oh, no, wait, that's the average. Okay, never mind. Silver Bulletin average. Okay, so yeah, so CNN has the highest rating. They have the highest approval rating of all of these pollsters for Donald Trump. And these motherfuckers will run around like, oh, they're lying. All they do is lie. So yeah, while you motherfuckers keep coming in whining and crying about Democrats' approval rating and making a big deal about it as though you think that this is some historic, well, oh my goodness, Democrats are in so much trouble. They have such a bad approval rating. Donald Trump literally has the lowest approval rating of any president of all time. Any president of all time. That since Donald Trump first got into office, he actually had a fairly high approval rating when he first got in. And it has dropped drastically since then. It has dropped drastically since then. When he first got in office, he actually had a fairly high approval rating, and it is just fucking tanking. The longer he makes decisions, the more he fucks the country up, the more everybody realizes, oh shit, we fucked up. The drop in overall approval is driven specific policy challenges, particularly regarding the economy and foreign military involvement. And ICE. ICE involvement, large portions of Trump's movement and independents, like, really moved away from support for Trump because of the ICE invasions. ICE is invading our country. The economy and cost of living. Only 25% of Americans approve of Trump's handling of the cost of living. Only 25% of Americans approve of Trump's cost of living attempts. War in Iran. 35% of Americans approve of the strikes in Iran. Immigration. 44% approve of Trump's handling of immigration. Illegals invaded America, bro, not ICE. Then why is such a large portion of Trump's deportations people who came into the country legally? Why is that the case then? Maybe because when Trump said that there were 20 million illegals in our country, he knew that he was lying. And so he had to start getting rid of legal immigrants to try to make it seem as though he was right about the 20 million. And so he just kept kicking out legal immigrants over and over and over to try to get somewhere close to 90% of MAGA support Trump invading Iran. So, and what is MAGA? 30% of the country? So 38% of the country approves, as the poll says. That's good job. Or sorry, I said 38. That would be like 28, but yeah. %90 of MAGA are retards. True. That's a fact. That poll checks out. CNN poll, LOL. Yeah, nobody disagrees. Yes, there's a small portion of the country that identifies as MAGA. And so of that small portion, yes, they approve. Okay, good job. America doesn't. America doesn't. So while we keep telling MAGA, you guys are not American, you guys don't have American values, the polling seems to continuously prove that. The polling seems to continuously prove that you guys are in the minority of everything. Everything. You guys are in the minority over and over and over. You're in the minority of approving of immigration. You're in the minority of approving the war in Iran. You're in the minority of approving what happened with Maduro. You're in the minority of approving the blowing up of boats in the ocean. You're in the minority of Trump's handling of the economy. You're in the minority of tariffs, you know, of approving the tariffs. You guys are in the minority of everything. You guys just don't have American values. The rest of America, we're all over here, and then there's this little portion of people who call themselves MAGA, who seem to be trying to change the country into something that it's not. I mean, a bunch of people, they keep running around complaining about the Jews and the Jews' influence on America. I'm more worried about MAGA. MAGA is the group of people. The Jews are like 2%. MAGA is almost 30%. Still a small minority, but they're the ones who are actually coming in, invading our country, and trying to kill the American dream. This guy is an effing clown. Yeah. He's a clown. He's a clown, guys. I can't possibly engage with anything he's saying. I'm too dumb to argue with any of it, so I'm just going to keep insulting him because I couldn't possibly have the brains to disprove any of it. MAGA are the boss. 80% red states last election. Okay, and people regret their votes. Yeah, a lot of people are regretting that. And Democrats have been winning ever since. We appreciate it, actually. This last election has turned out really good for Democrats. I mean, somehow, Republicans in the first election after they voted in Trump, after that, they all realized that they made a huge mistake. Again, Donald Trump had record low approval ratings the whole time, and then lost the next election to a guy who was falling apart because, you know, they were so sick of Trump. But then somehow they all forgot. It's MAGA. You know, a lot of people in America, they don't have long-term memory, and so they all forgot how much they hated Donald Trump, and then they elected him again. And now that they elected him again, they all remembered, oh shit, I forgot I hate this motherfucker. That's right, he ruined our fucking country the first time. I totally forgot about this. Oh shit. And yes, we have been winning ever since. So it's actually worked out great for Democrats. I've actually appreciated that Donald Trump won the election because now Democrats are on a fucking winning streak. Blue states are crime riddled. Well, blue states have way more of everything because people actually live there. You know, blue states are the ones that make all of the money for the country. While MAGA and Republicans run around whining and crying about taxes all the time. They don't really pay taxes. they don't really pay taxes. They're whining and crying about money that's not even fucking theirs. Red states have the highest homicide rates. They do, but most of those are in Democrat cities. So like, while you are correct, red states will have the highest homicide rates. The majority of their homicide rates come from blue cities. But those, again, the blue cities have the majority of everything. Like the blue cities are the ones who are paying for red states to even exist. Democrats won. Was there another election I missed? What? New York has fallen to the socialist Marxist and is collapsing as we speak. Okay, so you do know that there were other elections. Gubernatorial elections, mayoral elections, congressional elections. We've had Senate races, we've had House races. Democrats have won the majority of them. Like, with the amount of Cubans that are in Miami, and as conservative as Miami has been for the longest time, we just got the first Democrat mayor there in a long time. We just got a Democrat in Miami. Miami. Also, Mamdani's not a Marxist. He is a socialist. He's not a Marxist. But wasn't it funny to vote for an orange insurrectionist moron? It triggered the libs, right? Yeah. Own the libs. Look how stupid we look voting for a fucking orange insurrectionist. Really owned the libs this time, guys. Call it maggers. We call them maggots. Yeah, maggers sounds a little too much like a racial slur. Yeah, I don't want to.
Bro, Christina, I remember you two streams ago said me that you would like be with me, right? Guys, you remember that, right? Said she would be with me, right? She said she would be with me if I stay clean and everything, right? You said that, right?
Stop shaking.
Yeah, but listen. I'm very nervous right now, okay? Listen,
what are you doing?
Bro, come on, Blade. Answer what you said, Blade.
What was the question?
If I, Blade, stay clean, you're gonna be with me, right?
I said maybe.
Okay. Listen. So, you know what? Maybe me too. Maybe I give you another chance. You know that I love streaming, right?
Yeah.
I love very much streaming, you know?
Yeah.
So, what I'm trying to do right now is, I did one time it fancy way, and I think now we don't need for the fancy way.
What are you doing?
I'm really nervous. Will you be my wife?
No. No, you don't.
No, please.
What the fuck?
No.
No.
Bro,
no.
please.
Hell no.
Yo, say me
no.
sorry 3 times.
No.
Say me sorry 3 times. Yo, you can't do that.
No.
Oh, you can't do that. Please.
No. Yes, I'm doing it.
Streamer crashes out after his girlfriend goes back on her promise to marry him if he stayed clean and turns him down when he proposed to her. Oof. If I put down drugs for a girl just for her to lie, I'd be mad too. Hell yeah, dude, I want to fucking do drugs. I want to do drugs. Fuck that shit. I want to do fucking drugs. If you're going to tell me I can't do drugs anymore and then all of a sudden you still don't marry me? And I didn't even do drugs? Fuck that shit. Pull out the fucking pipe. So Tomfoolery here thinks I'm MAGA. Incredible. Wait, what? What are you talking about? I don't think you're MAGA. I've said before that you're so far left you fell off the fucking spectrum. I never called you MAGA. Look at him. She was freaked out. The dude is tweaking out of his mind. He's always completely blasted and a gambling addict. Has nothing to show for it. By the looks of this video, he ain't clean. Been in the medical field for 15 years. This dude is on something. I would bet on it without hesitation. Honestly, you should always keep your promises, especially if it's something extra and you're giving someone you care about false hope. Has to be a clip farm. She needs to get the heck away from that guy. Bro is tweaking. The crash out was wild. He definitely looks like he's still on drugs. Dude, the guy might have fucking Tourette's or some shit. This is... Damn, I thought this shit was only okay for leftists to do when it came to Ethan Klein. I didn't know we were allowed to make fun of everybody for Tourette's. I thought it was only allowed with Ethan Klein, because he's a genocidal maniac or some shit. I don't... Whatever the fuck. Spartacus, hey! Long time, buddy.
Especially when you take into account the fact that the historical record is quite clear here that countries can suffer enormous amounts of punishment in these sorts of air campaigns, and the population does not rise up against the government and overthrow it. And in fact, what happens in most of those cases, if not all those cases, is that the population rallies around the flag. So if we think, or the Israelis think, that killing Iranian civilians...
Why the fuck did it blur out the word drugs and not drug? Why did it censor drugs and not drug? Look at that, drug. But it censored drugs with an S. You put an S on there. I put you on the big screen tonight. Let's go! Let's go, baby! We made it! We fucking made it! Let's go! Sheesh! Let's fucking go, dude. This is it.
Everything good?
My mama call, see you on TV. Sunset shit done changed. Ever since we was on, I dreamed it all. Ever since I was young, they said I wouldn't be nothing. Now they always say congratulations. Worked so hard, forgot how to vacation. They ain't never had the dedication. People hating, say we changing, look, we made it. Yeah, we made it.
We made it, baby! We're on Mantis's big screen.
Is going to put pressure on.
This is the same shit Jong says, but because he says Illuminati word, he's a crank. Yes, brother, exactly. Because his analysis.
Bro, I've been watching Tom on the nobody cares, Pepe. Stop. Stop trying to make this about you. Okay. This isn't about you.
Is not backed by solid fundamentals. Yes, and if your analysis is not backed by a solid fundamentals, or anchored by like a understandable, decipherable worldview that still pertains to the material realities, and
what do you think of Hassan? Careful, Ethan is watching, bro. He's a fucking piece of shit. He's a terrorist, is what he is. He's a terrorist, is what he is. He works for Al-Qaeda and ISIS. I'm pretty sure he had something to do with the World Trade Center going down. I'm pretty sure he flew the plane in and parachuted out. Parachuted. How do you say? How you say parachuted? Parachuted? How you say?
instead a whole bunch of hokum like Illuminati shit, then yeah, you're
Barashi?
You're a crank. It's so ridiculous that there are still, predictive history defenders here after he literally has said things like, Jews are responsible for Islam and that, Iran is going to do Pax Islamica. He's like 90%.
Professor Zhang is fucking stupid, dude. He is wild. He is fucking wild. And it's crazy. It's still crazy to me that Crystal Ball had Professor Zhang on her show. She is the one who has just launched him into fucking stardom right now, okay? He's been around for a while. He's been around for a long while, but he's mostly been on shows with like Sneeko and Andrew Tate and people like that. Like, but all of a sudden, Crystal Ball puts him up as like this defender of Iran's, this progressive guy who really knows what's going on out here, and she has not responded to this at all. She has not responded to this whatsoever. The fact that she's just been dead silent after platforming this motherfucker and acting like he was a credible source. Insane, dude. Absolutely insane.
Kind of the way there, he's always like he delivers a very convincing response. His predictions actually are not that different from the things that I have said as well. But then the last 10,
everybody heard that, right? Everybody just heard that, right? He just said a second ago, Professor Zhang is a moron. This guy's a fucking idiot. And then seconds later, he doesn't say stuff that's different from what it is that I say. What me and Professor Zhang, we're saying all the same things. Tom, haven't seen you on the Untouchables? What's the Untouchables? Oh, Team Fatties thing. I don't know. So I've been invited by Ali recently to be on. But apparently Ali and Fatty had like a big blow up, and they got a divorce. Damn, he fucking posts a lot. Holy shit. Wait, are they back together? Are they back together?
For all your dogs getting buried, that's okay with all
28th of March. Okay, the third birthday, but I appreciate it. Thank you very much. And finally, that check, up with smoke. If don't do it, it's not worth it. Don't do it. I'll get upset and I'll say things to you that I shouldn't. Okay. So before all that, again, the smoke is for people that actually have smoke, for all the people doing posts, for all the people on the comments. Once again, if y'all have smoke, you can pull up. Don't pull up for reconciliation stories. I will make you pay.
Boy, you sit your stupid ass down. Who the think you is?
Okay, so in my opinion, what happened with this was, once again, a lot of times when you have a core group that's been solid for years, you start to try to impress the people that are new to the space, right? And this happens a lot. People make some groups, people start to fuck with each other, making some money together. And then when you are on an expansion mode, you kind of neglect the people that are already on the team to get people that you want to get later, right?
So I'll say this. I felt like, and this is just me reading into things. I have no idea what I'm talking about. So I'm just going to talk out of my ass for a second. This is just feelings, okay? When Fatty got into it with Angry Man, and he kept poking at Angry Man, and Angry Man kept getting pissed off at Fatty and was like, obviously, like getting ready to quit the show. It seemed like Fatty didn't give a fuck. And it seemed like Ali did, and like Ali was trying to like smooth things over, and Fatty just kept fucking poking the bear. So then later, I think Angry Man came on again when Fatty wasn't there, and again Ali kept like trying to smooth things over, kept trying to make things okay, and Angry Man quit again. And so it seemed as though like Ali did want Angry Man around, and Fatty just didn't give a fuck.
And you a lot of times neglect the people that are already here, right? A lot of times you will miss the forest for the trees. You're so focused to get new people that you forget the people that are here, the type of loyalty that you actually are, like you owe to the people that were with you when you were not a content creator, okay? And what happened is, in my opinion, Ali lost the plot completely. Been losing the plot for a while, especially after me losing my channel, my main channel, for 3 months, and his channel did the massive jump, and now he has 10,000 subscribers and all that, right? So it's little things that you start to see is the little like passive aggressive competition, like a lot of little things that happen that you kind of put together and you not understand why are we being passive aggressive towards each other and try to compete when everything was right, when everybody played a position. And it's kind of funny that we're calling each other Kobe and Shaq, right? Because that's what we call each other, Kobe and Shaq. And then we lose for the lousy Detroit Pistons that don't even have a...
That is funny, because yeah, Kobe and Shaq both had really big egos, and they weren't able to play on the same team together. So it's funny that Mantis just said what she said, because that, like, the fact that he just said that right after Mantis said that, the problem with Kobe and Shaq is that they were both really big egos. They both wanted to be the one who got the credit for wins. They both wanted to be the one who got the credit for the championships. And the fact that they had to split the spotlight was hard for both of them, to where they both eventually just split up and went and did their own things, and they both won championships without the other. But Ali invited me onto a panel. The problem with Ali is that every time Fatty ever invited me onto a panel, I was on that panel. Okay? Every time Fatty was ever the one who would reach out to me and say, hey, Tom, we want you to come onto this panel on this date. Every time I was there, and and I showed up. But every time Ali invites me and I say yes, I never hear back. And it's not, I don't think he's like doing it on purpose. I don't think it's like it's not a shot at me or anything. It's not, and I'm not taking a shot at him either, because I know as somebody who like organizes panels, it's fucking hard to keep track of everybody. It's hard to keep track of who says yes, who says no. And then even like you get a bunch of DMs, and sometimes you'll read the DM while you're busy and then forget to go back to it. And then later you have a bunch of other DMs that push that one down, and you don't think to scroll down below all those other ones to find old ones that you already looked at. So But it is true that yes, like every time I would be scheduled to be on. If Fatty was the one who scheduled me, I was on the show. Anytime Ali schedules me, I don't make it. And I think even since they've split up, Ali has invited me on twice, and both times didn't hear back from him. Every time. So
a star player. Just a bunch of role players put each other together that go and beat motherfucking Combi and Check. Right? So
yeah, my point in saying that is that like I don't think that they've like stopped inviting me. I don't think that like there's any bad blood there or anything. The last time that I was on though, we got into a big fight after the show over here on my channel, and Mantis came on and we all got into it over the show that happened with Angry Man about a month earlier. And so and so I was wondering if there was going to be some sort of like bad blood there, but there doesn't seem to be. It seems like we're all still cool, and doesn't seem like there's any hard feelings. Just haven't been able to make it work out.
So this is where I'm going to start the show. Once again, I will ask you to refrain from talking shit about Ali until I tell you what happened, and then we go from there. Okay, I know this show is going to be reviewed a lot and all that, but I have some places to stop, and then we go from there. Okay, so first we're going to come here. The show, and again, this is kind of funny that most of these happen on shows that I wasn't the main event. There's nothing to do with me. I try to be, once again, Captain Save a Buddy, and that shit backfired, right? So first we go here. Okay, you guys probably saw this before. As you guys saw probably before, this is the lovely Ari that is on the chat, right? And Ali, this is their panel, and their situation kind of went left. Let me show you what I'm talking about, and then we go from there.
And she's like, oh my God, our cleaners are coming over. Gotta get the house ready for them to come over.
Did y'all notice how he said the cleaners are coming over? Take notes. The cleaners are coming over. Take notes.
I took that note.
Oh, so the woman shouldn't be cleaning up the house. The cleaner should be,
I'm
right?
just saying that is a good man. Like
No. What I'm saying, what I'm saying is that a good man ensures, like a real good man ensures that his woman has a leisure life. Your woman shouldn't have to be cleaning. She should be touching nothing in the house, correct?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm talking
to our sister, Harry.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that because at the end of the day, I said, even if the man does not make my, my ideal financial goal, I would still be with him because at the end of the day, I'm a lover girl. So, but I'm just saying, he just said that the cleaners are coming over. So that shows me, from the outside looking in, that shows me that he wants to make sure that his woman is taken care of, that she's comfortable, that she's pampered. And any man who wants to see his woman happy is a good man, period. I'm not saying it's a requirement. It's not a requirement, but the fact that he's doing it and he wants to do it and he loves his woman and he wants to do it is what makes him a good man. Because a lot of men, they don't want to do it. You have to force them to do it. And so that's the difference.
So hold on, I just get this straight. If your man don't get cleaners for you, he's not a good man.
I'm saying a man who wants to pamper his woman is a good man. It doesn't have to be cleaners. I'm just saying.
I'm just asking you. Hold on. There's two men. One gets you cleaners, the other doesn't. Are they both good men, or one is a bad man?
I'm going for the man who goes the extra mile to make sure that I'm pampered. That's all I'm saying. The man who goes the extra mile, it's what I'm going to be with. That's all I'm saying.
Oh my God. Okay,
I don't clean,
but let me tell you that this ring. Hold on, my connection is lagging. Okay, what I have to say to that, the whole cleaning thing, I think it is important for a woman to clean because when are you teaching your children how to clean properly?
Sorry, I just remembered that I was supposed to message Fatty about something.
10% of his analysis is insane. You can arrive at a correct assessment while still, it's like Alex Jones, okay? Alex Jones is right when he said attack helicopters and people are going to get black bagged and put inside of FEMA facilities. He was right about that. Mass surveillance, he was right about that. But whatever he was anchoring his opinion off of was like lizard people, okay? And of course, that's the reason why in a long enough timeline, you watch him unwind and you watch him come up with like insane grand, fabulous conspiracies that are totally ridiculous.
Government to quit the war. I think that is.
That's such an uncharitable reading. You've literally been catching up to Jiang. I've been catching up to Jiang. 31-month subscriber. You are literally getting mad at Jiang clips the same way people clip you. Oh my God. Oh my God. I have to purge this community of all of the Jimmy Dore style freaks, please. Oh my God.
Hey, they're not wrong. He is literally getting mad at Professor Zhang for the same exact things that people clip him for. He's mad at Professor Zhang for things that Professor Zhang actually says and does. And people clip him for things that he actually says and that he actually believes. So this part's actually true. They're not wrong.
I just need a whiteboard, I think. That'll be incredibly convincing for these guys.
He literally just got that from the chat, dude.
God,
He literally just got. It says right there, get a whiteboard. It says it right there in big letters. Get a whiteboard.
Jimmy Dore style freaks, please. Oh my God. I just need a whiteboard, I think. That'll.
He's pretending like he didn't look at the chat, like he didn't see it.
Please.
Just, as soon as he sees it, he's like, "Oh, that's a good idea." Let me look down and pretend like I didn't look at the chat.
Oh my God. I just need a whiteboard. I think. That'll be incredibly convincing for these guys. Maybe our community is actually kind of dumb. Yes, there are. Listen, this community is comprised.
I have this realization all the time, okay? I recognize that you guys are all retarded, okay? I'm okay with that. It's something that I've come to understand, and I'm at peace with this now. That you guys are all fucking retarded, alright? And it's okay with me. This is why we call you guys the fools. It is a name that works more ways than one. Tom should get a whiteboard and put the numbers on it. The numbers? What are the numbers? Oh, like this? Yeah, well, Hassan's community is full of leftists, so we've got a very biased sample size here, where it's only gonna be fucking retarded people. Like that's that's all it could possibly be.
Of people that are heterodox thinkers, okay? Because socialism, communism, anarchism in the Western world is not a normal.
The numbers, Mason, what do they mean? I mean the voting numbers Meg asks you to go over. Oh, okay. Because I don't know what the Mason thing is. I don't know if that's a meme or something, but are you talking about because for like 2 months after the election, we had to keep adding up the numbers from the election because MAGA fucks kept coming in saying that there was like a 20,000 difference in they kept saying, or 20 million, where did the 20 million votes go? Where did the 20 million votes go? And we had to keep showing them that they were totally wrong, that they were way off in the numbers. There was a difference of 2,000, not 20,000. They kept running around saying, where did the 20,000 votes go? Every fucking day. Yeah, that was a good time though. That was a good time though.
Ideology that people share, okay? It's not the same as China, okay? Where the norm is to be like, yeah, I'm learning about Marxist-Leninism in college. I'm living in a country that is controlled by a communist party. We live in the heart of capital. We live in the heart of capitalism. And therefore, a lot of people, if they don't anchor their worldview in dialectical materialism, end up finding themselves in the throes of cranks. Okay, and this is a very large community that has, a lot of unorthodox values, and therefore some of them are finding themselves in the throes of the people who don't offer all of the soundest analysis. I admit he gets into crazy ideas in history class, but they are silly, but the analysis is good. Okay, I've been saying Zhang is like the Joe Rogan of Geopol, dumb guy, smart guy, and you collabing with him would unironically bring a ton of new people open to one-on-one radicalization. I mean, I want to talk to him. I've reached out to him because I want to understand like where he's coming from, because like from what I understand, yeah, like this one is crazy. He said Israel and Germany are going to be the great superpowers. America done, China done. The next great empires, Germany, Japan, Israel, not because they're powerful now, but because they've been destroyed before. Humiliation is the greatest teacher in history. The nations that suffer the most are building the world that comes next. In a lot of these circumstances, like you know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of those Twitter accounts, right? It reminds me of those Twitter accounts that make predictions, right? Like a million predictions, and then delete the predictions that they made that look silly. Okay. Do you understand? Because the predictions that are made that are silly can always be deleted. Or in this case, if you have a faucet of videos that you're putting out there that are reaching like peak virality because all the right ones are reaching people's attention, right? Like Nick Fuentes does this very well too. Nick Fuentes one week will say Jeffrey Epstein was based, and the next week that he'll come out and be like, I'm done with Donald Trump because he's Jeffrey Epstein's slave. People see the first video, they don't see the second one, or people see the second video, they don't see the first one, and they go, wow, this Nick Fuentes guy is kind of based. People do this all the time. Okay? I like his content. I think he's very entertaining. Can you steal man Jiang's argument about there not being enough evidence to prove that the Holocaust happened? I didn't even know that he had a video where he was denying the Holocaust. One of the most well-documented atrocities on the planet. That is insane. And you are exaggerating again. I didn't even say he has a video such as that. I'm just responding to what someone told me in the chat.
Of the Jewish race in Europe, okay? So we don't actually have any concrete evidence for the Holocaust, okay? So one piece of evidence for...
I knew there was something up when he said secret societies in the interview with Cristobal on Breaking Points. If I learned one thing this year, right?
I need to see the full video. As a person who watched Zhang's lectures for hours, he's definitely cuckoo. If you watch the videos on religion and start a civilization, he equivocates religion and science. He's a master of mysticizing. He also does...
His trolling is for smart people? Zhang? Professor Zhang? I don't think John knows where he's coming from. He sounds to me like someone who just got into all the occult stuff and conspiracies that I've been on the internet for a while, truth plus speculation. So there's actually like a lot of history behind him that a lot of people have been coming out with videos on, but Professor Zhang he's not a new person. He's not a new content creator. He's been around for a long time. You can go back to really old videos of Sneeko when he was the little kid with bleach blonde hair sitting there talking to Professor Zhang. And it is like, and he's kind of like red pilly in the way that he talks about women, and what they want and how to get a woman and crap like that. But he currently lives in China. He was deemed to be, I think he was found, like, I think they charged him with espionage and arrested him and said that he was a secret spy in their country trying to spread American propaganda. Okay, they deported him, and then I think it was a year later, maybe 3 years later, something like that, but in a short period of time he went back to China. He was able to move back. And now is pushing nothing but like Russian propaganda, Iranian propaganda, Chinese propaganda, just like all CCP bullshit. That's all he does. So yeah, he is not this like totally, green sort of guy who's just unaware of the way that he dog whistles. He might actually be like a full-on propagandist. But yeah, Professor Zhang is I don't even think he's a professor. He's like a high school teacher. See, Zhang is a Chinese-Canadian educator, commentator, and YouTuber. In the 2000s, he was involved in education reforms in China. So it like in the early 2000s, because he was saying that like the Chinese people should kind of change their education system to more of an American style education system. That's why they said that he was doing American propaganda and deported him. Since 2022, he has worked as a teacher and Moonshot Academy High School in Beijing. He is also known for his YouTube channel, Predictive History. So that's why, like, just a minute ago when Hassan said that he's been doing this predictive history shit, or a bunch of leftists buy into this predictive history shit, that's what he's talking about, is Professor Zhang's YouTube channel, on which he styles himself as Professor Zhang. Zhang was born in Guangdong. His father is a high school teacher in China. At the end of the Cultural Revolution, when he was 6, Zhang's family immigrated to Canada, where they settled in Toronto. His father became a short order cook, and his mother worked as a seamstress. Zhang says his had a poor childhood, including having to wear hand-me-down clothes. Zhang says that he was awarded a scholarship and attended Yale College with Yale University after being rejected by MIT, Princeton, and Harvard. He attended Yale College within Yale University. Bro, this is written so oddly. Is it being translated or something? In this Chinese name, the family name is Zhang. He graduated in 1999 with a degree in English literature. Zhang holds Canadian citizenship. His belief in gongxi, or social networking for career success, came to be while studying at... See, like, for career success came to be while studying at Yale, which he says he lacked. What does that even mean? His belief in gongxi, or social networking for career success, came to be while studying at Yale, which he says he lacked. In 1998, while still studying as an undergrad at Yale, Zhang worked his first teaching job, a 6-month stint at the affiliated high school of Peking University in Beijing. While suffering from depression, which continued in the next 5 years, 2001, Zhang was contracted to conduct an undercover US-funded PBS documentary about the labor movement in China. While filming one such protest in Dorking, Zhang was arrested and detained for 2 days before he was deported from China on June 5th, 2002. A friend claimed he was accused of making illegal video recordings and suspected of spying. No charges were filed. In 2003, Zhang was allowed by Chinese officials to return to China, where he decided to abandon freelance journalism and pursue public education instead. Zhang has since held senior administrative and teaching positions at several prominent Chinese secondary schooling, including blah, 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 YouTube teacher, reception, publications, that's it. China media enables tyranny and corruption. Oh, we saw some of this. Yeah, he wrote an op-ed for CNN. I can count myself lucky that when the Chinese secret police arrested me for reporting on worker strikes and branded me a spy, all they did was deport me. It was June 3rd, 2002, and I was filming a worker protest undercover for a PBS documentary. As I interviewed a laid-off worker, I was jumped by thugs, thrown into a van, driven to a black spot, and held incommunicado for 48 hours. Here's what the Chinese secret police told me. I was reporting in China illegally to stir anti-China sentiment and deserved to be in prison for 20 years. Then they put me on a motorcade for the airport. Looking back, I can now see that what saved me from the unchecked power of China's secret police was their fear of the unfettered response of the American media, the world's free speech defender of last resort. China let me back into the country a year later in 2003, and today I've switched from being a rebellious journalist into a public educator tasked with helping China adopt Western creativity.
Post hoc rationalization to readjust quite a bit after his predictions failed. I mean, I know he talked to Sneeko. He also talked to Richard Spencer. But like, I just thought that's because he's, you know, he's all over the place. He's just trying to get the word out to the best of his ability, and he's, you know, he's Chinese, so maybe he doesn't have internet, you know? That's what I was thinking. I was like, yeah, he probably don't have internet. Because like, this is the same dynamic with like, you know, the Bangladeshi unks, right? That I talk about all the time, the WhatsApp unks.
Where's the guy's betting slip from the many, many thousands he bet on Trump winning? Where are his huge investments in oil or whatever from before the war? I mean, I didn't bet on Trump win. Oh, okay. I tried betting on Trump winning. I did offer numerous people money, saying that I would bet them $200 that Trump was going to win. But I also, yes, I didn't actually end up betting on Trump winning. But I did say he was going to win. I did predict he was going to win. I've had a bunch of predictions come true, but as Mantis said numerous times, that just betting that Trump is going to win isn't much of a long shot when there's like literally a 50-50 chance there. Like, you have two options, one or the other. So just saying Trump's going to win doesn't mean a whole lot when, yeah, it's either Trump or Kamala. Like, there's not a whole lot of people that could even possibly win in that scenario. Whereas, you know, me, I didn't just say that Trump would win. Let's see. I think it's right around here. Looks like he's taking Georgia as well. Pretty much all of the swing states look like they're going to Trump. I would say, if not all of them, at least the majority of them. I would say that it's safe enough to at least say that Trump is going to take the majority of them. Gotta love the 50-50 odd, yeah. I said I thought Trump was going to take all the swing states, or at least the majority of them. I said at minimum he'll take 4 out of 6. Trump was 2-1 favorite. Not 3 weeks out. No, he wasn't. Not when I said this. No, he was not. All right, I'm going to run to the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. I am fairly confident that I think Trump is going to win. I think that the interviews that Kamala has done have been damaging enough for her to where she just, yeah, she didn't look good, and she didn't come across well, and she didn't answer
love Nick. They love Tucker Carlson because like they don't see the stuff that Nick Fuentes or Tucker Carlson says about them. They only see the good stuff. They only see the stuff that they say about Israel, and they're like, oh, this guy's brilliant. This guy's really sticking it to the man. You know. So for a lot of people. For a lot of people, they don't see the full scope of the commentary, and they just see bits and pieces, and they just get stuck on it, and they develop like a lot of, I guess in some ways, like a parasocial a parasocial association with this content. I don't want to do a takedown of Professor Jung. I want to talk to Professor Jung. I don't think he will talk to me because I have kind of called him a crank before, but it's just like. I know you were speaking as a hypothetical Nick Fuentes first-time watcher. Please clarify that you weren't saying you find Fuentes entertaining. I don't. I'm saying that other people only see certain clips, and then they find Nick Fuentes to be brilliant or entertaining or on their side because of the clips that they see. And people will say all these clips are out of context, except you fail to consider that I've talked to the people that have interviewed Professor Jung. Shouldn't you know whether he's a Holocaust denier before asking him on? No, I'm competent enough to be able to have a conversation with someone if they say they're a Holocaust denier to like ask them how the they arrived at that conclusion.
There are different names for these people. You can call them the Illuminati. And the Illuminati are composed of three major groups, okay? You have the Jesuits, who control the Vatican. You have the Septine Frankists, which control the modern state of Israel today. And you have the Freemasons, which control the national security apparatus of the United States. And they believe that Israel, this war in the Middle East, is key to the end times in creating heaven on earth. So it's almost like a script that they're following, even though it doesn't make any geopolitical sense, okay? So I would say that these three are the best reasons why this is happening.
Wow. Soccer. Wow. Oh, dude, I love cranks so much. Cranks are the best, dude. They are the best. Where is the
They're
lie?
the best.
No, it's all correct. Yes. No, you're right. It's the Frankists. It's the Rothschilds, brother.
I'm not sure if this statistic is correct. You can tell me if this is correct or not, right? But apparently 20% of all American white girls in their 20s are on fans, something like that.
Oh,
somebody did show me. I think recently I had a conversation with somebody where they did show me that like there is a high percentage of some demographic that actually is on OnlyFans. Like I think they said it was like possibly 5% of Gen Z girls or something like that. While there is significant media discussion regarding Gen Z and OnlyFans, data suggesting that content creators on the platform constitute a small minority of overall population rather than a large percent. Estimates of creators, recent studies cited in late 2024 and 2025 has suggested that roughly 1.4 million American women between the ages of 18 and 24, the younger segment of Gen Z, are active on OnlyFans, which some reports interpret as a notable minority, though still a small percentage of the total demographic. Other estimates suggest that when looking at overall population of young adults, the number of creators is significantly less than 1% of the total, despite high visibility in social media discourse. OnlyFans has grown rapidly, with creators numbers increasing 1,200% from 2019 to 2025, largely driven by young adults 18 to 34 seeking flexible independent income from streams. Let's see. As of late 2024, 2025, an estimated 41 million Gen Z Americans are over the age of 18. Okay, so 41 million. And how many did the other one say? It was 1.5 million, 1.4 million. So wait, 1.4 million out of 40 million. That would be almost like 3%. Or 4%. Yeah, that would be over 4%. It would be like 5%. Yes, that would be like 5%. 2 to 3%? Nah. Like if you were talking about a million, okay, so you would want 100 million for 1% to be 1, or 1 million to be 1%, right? So if we take 40, we do 40 times 2, that's 80. Now half of it makes 100 million. So we do this times 2, which would be 3, and then half of that, which would be 4.5. So this is about 4.5%. 3.4 is 4.4. Right? Oh, no, wait. Sorry, I'm doing a full. It is half. So it'd be 4.7. 3.7. Yeah, it'd be 3.7. Yeah. Half of 1.4 is 7. It'd be 0.7. Yeah. I'm correct. 3.7. Yeah. That's how my brain does math. I've said a bunch. I used to get in trouble all the time when I was in school because I didn't like using. We have calculators in our phones. Well, so this is. I used to always get in trouble in school because I didn't like doing math the way that they wanted me to do it. It didn't make sense to me, or it was stupid, or it just took too long compared to how quickly I could just do it in my head. And so this is how I would do things. And they would always get mad saying I have to show my work. And so eventually one day they kept me after class and they were like, "We know you're cheating." And I was like, "I'm not cheating." And they're like, "You didn't show your work on any of these pages. Like, there's no way you're getting the answers without showing your work." And I was like, "But I'm doing it in my head." They're like, that's impossible. You can't be doing it in your head. And I was like, "But I am." And they're like, "Okay, well, we have another test for you to take." And so they had me take the test. And again, I didn't like get 100% on it, but I got a passing score on that as well. And again, didn't show any of my work. And so then they sat down and they're like, "How are you doing this? Like, what are you doing?" So I would take them through like each thing and just kind of like explain what I'm doing in my head, kind of like what I just did there. So do you believe this guy Zhang? Wait, I don't. Wait, what did he say?
Frank is. It's the Rothschilds, brother.
I'm not sure if this statistic is correct. You can tell me if this is correct or not, right? But apparently 20% of all American white girls in their 20s are on fans. Something like that.
Let's see. What percent of women in their 20s are on? He said 20%. I said 3.7%. I don't know why you would take me saying 3.7% means that I believe Zhang. Based on 2025 report, approximately 1.4 million American women aged 18 to 24 are active on OnlyFans, representing nearly 14% of women in that age group. This figure reflects a growing trend, though it is lower than some viral social media claims that suggest up to 20% of women. So yeah, it's 14%. I mean, that is a high percentage. The highest percentage of overall platform users is in the 25 to 34 age range. A majority of OnlyFans users, 87%, are male, with about 10% being female. I saw a study a while ago saying that 80% of the users on OnlyFans are married men. Studies suggest a significant portion of OnlyFans subscribers are married men, with some research indicating up to 89.5% users in surveyed samples are married. These users are predominantly white, heterosexual, or bisexual, pansexual, and often utilize the platform for fantasy fulfillment rather than strictly loneliness. So this is a stat that I came across a while ago because I was debating the guy from what's the name of his channel? Something Fire. His name's Alex. Playing with Fire. The guy from Playing with Fire, he had like a couple of debates saying that like OnlyFans is bad for people, and when he had like a debate with Destiny and that other Indian girl that does OnlyFans, and so I felt like they did a really poor job on it, so I went and debated him afterwards, and he's like, yeah, the problem is that like this is just simp behavior to go and like do watch OnlyFans, and that it's a bunch of guys who are being tricked into thinking that they're gonna get with this girl. And I was like, hold on, wait, what are you talking about? He's like, yeah, they're all messaging these guys, pretending like they're flirting with them, and it's probably some random dude in India who's actually messaging all of their fans the entire time. I was like, but the majority of OnlyFans girls aren't even messaging the guys. They message them ads and shit like that, just saying, hey, check out this video, or check out this new content, or blah blah blah. You know, join the higher tier subscription. Like, but they're not like sitting and having little conversations and back and forths with them. They're just sending out like DMs to get them to watch a new video or look at a new picture or upgrade their subscriptions or pay for a new thing. Like, that's all it is. But then on top of that, the majority of these guys are fucking married, so it's not simp behavior. They're like a bunch of guys who think they're gonna go like marry this woman. It's and even the guys who are messaging women, I don't think the majority of them think that it's real. I think that the majority of guys who go to strip clubs are not sitting there thinking that the stripper actually likes them. I think that the majority of guys who go to bars don't think the waitress is actually flirting with them. I don't think that the majority of guys who get on OnlyFans think that the girl actually is gonna wants to be with them. Like, I don't think that's a real thing. I don't think that the guys are this fucking stupid. So yeah, anyways, like, there's always people who are trying to find like a way to be anti OnlyFans. Kyla's one of them. I think Kyla has some like bad arguments against, not so erudite. She's got some bad arguments against OnlyFans as well. But finally, a subject that Tom's truly an expert on. Yes. Yes, sir. When it comes to simping, nobody knows simping better than me. Simping ain't easy. All right. If you guys want to support the channel, consider using the tips link. We haven't had a whole lot of donations today. Most of them have been through Jules so far. So consider tipping the channel, donating using PayPal, debit card, or credit card right here. There's something that keeps like creeping up in my throat, and that's like the 5th time it's fucking happened. Yeah, consider supporting the channel. We didn't do the clock again today, but I suppose you guys are punishing me for that.
To ask about something that just happened tonight. The U.S. lifted sanctions on 140 million barrels of Iranian oil. The U.S. lifted sanctions on Iran. So just...
Oh, we watched this yesterday.
A team was being assembled to save the young men of today from the Matrix.
Look in his eyes while he does it. It is a suppressed homosexual rage.
A team of looks-maxers and JQers. Their goal is to save the young men of society from the evils of feminism. First, there's the glue of the group, Clavicular. He started doing steroids at 14 years old.
I hopped on steroids at 14 years old.
Is he's the glue of the group? I had never even heard of this guy until like the last month. I'd never even heard of this motherfucker. Now all of a sudden he's a meme, he's all over the place, but I never even knew who this guy was. Why the fuck is he the glue of the group? Like he is popping off, he is all over the place right now. They just did an SNL skit about him that he soyed out about. He was but you gotta be a good sport when they do this shit. Like SNL may not be the funniest of all time. They have good concepts. This is the thing about SNL, okay? SNL writers, they get really good concepts for a skit that's funny. The concept is funny. The way that they execute it is not funny. This is the issue with SNL, is that they get really funny concepts that they don't execute very well. But the concept in and of itself is still funny enough to laugh at without their writing being funny.
Here's the SNL clip. Where'd that go? Yeah. Let's take a look.
Bro, that kid's sitting right there. It looks just like him. Holy shit, it looks just like him.
Why am I brave? Here to tell us how to achieve the peak male form is 21-year-old look.
Bro, why is their audio always shit? Why is everybody who streams on Kick, why is their audio always fucking shit, dude? Why? Every time their audio is shit. Do you know why? Do you know what they're doing? Do you know what they're doing? They are playing their audio through speakers and it goes back into their mic. That's what they're doing. They don't even have anything that's reading the audio straight from their PC. The audio comes out of their speakers back into their mic, and that's how their audience can hear the audio. And this is the same with Sneeko. This is the same with Aiden Ross. This is all of these people don't use desktop audio. Now, the reason is because they normally have a bunch of people in the room with them. And so they want to play the audio out loud for everybody so that they can all hear it in the room. And so they just make it to where everybody in the room can hear it, and then it'll just go back into the mic so that the audience can hear it. But even when they don't have other people in the room, they don't change it. They never change it. And it's really frustrating. Like somebody like me, this guy's got millions of fucking followers, millions of people watching him. And I'm over here with a whole professional setup and the nice lighting and the nice fucking microphone, the great audio setup, the video games, the beautiful background, not just this background, but the background, like, you know, the flag background, the colors and everything, the logo and everything. And here they are just sitting around doing steroids and why is Tom's stream always crashing? What are you talking about? My stream is not always crashing. My stream is not crashed. My stream is up. You just have shitty internet.
Looks maxing influencer Chad Maxington. What's good? What's good? And can I just say, Colin, you're brave to sit next to me on live TV, bro. That's awesome. I'm brave? Why am I brave? Because I'm absolutely frame mugging you into oblivion right now, dude. Check it.
Frame mogged.
I'm sorry. Wait, what is frame mugging? Dude, Are you like
That's hilarious, dude.
100, bro? It means my.
Dude,
I don't know if this is meant to be more me.
Yeah.
Dude, am I getting SNL max? Like,
it's funny. Yeah, I think this is yeah, it's gonna be you.
what the fuck? I'm on SNL. Let's go, boys.
Like,
This is motion, bro.
No offense, but you're sitting there gesture gooning like a subhuman beta cuck. Meanwhile, I'm out here aura maxing like an S tier Giga Chad. Speaking English much?
Dude, fucking millennials and are such fucking retards because they have no culture of their own, really.
It literally sounds just like him. It actually sounds just like him. That's the funny part. It actually sounds just like him. He said, "Oh, dude, millennials, they're not even funny, bro.
They have no culture. Millennials are so fucking gay."
You guys should be sitting there talking about hitting your jaw with a hammer instead of this shit. What the fuck is this?
Yeah. Yes, I actually do speak English, and that's not it. let me explain Max for you. For you.
Explain Max.
Are you kidding me? This is the worst thing I've ever seen.
Watch it.
The first time I ever heard of clavicular. This is the first, I didn't know who he was. This is the first time I ever heard of him.
Yeah, but I mean, like this next election cycle, who's going to win? It's going to be Gavin Newsom against JD Vance because JD Vance is subhuman and Gavin Newsom mugs.
JD Vance is subhuman?
Yeah.
What makes you say that?
He's got a very short total facial width to height ratio. He's obese, very recessed side profile, whereas Newsom is like 6'3" Chad. Yeah, but I mean, like this next.
He's like, I thought this was somebody who was trolling, okay? I never heard of this guy, never fucking saw him before, didn't know. I just saw this clip over and over, and I thought it was a troll. I thought it was a troll, dude. Now, in the last, like, you know, couple weeks where he's popped up a lot more, now all of a sudden I'm like, wait, that was the guy? And he was being serious? Bro is getting SNL mogged and is coping that he's being SNL maxed. Yep. He's low-key capping on the motion, bro.
I mean, like this next election cycle, who's going to win? It's going to be Gavin Newsom against JD Vance because I mean, like this next election cycle.
Why are they all the fucking same? I don't want to watch the same fucking clip.
Vance is subhuman and Gavin Newsom mugs. Yeah, but I mean, like this next election cycle, who's going to.
Okay. There's a longer version of this that's much better.
Vance is subhuman and Gavin Newsom. He's got a very, very recessed.
Like, I get you the whole mock. If you
like, it's hard to say, but Newsom being that much more of a mogger and like having a president who's like fat and especially that young.
You think he's? I don't think he's fat.
I would say
he's a bigger guy for sure.
He's just like it's just embarrassing.
Didn't he vote for Trump? Trump's fatter than Newsom.
What are we talking about, bro? You sound like a leftist right now. I'm voting for this person because this person treats me better, or this person talks nicer, or this.
You sound like a leftist. I'm voting for this person because they treat me better. Bro's about to make me fucking racist again, dude. We're about to go back 200 years to fucking Jim Crow, homie.
You can't be that subhuman.
So you, hold on, you got. All right, well, this actually.
What do you mean subhuman, bro? He's even who was.
You have
We don't want to hear the code.
country. I think we would all agree. Destroyed his state, let its main city burn to the ground because of his incompetence. Is a personal, complete derelict, liar, degenerate.
Yeah, but he mogs, bro.
But he is good looking. I'll grant you that he's good looking. Yep. And it kind of looks like Patrick Bateman, American Psycho. Hey. And then you have this.
My thing is this, clavicular. People are actually
Would you vice president?
That's just my opinion. JD Vance cooked.
Vice president to President Trump, the transformative right-wing president in our lifetimes. Who do you support Trump or no?
Yeah.
Okay. So you got this vice president.
Trump's fat as fuck, dude. Trump's fat as fuck. Okay, I don't know why my phone isn't ringing. I don't know why the fuck my phone isn't ringing. I just saw that I have like 5, 6 missed calls right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 6 missed calls. And even the other ones didn't go through either. I don't know why the fuck my phone isn't ringing. What the fuck? Anytime I miss a call, I always text them and ask them if I can just call them back.
Handpicked by Trump, who is extremely intelligent, very right-wing. I think he's a pretty good-looking guy. I don't know, maybe I guess you disagree. But he's all these things, checks all these boxes, would have all these great policies. And regardless, you're going to pick the pro-mass migrant, pro-trans, pro-murder the babies, pro-burn the cities to the ground, pro-BLM Democrat because he's skinnier than the conservative vice president.
100 times over.
He's dead serious. Like, this is wild, bro. This guy is wild.
Now spends his time on forum advising 14-year-olds on which steroids to do. He's so dedicated to having thinner cheeks that he started microdosing meth.
Do you think that I'm doing this as a form of entertainment when I have to stay up for 3 days in a row, high on crystal meth, right? Trying to suppress my appetite and get hollow cheeks.
This may seem like a meme, but other streamers have seen him do it.
I don't know if I'm being a fucking snitch. I've never seen someone snort meth. I literally witnessed Clav snort meth. Like, I swear to God, bro, I've never seen someone tweak off meth, like, in person, chat.
This is a fucking horror story, right? I wish that I wasn't a fucking autist.
His goal is to unify the manosphere.
Because we're all on the same mission, you know? That's what I tell Tate. It's like we are all advocating in some form for men's issues, right? So there's no reason.
Yeah, anti-feminism, speaking about, you know.
He doesn't say anything else because that's the depth of this movement.
Like the optics of you and the, like as the glue.
That is the depth of the movement, anti-feminism, and the majority of them have no idea what feminism is. They don't know how to talk about it. They couldn't tell you, like, if you said, like, what is feminism? Some of them who have had, like, debates on this a number of times might say, like, feminism is anti-patriarchy. Okay, what is patriarchy? That, like, they're not going to be able to get past that fucking point. They won't be able to get any deeper than that. That's as far as it'll fucking go.
Of the manosphere, you know, the young kid on the block bringing everybody together.
Then we have Andrew Tate, the self-proclaimed most famous man on the planet.
I'm now the most famous Google person on the planet, but it's the most followed man on the planet. If you were to ask 1,000 random members of the public to describe Andrew Tate, what is the first word that would come to their minds? One of the most Googled men on the planet, a famous 6'3" billionaire. How would they describe him?
Famous?
Humble. Correct.
He has human trafficking charges against him, with one of his victims being a minor, Nick Fuentes, the Mexican white supremacist with the most diverse.
Well, he's actually not the most Googled man on the planet.
The biggest guy in the space in that whole manosphere community is Andrew Tate.
So this guy, not him, but the guy that they just showed a second ago, the Brit, he just did a really big documentary on the Red Pill where he followed them around for a while and had a bunch of conversations with them. And it just came out. We've seen a bunch of clips of it. Like, you know, they've been teasing it for a little while, but he just came out with a documentary where he goes and kind of engages with all of the biggest Red Pill
The
leaders.
biggest guy in the space in that whole manosphere community is Andrew Tate. And when we started on it, I thought, we might get Andrew Tate. And over the year of filming, I was messaging Andrew Tate and Tristan Tate quite a lot back and forth. And he was like, maybe.
Dude's built funny. Yeah, he's not mocking. He's not mocking.
I'm going to do it if you pay me. And I said, we're not going to pay you. He said, well, why would I talk to you? You're not relevant anymore. And then he sent me they can do those Google graphs and they show how much you've been Googled over like 4 or 5 years. And he goes, and there was I think it was a blue line. It was up here, quite high. And then there was this tiny little flat red line at the bottom.
It's so funny to me. Like, I was never like that big. I was never that huge to where I was getting millions of views or anything like that. But even like at my peak, where I was engaging with people who were getting like a percentage of my views, I never did this. Ever, ever, ever. I never did this. At no point did I ever do this. But even some of the people that I like propped up, that I platformed, that I would like help build their communities and crap, even like once I got canceled and like lost a large portion of my community, when they would get views off of just talking shit about me, they would talk about the fact that like, well, I'm not going to talk to him. He's got way less views than me now. Why would I bring him on? I brought you on, bro. I platformed you. I gave you the ability to talk shit about me afterwards to where people would actually listen to what the fuck you had to say. Like, it's fucking insane. Like, it's so weird when I listen to people like Andrew Tate or others where they're always comparing themselves to others to then like justify why they wouldn't engage with somebody who's of some sort of like lower status. And this is something that you can see with people like even like Destiny. Destiny doesn't do this. He's got, you know, tons of people who he engages with who are much smaller than him, me included, where he'll still come on my show and still I was just on his show last week. He's still, you know, I can go hop on his show whenever the fuck I want while he's live. Like, he doesn't do this, you know, weird, like, oh, well, I'm too big for you, sorry.
He goes like, I'm blue, you're red. I was like barely registering. No one's been Googling me.
But that might be because they already know who you are.
Maybe.
I mean, it could be the opposite is true.
Maybe.
You know, a lot of people are Googling who the fuck you are, mate.
At the very end, I don't know if you had, at the very end, through some weird glitch, my line went above his. So I screenshot and circled that and I said, I'm literally more relevant than you are. I felt pretty gangster.
That's good.
The biggest guy in the space.
Got him. Got him.
First friend group.
Epstein's my boy, dude. Let's just be honest. Epstein was cool as fuck. There, I said it. People who, although they appear to be white, they are white-skinned or light-skinned. They do not identify as white. Then when they get accosted, they say, hey, come on now, don't lump me in with them. I'm not white, I'm Jewish.
You're saying you're a white supremacist? I'm not a white supremacist. I'm excellent. I'm also
This man leaves his basement to go to a club, and he's not even able to talk to anyone.
Bro, we set up the most lit collab, I feel like, of all time. This is sick.
As Nick sits there with a soda, miserable, talking himself off the ledge. Then we have Sneeko, the clown.
That was a fucking gangster-ass clip, dude. That was a gangster-ass fucking juxtaposition where in one spot, Nick is saying, yeah, dude, they all look white, but then when it comes down to it, they'd say they're not white. And then the next fucking clip is them saying, aren't you a white supremacist? No, I'm Mexican. But that was a pretty fucking gangster clip right there, dude.
The abused dog of the group. Everyone constantly mocks his religion, his ethnic background, his skin color.
Hanging out with Sneeko, 1 second he's doing his like New York accent talking about Pop Smoke, and then it's like Bismillah. You're like, All right, I think it's time for me to go. I think my Uber is here. Bro's like, Allahu Akbar! I'm like, dude, f***ing relax. It's jokes. These f***ing towel heads have no chill at all.
Yet he's always crawling back to them, shaking their hands the next day. This is how he gets clout. They bring Sneeko on stream so their chat can bully him and make Sneeko unironically crash out.
Sneeko is a sensitive brown clown.
Brown
Why are you laughing so hard, bro?
Dude, brown clown.
Why are you laughing so
Because
hard?
I started that, bro.
Yeah, brown clown is his.
Yeah, it's just like
that's his IP.
Sneeko, they're racist. They're laughing at you. You are their clown.
Brown.
It's not funny, bro. It's racist.
Okay.
It's so fucking telling that Myron is sitting there just cheesing the whole time, dude. He's sitting there just cheesing the whole time. Like, ha, ha, I get it. I'm one of you guys. I'm one of you guys. I get it. I'm smart. I'm laughing too. I'm laughing too, guys. I'm also laughing.
It's not funny, bro. It's racist.
Okay.
Fuck, stop saying that, bro.
Dude,
Stop.
If I was brown, I'd be going through it if somebody called me that.
And Sneeko's going through it right now.
What the f, bro?
What's the name?
Sneeko to death?
Blumpkin.
Ban that guy from. Ban him from the TTS.
These names are really
We're banning him.
It's my TTS again.
Nah, he'd rather.
Wait, what did he say?
Death?
Blumpkin.
What the f, bro?
What's the name?
Sneeko to death?
Blumpkin.
Ban that guy from. Ban him from the TTS.
These names are really
We're banning him.
It's my TTS again.
Nah, he'd rather take the money. Sneeko is mad here, and his friends don't care. They are farming him.
Ban him?
Ban him.
I can't ban TTS.
Ban that.
Sneeko, sensitive brown clown. He walked
Fuck you. Fuck you.
This goes on for 40 minutes, and not long after this team that was supposed to assemble together and fight the Matrix would all end up stabbing each other in the back. Clavicular would get arrested, and his girlfriend would end up stealing 37K from him. While Sneeko, Andrew Tate, and Nick Fuentes would all accuse each other of being bought or compromised by the global cabal.
Like you just said, your YouTube channel's your baby. YouTube is the Matrix, dude. Your baby is the Matrix.
Love.
You believe that a bitch waited until I got to jail to go live and try to like snipe my viewers?
Betrayal.
About tech teams in Israel. It's a homosexual rage which is suppressed.
He got something to say over there, safely behind the Jew-proof cancellation. Now he's Jewish too.
And cucking.
He was obsessed with me. And I thought he just wanted to be famous, and that turned out to be a homosexual obsession.
This story has it all. The crash out is legendary.
That's what Mossad wants. That's what they want. They want me. They're trying to ruin my life so I crash out and I can't stream.
Now, I'm not a looks maxer, but I am a health maxer. Stem cells, they're all the rage. Wrestlers and even Joe Rogan have talked about how they repaired their injuries.
How have you been able to do it for this long? So, right around 2014, my body was broken down. I ran into stem cells, and ever since then, you know, that's been my fountain of youth.
The United States is behind on stem cell therapy due to a lot of overregulation, forcing people to go overseas, sometimes spending $50,000 on an expensive placenta stem cell injection. You can actually support your own stem cells with high flavanol cocoa. That's right, dark chocolate. Harvard scientists.
Is he about to go into a fucking ad? Is he about to do an ad break for stem cells?
This William Lee actually backs this up.
The flavanols in cocoa stimulate stem cells.
That would be fucking wild, dude.
Come out of your bone marrow like bees in a beehive in your bloodstream, and they go out and they find wherever it needs to be repaired. And so we can eat foods like high flavanol.
It's gonna be a new vape that gives you stem cells.
Cocoa in order to be able to actually get the stem cells to work a little bit better. Well, clinical studies have been done with high flavanol cocoa to show that in like men who are in their 60s with heart disease, they could actually just have 2 cups of dark chocolate hot cocoa a day for a month. Yeah. And they doubled the amount of stem cells in your bloodstream.
But here's the thing. Flavanols are the good thing found in cocoa beans. They are usually destroyed during the chocolate making process. That's where Black Forest Supplements comes in with the first ever high flavanol cocoa powder. Packed with everything.
Oh!
this video. You might be looking at this group of individuals and wondering if it's 2022 all over again. I used to talk about them a lot, but I stopped because their movement fell off. But this man Clavicular has gone mega viral for his black pill content, meaning that the only thing that matters in life is your looks.
I maximize all metrics of my life. I've just come to the conclusion, based on anecdotes, based on numbers, that looks are the most important metric.
Who's gonna win an election between JD Vance and Gavin Newsom? Well, Gavin Newsom, because JD Vance is fat.
Who's gonna win? It's gonna be Gavin Newsom against JD Vance because JD Vance is subhuman and Gavin Newsom mugs.
JD Vance is subhuman?
Yeah.
What makes you say that?
He's got a very short total facial width to height ratio. He's obese, very recessed side profile, whereas Newsom is like 6'3" Chad.
Charlie Kirk gets murdered wouldn't have happened if he was more handsome.
Would Charlie Kirk have gotten assassinated if he were Chad? Well, probably not, and here's why. Good-looking people experience something called the halo effect, so it's quite possible that if Charlie were to be better looking, someone wouldn't have hated him enough to assassinate him. This might be an insensitive video to make, but I'm really trying to bring awareness to how brutal the black pill is.
This guy was taking testosterone.
This is the thing, okay? This is the thing. All right. An out of shape, bald guy with money, who's funny, successful, has, you know, is entertaining, has good personality, will always get better babes than a Chad who sounds fucking stupid and isn't successful and isn't like that. That will always be the fucking case. Always be the case. Now, if you're good looking, does that make it to where you're more likely to be able to like rise up? Yes, lookism is a thing to where you're more capable of like getting to top positions because you're better looking. That is a very real thing. But you still have to have some of the other, you know, other necessities in order to get there as well. You still have to be capable. You still have to be smart enough. And as somebody like Clavicular, I don't think he could run a fucking McDonald's. So he's lucky that he got into streaming, because I don't think he'd be smart enough or capable enough to do literally anything else.
Testosterone supplements at age 15. Turkey Tom dug up that he spent a lot of time on this forum called looksmax.org. There's instructional videos on it explaining how you have to have a warrior skull or else you're prey, which, like, damn dude, looks like I'm prey. It's the male version of Instagram models that make you feel insecure. He's posting about how he's on 4 steroid cycles at 18 years old. You got a bone smash to swell your face up so you look more like handsome Squidward.
Yo, does bone mashing work?
Bone smashing, yes. Bone smashing is one of my all-time
Wait,
favorites.
how does that work? Did I like low-key break that down?
I would just lay down in your bed, brace your head, and then just punch like this. All right?
If my jaw looks a little weak, I'll bone smash to strengthen it. My ratios are nearly golden now.
It's funny that looks maxing is taken off.
My ratios.
To strengthen it. My ratios are nearly golden now.
It's funny.
My ratios are nearly golden now, bro. His ratios. Tom, you're being ableist. Clav is obnoxiously or obviously retarded. Mantis thinks that he's autistic. Mantis thinks that he's like hardcore autistic, and autists do get like these unreasonable obsessions with things. Like they get unreasonably just totally consumed by odd things, and and just make it like their entire life and personality. But no, he's either autistic or sociopathic. Yeah, or yeah, maybe. He might actually be like so in love with the what's the name of the movie? American Killer, American Psychopath. He might be like so American Psycho. Yeah, he might actually be like so into the meme that he's trying to become a psychopath. Like, I bet you he sits there designing his business card, just like really fucking stressing over, like, oh man, I don't know, is that the right font? Is that the right, should I go white or off-white? Oh fuck, is it black text or golden text? What's in? What's fucking mogging right now? Oh man. White text is fucking cap. I've capped the white text.
That looks maxing is taken off in the red pill space because they're essentially one step away from just being drag queens. In fact, he literally did a runway walk. He wears makeup to cover up his acne.
Yeah, makeup maxing is good looks max though. I've never had this much acne in my life, bro. Yeah, this is so bad. The trend is just like 2 days in, my skin starts breaking out like crazy.
His friends wear wigs and fake muscles. Nico's saying how he actually does better runway walks. And it's like doing a demonstration.
Good walk right there. That's how you do a walk. That's how you do a walk.
The manosphere has two people giving advice on how to model. One of them wears makeup and the other one is a cuck.
When I say hi, I get shut down. When I'm outside, I get stressed out. When I got people around, I'm anxious. Nobody likes me. What the fuck now?
The red pill movement has fallen off, so everyone is trying to rally around Clavicular. They're complimenting him non-stop because they need the clout.
Treatment non-stop.
Well, so yes, red pill has disappeared, but like what has replaced it has been like white nationalist bullshit. And so it's not just Clavicular, but Nick Fuentes as well. But Nick Fuentes has like denounced Clavicular and has moved away from him, and so he's on the outs with those guys at this point, and it's all like I guess that's the point that he's getting into. But yeah, all of these guys are all just biting each other's heads off now.
Yeah. You're everywhere.
You're the future, my friend.
Yeah,
You're the future.
Before the party, Clavicular's calling.
Does Clavicular say white nationalist? Yeah. Like he's like loud and proud white nationalist. Like Nick Fuentes doesn't call himself a white nationalist, right? But Clavicular does. And this is a like we went over some videos a while ago where Nick Fuentes was talking about how annoyed he was with like all the people like Clavicular and others, you know, just getting so like butthurt over the Super Bowl halftime show and the fact that it was like a Latino guy who was performing it, and then he started talking a lot of shit about Clav and saying like these guys are just like kind of the meme that everybody else makes me out to be. And somebody in chat said like, are you even a white nationalist anymore? And Nick's like, I don't know, like I don't feel like it. But Nick's never really like identified openly as a white nationalist. He's always moved away from that label publicly. So but yeah, Clav I believe is like openly, he'll actually say he's a white nationalist. The other day though, we watched a video that was very dishonestly clipped where a girl smacked him in the face at a party, and then he called security and told them to come get her and arrest her and press charges. And then the next day, we found a longer clip that showed that she literally, like at first she's like, I'm gonna fucking punch you in the face, and he's like, do it fucking bitch, do it. And then she like stops and she's like, no, but like seriously, can I smack you? And he goes, yeah, go ahead. And she smacks him, and then he's like, yep, I'm about to sue your whole family. It's like, wait a second, okay, I get that like when she first said I'm gonna punch you, that like that do it like was a dare. It was like, oh, you do it and you'll find out. Like, but after, when she's like, wait, but can I just smack you? And he's like, yeah, go ahead. That's not the same. That is not the same. And so, yeah, the clips were edited very dishonestly to like get rid of the parts where he's pretty blatantly giving her consent to smack him. And so yeah, it was really annoying. But the reason that she said that she wanted to smack him was apparently because he says that women shouldn't have the right to vote. And so she was like yelling at him, like, you really think women shouldn't have the right to vote? And he's like, yeah, no, I don't. And they were getting into it about that.
Up girls because they need them for the content. They gotta look cool.
You gotta make sure it's hot girls. You know any other hot girls?
Yes. But he has to be rude so he can look cool and...
Bro is definitely a white nationalist. Nick Fuentes? Yeah, I know. I'm aware. Nick is definitely a white nationalist, but he's always pretended that he's not. Which I do think there is like some issue with the term white nationalist, because I don't know if I would qualify him as a white supremacist, but I would qualify him as a white nationalist. But the terms have become intertwined to be and mean the same exact thing. And even if you Google white nationalist or white supremacist, they'll literally give you the same definition and give the other as a synonym. And so it is become like a bit obnoxious, because I would totally say that those are two separate terms. They are two separate terms that mean two separate things, and that if you conjoin the two, you're kind of losing a lot of like utility there in like how to describe people. And yeah, we're kind of losing that by acting like they both mean the same thing. But I would say he is definitely at least a white nationalist.
In front of Sneeko.
What I'm telling you, you gotta listen. All right, the party's at 8. I don't give a shit about your dinner. So I'll see you at 8. I don't give a fuck. I'm telling you right now. Okay, so you know the details. Come or don't come. I don't give a fuck. I'll see you later.
Yeah, she didn't show up. I get that he wants to come off as a badass pimp here, but the aura leaves the minute you ask Sneeko if you look cool or not.
Is that a W call?
What did she say?
Destiny got slapped by what's her name? Brittany Simon. I would say Destiny consented to that as well, though. And I think that Destiny afterwards, when he didn't like Brittany anymore, he played it off like he didn't consent to it. He played it off like he didn't consent to it, and was like, it was really annoying because Tree of Logic, she is just one of the fucking most dishonest, dumbest motherfuckers of all time. She did a whole video about the fact that Brittany Simon is a fake BDSM person, because when she smacked Destiny, it obviously was like under pressure, and that she wasn't getting consent without any level of coercion, and that because she didn't get consent from Destiny to slap him without any level of coercion, then she couldn't be like a real BDSM person, which they weren't doing BDSM. Like, there was no fucking BDSM there. They were just, she was just fucking around and wanted to smack him on stream, and Destiny reviewed that. So after I made a big deal about how dishonest Tree was, and that like Destiny wouldn't even agree with this, then Destiny went and reviewed it and was like, yeah, no, she's right. Yeah, Brittany she really fucked up there. That's not how you get consent for things like that. That's, in BDSM world, that's not how we do it. It's like, this wasn't fucking BDSM. Shut the fuck up. You guys weren't in a sexual scenario. This was not sexual in any way. This isn't BDSM. She just wanted to fucking smack you. Like, this, it was entertainment. It was for stream. You got to be fucking kidding me.
I didn't even hear.
Dude, I was like, come or don't come. She's like, oh wait, I have a dinner at 9. And I was like, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, it's like not your problem.
Like, bitch, like, I give you the details, like, come.
He's begging for Sneeko's approval.
I like the optics of you and the, like, as the glue of the manosphere. You know, the young kid on the block, bringing everybody together.
We're all on the same mission, you know. That's what I tell Tate. So having a unified front for men and like a horrible society, a horrible dating market, is like kind of something we need.
These guys would end up failing in their mission because by the end they would all accuse each other of being bought by Jews. We'll get to that later. A key part of this drama is that Nick and Sneeko are big Kanye fans. They spent Thanksgiving with him. Sneeko gets made fun of because he brought Baby Bell cheese to a billionaire's Thanksgiving.
Sneeko brought a bag of Baby Bell cheese to a billionaire's Thanksgiving dinner, sent $20. W. Sneeko.
Because we were debating, we're like, what do we bring to this party? What are we supposed to bring? Should we bring anything? Is it impolite not to? He pulls up with a bag of Baby Bell cheeses. I was like, what is that for? He's like, well, cheese and wine. I was like, naturally, right. Great idea. No, but that's why we love Sneeko.
He's known as the group idiot.
I brought sparkling wine and I brought cheese to Thanksgiving dinner. You pull up to a dinner party, you bring something, you know?
But cheese, bro?
You don't like cheese?
Fuck no.
Be honest, is the cheese a stupid gift?
Yeah.
I think Baby Bell cheese is a fine thing to bring if it's like a nice party with wine and shit like that, but you would have to bring the wine as well. Like, if you just bring cheese, Baby Bell cheese at that, yeah, then it seems a little weird. Even if they already were going to have wine, even if you know they're already going to have wine, you would want to bring wine, not just, because then it seems weird. Like, right, like if he had brought wine and Baby Bell cheese, nobody would say anything about the fact that he brought Baby Bell cheese, because they would think, oh, he brought wine and cheese. That makes sense. But when you just bring Baby Bell cheese to where now you have to explain why the fuck you just brought a bunch of Baby Bell cheese, now it seems weird as fuck.
Bro, you just said it was fine for a Thanksgiving. It's not even a gift. It's just something you bring.
Gesture.
They're constantly looking for each other's approval. So Nick Fuentes comes over and he starts bad-mouthing Sneeko's religion to his face, his audience, and in his home.
I don't have Instagram.
No, that's haram.
I can't DM women. I literally can't use Instagram.
Yeah, he's banned anyway.
Boko Haram.
Yeah.
Education is forbidden.
This is a haram collab.
I mean, look, that's the way of the world. It's like, because look, honestly, like Sneeko, like he's Muslim, and like, so when you go to like New York, they're taking up space. They're doing their call to prayer in Times Square, and if you're just like, let's say you're out there, you know, you're doing the pretty boy thing, you got your girl on your arm, or a few girls on your arm. What if you get pressed by like 10 Muslims?
He's saying you're gonna get mugged and gaped. Imagine being so mentally cucked that you have to collab with someone who thinks this way about your faith. It's
Yeah, he's gonna get grooming ganged by the Mujis.
pathetic. Clavicular then starts telling everyone that his meds made him infertile, but it's worth it to looks max.
Seriously, in 2025, for people to ignore like all these like pharmaceutical, advancements, like this patch I'm wearing that Sam Bankman-Fried also wore, like M-Sam's allegedly
Jewish.
Of course, that's Sneeko's takeaway. Clavicular is mimicking the medication of a man who pulled off one of the biggest crypto schemes in history with FTX, stealing billions of dollars. That's who he idolizes.
I'm afraid of the side effect. I want kids,
Like what?
man. I want a family.
Side effects?
Yeah.
Bro, if you just take HCG, you will not have any issues with fertility. I just don't want to be fertile.
He's 20 years old and his dick doesn't work because he's on so many drugs and prescriptions.
ED at 21 years old is fucking insanity. Permanent ED. Dude, it's genuinely done for me. Yeah, it's done for me, bro.
So the guy who's supposed to be like saving the younger generation and teaching them how to engage with women and shit is a guy who's infertile and doesn't even want to be fertile. This motherfucker's gay, dude. Like, I said this the other day, and I feel bad saying it because I don't want to be, like, that judgmental. But it actually is odd. Like, for Clavicular to be the fucking Chad and, like, the guy who's so fucking good looking and that he's, like, proving all of this shit about looks maxing and all of that. All of the chicks that he's with are fucking mid as hell, dude. Like, he really... All of the fucking women that I've ever seen him with they're all mid. Like, he's not pulling in fucking like 9s and 10s. They're all mid as fuck. And so it's really like it's just a ton of fucking butterfaces. It's weird. Like it's actually weird. Like especially in streaming, you can find like hot chicks who will like come on your stream and like flirt with you and do the whole thing just for fucking clout, right? Like you'll be able to find tons of like titty streamers and, you know, e-girls and shit like that who will do the whole fucking meme and play the whole game just to get on your stream and get a bunch of views. And they'll do it for a long period of time. Like this isn't even like something that's hard to find. Yet somehow he struggles to even make that happen. I don't get it.
It is so sad though that I can't fucking.
Clavicular says he's autistic, but instead of being obsessed with Sonic or trains.
Oh, he's autistic! Oh shit, he's autistic! Instead of being obsessed with Sonic or trains.
It's look-smaxing. He says it's his greatest superpower.
To see people just exist within themselves without looking for external validation.
That's why I'm so glad that I'm neurodivergent and I never tried to fit in like in high school with these social groups and like look for the approval of other people.
You were literally begging for Sneeko's approval 5 minutes earlier. It's like, yeah, trust me, taking testosterone supplements really gives me energy, but he could barely keep his eyes open.
You got a looks-max vasectomy.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, self-treatment. But yeah, more energy, better physique.
He talks like he's about to pass out.
Better physique.
They show up to the party, everyone glazes clavicular, even when it comes to him doing meth.
I know you say meth to be funny, but it's like, it's a prescription.
Well, I had a prescription, but I was being additive.
Oh, okay.
So.
I'm trying to give you an offer, never mind.
Well, no, I'm an honest guy, man. I was doing fucking crystal meth. You know what I mean? So.
Well, meth ran the blitzkrieg, bro. Meth got shit done. So I don't know. Meth was real deal.
That's why everyone was hating on me. And I'm like, guys, like, this is how Hitler was able to.
Oh, the good guys did so well.
I like that you guys don't give me like any disrespect for like my youth or whatever. Like,
you're the future, my friend.
Yeah,
You're the future.
That's very admirable, and that I appreciate that.
Byron, I would tell you to wipe the cum off your face, but the guy's got ED, so. Speaking of which, there was randomly an arc between all these people where they defended Jeffrey Epstein. Andrew Tate tweeted, I miss human trafficking. The emotions ran high. Been chased.
That's pretty funny, dude. I would tell you to wipe the cum off your face, but you got ED. That's pretty good, dude.
Dopamine ever since. Now that could be a joke, but then he immediately follows it up with, the thing I'm not supposed to say about the Epstein files is that women have become such lying whores that it's impossible to take any of these unsubstantiated claims seriously. It has been substantiated. Epstein was convicted in criminal court, but then I see Nick Fuentes defending Epstein.
Epstein's my boy, dude. Let's just be honest.
Okay, kind of. Epstein was convicted in criminal court of getting underage prostitutes, so I guess he wasn't convicted of the thing that he was accused of, or of what he's being accused of, like which is like coercing young women and grooming them into these positions. That's not what he was convicted of.
Honest, Epstein was cool as fuck. There, I said it. Everybody would say, I would never go. Me, Epstein Island, I would never. And it's like, dude, you're telling me. Jeffrey Epstein was probably so cool.
There's like a ton of videos from feminists now saying the same thing, where they're like, just so you know, like 90% of men would have gone to the island. For women, you're being real with yourself. 90% of your boyfriends and husbands would have gone to the island. Every time I comment, you're dumb as fuck. The crimes didn't happen at the fucking island. Stop acting like all the fucking crimes happened at the island. They happened in New York and Florida.
Like he was probably the coldest, coolest guy you know. You're telling me the coolest guy you know who knows everybody says, hey, We're going to go on my private jet to my private island. We got hot girls. He doesn't tell you how old they are. How lame would you be? Are they 18? Like, who's going to be the nerd that asks that? You probably would just assume they are. Or that it's in international waters, so it doesn't matter.
Then he starts saying what Epstein did isn't technically pedophilia.
This whole pedo thing, it's like, is it really pedophilia? I don't want to be the one that
Nick flip-flops on this, okay? Nick flip-flops on this because there's been a bunch of times where he's talked about age of consent and said, like, this is just like liberal woke bullshit that that cares about the age of consent and is making it like, you know, oh, women are so strong, but they're also too stupid to be able to consent. And like, he does this whole thing about, like, you know, age of consent is bullshit and it's just a woke liberal thing. But then he also does this thing where he says, I'm done with Donald Trump because he didn't release the Epstein files and has been hiding them and is trying to stop the DOJ from releasing them. And like, that's the last straw for me, is if Trump's not going to release the Epstein files, then like, he's probably a pedophile, and I'm not gonna associate with a fucking pedophile. Like, pick one, bro. Pick a fucking lane. Which fucking one are you gonna go with? Like, sometimes he's saying it's not a big deal, it doesn't matter. Sometimes he's saying it's the last straw, it's the final straw.
asked to say it, but I guess I'm being forced to say it. It's not really pedophilia.
Nobody's forcing you to defend Jeffrey Epstein.
They weren't trafficking 5-year-olds. It was like
he's being forced to say it, dude.
Big difference, in my opinion. I know that's a controversial.
Okay, like, yes, that's true. They're like, yes, there's a big difference between like engaging with a 16-year-old or a 17-year-old and a 13-year-old. Okay, fine. That there's a big difference between those things. Not all of the girls that he engaged with were 16 or 17. So that is, but also, while there is a big difference, like mentally speaking, okay, I would say that, like, yeah, 16 and 17-year-olds probably have the mental faculties to be capable of consenting. They are put in a position in society where everything is coercive to them. They don't have true autonomy. They don't have the ability to sign a contract, to buy a house, to get a bank account, to buy a car, to have credit, to go to college, to live on their own. They don't have any real agency or autonomy, and so everything is coercive for them. And so we say, okay, everything is coercive to those people. So until they turn 18, we'll allow some people to be coercive to them. That's their fucking parents. Their parents are allowed to be coercive. Their parents are allowed to coerce them, not sexually, but their parents are allowed to tell them when they have to go to bed, when they can eat, when they can sleep, when when they're allowed to go there or there. Like, we'll allow that with parents, but not anybody else. Because if it was like, oh, anybody can do this, we would say, okay, well, 16 and 17-year-olds can get married to an adult, and then that adult will be in charge of them. Like, no, we say, like, you got to be able to, like, get an education first, focus on your education, focus on graduating high school. Then at age 18, we'll give you the autonomy. Then we'll say you can make your own decisions at that point. Have at it. But until that point, yes, everything is coercive. And so while, yes, there's a difference because they probably have the mental faculties at 16 or 17 to make these decisions, it's still coercive. There are still coercive aspects to the way that they're treated. And so it's still horribly fucking wrong. And I feel like the people who make a really big deal about making these distinctions, I feel like there are circumstances where it makes sense. Okay, it makes sense to make that distinction sometimes. But when they're like so gung-ho about like trying to force that distinction into the conversation, I feel like you just become a giant red flag. I feel like you become a really big red flag if you're just really trying to like get this message out there. They're like, hey guys, it's just a 16, 17-year-old.
She'll take, but that's not really the issue there. Okay? The issue is not that they were barely legal teens.
Why is he making it seem like trafficking teenagers is okay? That's pretty bad.
Why does he have his creepy fucking hands on the screen all the time?
The issue is that Epstein is a Jewish spy, probably working with Israel.
Maybe there's no hard evidence of that. It would also be an issue. Why are we trying to understate the trafficking of teenagers? The youngest victim in the Epstein files is 14 years old. Nick then starts selling Epstein quarter zips.
I have my brand new USA quarter zip. This is very high quality. We've sold over 1,000 of these already. They've only been here, I think, for a few.
Did you guys know that Let Me Use My Strong Hand is actually a fucking Mandela effect? Did you guys know that? It was never said in the movie. He never said, let me use my strong hand. I just found this out the other day. In the second one he did. So the meme that most everybody uses it for is when somebody's falling off I think like a building or something, and he's reaching down to save them, and then they say, let me use my strong hand, and that he didn't say it. Which I'm pretty sure is the second one.
Help! Help! Here. Oh, take my hand. Ah! Come on! You're gonna fall unless you take my hand. No, give me your other hand. Oh, my other hand isn't strong enough. You take my little hand. No! Get it away from me! Take it! Take my hand!
Didn't say it. Never said it. Fucking wild.
Few days. We already sold over 1,000 of them. It's my #1 bestseller for the year so far.
Then I remember back when Sneeko debated Charlie and he argued that you should be able to marry a child.
I want to be in a society full of happy married people that are ready to have children, that are God-fearing.
Those happy married people are sometimes, in your world, 14, 15, 16 years old.
Absolutely. By your morality, all of human history, everybody was a pedophile. In the 1800s in America, the age was 10. In the UK, 200 years ago, the age was 7.
Does Sneeko think it's good for 7-year-olds to be wifed up? The reason why the age of consent was raised is because of child trafficking. Parents were selling their children as child brides. No wonder they're all...
Yeah, it's like saying, like, man, through your opinion, through your definition, everybody throughout history was a slave owner. There were a lot of fucking slave owners in history, bro. Yeah, we've tried to get past that. So yeah, that's kind of the point in like society evolving. Yep.
cool with Andrew Tate.
Point, one of the best lines that he has that I now use is that I am going to human traffic you, and they f***ing love it because listen,
For real, yeah.
they all f***ing play DJ to 50 Shades of Grey, bro.
Yeah.
Human trafficking from a billionaire.
Like 60% of women have like rape fantasies and stuff.
Yeah.
It's disgusting. Yeah.
Dude, they just won't say it. 50 Shades of Grey was Epstein.
What does that mean? Is 50 Shades of Grey about adults? Yes, the characters are 21 and 27. So too old for Sneeko. I seriously question if there's anyone dumber than Sneeko. Meanwhile, Andrew Tate is talking about how the world used to be more fun.
I promise the world used to be fun.
Sneeko presses Andrew for an example, and he talks about how he peed on the floor at a bar.
What changed?
You used to just get away with stuff, man. I had a fight in Belgium. We go into this only bar that's open. And it's me and my 3 guys. We're all fighters. We start drinking beer. And then we start getting loud or whatever. So the guy goes, you have to leave. You're too loud. I'm like, bro, there's no one else in this fucking place. It's just us. So we went in the bathroom and just start pissing all over the floor. So it's funny.
He should come to Chicago. People do that at the pub every night. Or better yet, go to Jeremy's place.
My God. I just peed in my basement.
They all start sharing advice with each other, but not career advice. It's about how you should hit your kid and your wife.
You gotta smack your kids. Controversial take, but beating kids is good.
They have to know it's a possibility. It's how they have to know if they f with you too tough that they're gonna get smacked.
Yeah. Oh, bro. Threat of violence always needs to be there.
Yeah.
Always needs to be there.
Hey, Future said it. Bitch don't get too comfortable.
I assume they mean like a spanking. Okay, but it just gets weird. This dude then tells a story about hitting one of his girlfriends soon after she gave birth.
That's a problem. So you gotta go, you full dictator. And dude, I had it happen to me with the mother of my kids yesterday. I tried to be sweet to her because she just had a baby. They start beefing me, and now it don't look good. You can absolutely love them, but sometimes they gotta know.
They gotta know what? That you'll hit them?
Can't negotiate with terrorists.
You call her a terrorist? Do you put her in the gulag? The Tates are criminally charged with both of those things. They decide to go to the club. They line up for a photo like it's prom. 5 of these men are older than 35. And 2.
You gotta keep the pimp hand strong. Did you send me the same clip that I already watched?
Help! Here. Oh, take my hand. Ah, come on. You're gonna fall unless you take my hand. No, give me your other hand. Oh, my other hand isn't strong enough. You take my little hand. No, get it away from me. Take it. Take my hand.
Yeah, see, it says take my little hand. Tom, you're playing your game. Why are you replaying this? You just sent it to me. What the fuck? What do you mean? You sent me this. And before I played it, I said, did you send me the same clip that I already played? What do you mean? I literally asked, did you send me this? So you already know why I'm playing it.
2 of them are doing the duck face. So they all get in the car. The old guy puts on country music. Clavicular and Sneeko look miserable. So Sneeko and Clavicular put on Kanye's Hail Hitler song. Man, that old guy got out of camera view real quick. These are Hitler's greatest loyalists in 2026. A white supremacist who's a Mexican, 2 Muslims, one of them being a mixed race guy who lives in Dubai, and a 20-year-old who puts on makeup before going out. As they pull up to the club, Andrew Tate basically dives out of the car. They talk about how this is the greatest collab ever.
Hey, man. You're the glue. You did it. Hey, tell me you club in the chat. Without you, this would not have happened. Oh.
I think Fuentes got mad. I think it was at Clavicular because Clavicular said to him, hey, I think Clavicular said to Nick Fuentes, hey, let me go get you a bunch of girls and I'll bring them over for you. And Nick was like, no. And he's like, oh, it's all right. It's all good, man. And Nick's like, no, seriously, don't. Seriously. He's like, all right. And I think Nick got like really mad about that fucking clip that he did it like on stream and in front of everybody like that. And that happened here when they were at the club here. And I think that's the last time I ever saw them engage with each other. They may have had more engagements, but from my perspective, it looked like Nick was pissed off about that whole thing.
We set up the most lit collab, I feel like, of all time.
Forget your boxing events, Mr. Beast videos, or cross-country tours. We got guys in a nightclub drinking Red Bull, standing still, not talking to anybody. Andrew Tate gets put on the mic at the club, and he talks about his court case.
Can you do me a favor instead of help me in court? Make some noise and bitches lie.
The initial silence is brutal, and it only gets more cringe.
Who's lying, Your Honor? I'm innocent. Two women lie. Say women lie.
Oh, this is the cringiest thing I've ever seen. Are you at the club or is this a therapy session? None of your friends are smiling. Nick couldn't look more miserable. Everyone's just looking at their phone.
So Nick, I'm gonna bring some girls over for you. I'm good.
We'd rather stand here and do nothing. The night peaks with them playing HH at the club. They're all pogging out. This was the height of their fun. The next 2 hours, everyone just stood around awkwardly. Nobody's even talking to each other. Andrew Tate is saying how he wants to kill himself.
Now having fun, Andrew? I'm gonna kill myself.
Tristan is miming shooting himself in the head. Look how lame this footage is. Myron's just standing there, clavicular's on his phone. Andrew Tate's on watch. At least Sneako's singing, kind of. The camera guy starts filming parts of the club where people are actually having fun as they talk about leaving.
This is so gay in the club, you just stand around, bro.
Exactly. Yeah, no, I'm cool with going back. I just want to hell Hitler. Now that we got Hitler.
Yeah, now that we got that, I'm good.
Yeah, I mean, whatever y'all want to do. I mean, I'm just here for the street, man.
I got a sprinter coming.
Here you can see Myron's only dance move is the Roman salute. Also, what's up with Sneeko? Is he cumming his pants? So these guys get made fun of on Twitter for this car crash of a stream. Sneeko uploads a YouTube video and tries to edit the footage to make it look all cool. Doesn't work because it wasn't cool. It was lame. All of the top comments are about how boring this is. Modern clubbing. Standing around staring at your phone, not talking to anyone. Waving your fingers occasionally. I know Nick hated every second of this. This looks like hell. Absolute soul imploding cringe. After the club, everyone's feeling good, especially Sneeko, usually just gets picked on. They bring these girls back from the club who immediately leave after they talk about how great the Hitler song is.
Such a good song too.
It's a good
It's
song.
like, I'm not even trolling, like I get so hyped up. Like when the beat drops, like finally.
Song of the year, man.
Yeah,
oh man, so good.
Can the bitches in the back say?
Dude. So hype.
I think you guys scared him off. Nice job, TTS.
Yeah, good job, TTS.
Yeah. Close the door on the way out.
I'm inviting new girls over, whatever.
New girls do not end up coming over. The stream just turns into them reading super chats, bullying Sneeko for being Muslim, and none of his friends care because they don't like Sneeko that much.
Sneeko is such a keep following you are.
That's funny.
No,
it's not funny. Oh, you laughed really hard at that one, Nick. Look at my friends, Chuck.
Oh, now they were saying.
Come on, dog. He's dying laughing at that one.
Sneeko, you should have brought baby bell cheese as a welcoming gift. Love you, Nick.
Bring cheese.
Do you see how hard he laughs when I get? Do you guys see?
Sneeko, can you tell us what went through your head when you showed up to a billionaire's party with baby bell?
Do you see that? You guys pretend to be anti-Semitic and everything. Oh, billionaire! Now you can't bring cheese.
Yeah,
I'm not laughing. I'm not changing around rich people.
Bro.
I'm not changing who I am. I'm gonna give cheese and a sparkling, non-alcoholic wine for Thanksgiving.
Wouldn't that just be juice? Sneeko's bringing Welch's to Thanksgiving.
Sneeko is a sensitive brown clown.
Nah, sparkling non-alcoholic wine is actually pretty good. I like yeah, it's sparkling grape juice. It's definitely fucking fire. I love that shit.
Laughing so hard, bro.
Dude, Brown Clown.
Why are you laughing
Because
so hard?
I started that, bro.
Yeah, Brown Clown is his.
Yeah, it's just like.
That's his IP.
Yeah.
Brown.
It's just so
It's not funny, bro. It's racist.
It's so good.
Sneeko, they're racist. They don't care.
Stop saying that, bro.
Dude,
Stop.
If I was brown, I'd be going through it if somebody called me that.
Sneeko's going through it, and it's barely getting started. Sneeko then tries to win over the audience by saying that Hitler liked Islam, a sentence that could only work among this group of people.
You ever see what Hitler said about Muslims?
What'd he say?
No, what?
Let me bring up the article.
He say they're awesome. Well, he prefers Islam to Christianity.
Yeah, exactly. He said it was a masculine religion.
Yeah. It's a martial religion.
He did.
This doesn't win over the viewers.
Sneeko, it's me.
Well, this is something that even like Nick Fuentes will say sometimes, is that like he thinks the United States is kind of too pussy, and that if he could make the United States like any country, he would want the United States to be like Afghanistan. He said Iran, or maybe even more like Afghanistan. And they said, what is better about Afghanistan than Iran? And he said, the brutality.
6-year-old Aisha, can you ask Muhammad?
Yo, why are you laughing harder? You're Muslim, bro.
Yeah. Because you're both physically and mentally cucked.
What the bro?
What's the name?
Sneeko to death?
Blumpkin.
Ban that guy from. Ban him from the TTS.
These names are really
We're banning him.
It's my TTS.
Fucking piece of shit.
Dude, what? I hope
ban that guy.
Ban him?
Ban him.
Clav is loving it.
I can't ban TTS.
Ban that.
$10. Sneeko, sensitive brown clown. He walked in and started for Pakistanis and Bengalis to bond with and wash his feet with.
Dude, I'm gonna start bringing Sneeko when I do TTS. They just hate on him.
They're literally picking on you for your beliefs and loving that you're crashing out. With friends like these, who needs enemies? Everyone's talking about getting food. Meanwhile, Sneeko's fighting for his life.
Sneeko
Steak?
is black. Oh wait, he's
It's
Chinese.
like really good. Like,
oh wait, he's Muslim.
I also have
he's Chinese again.
I've got like
oh, wait,
chicken
he's
in my
Jewish now.
some good
Make
stuff.
up her mind.
No, this is like
Muslim's not a race. Ban that guy too.
I might go change.
But Clav is also streaming, and Clav isn't banning anyone. This turns into everybody calling Sneeko Jewish, which is the worst thing you can be in this group.
I saw Sneeko walking out of Shabbat in Brooklyn last week.
Cap.
Really?
No, it's not true.
They call you guys racist, but how often do we see a nigger, a Mexican, a white Chad, and a Jew hang out together?
Wait, what am I? Which one am I of these?
I think you're the and the actually the Jew.
No, he's just a Jew.
He's gonna cry. You see, Sneeko's all for being racist until it's him. Now he's going to cry about it.
Look at the way I get treated.
Sneeko Christians colonized your San IQ religion.
That's actually pretty fair, dude. That's actually pretty fair. Like it's all fun and games being racist till it's you. I mean, I part of me thinks like this is all just memes. Like I don't know that this actually means much. Like this is kind of how guys hang out. Like they all just kind of dick on each other and like make fun of each other, and this is what me and my friends always did, was just constantly roasting each other and like taking each other's biggest insecurities and throwing them in each other's faces and shit. And that, like, yeah, especially if you had like a TTS going at the same time, it'd be fucking hilarious, dude. It would be fucking hilarious. I would have had a ton of fun with that shit. But because these are things that are like, pretty obvious when everybody else looks at these people, and we're all like, yeah, it's a little weird that they're all fucking racist, but then it's a bunch of like black and brown people in their group. There's gotta be like some insecurity there over the way that they're talked about by all their other friends and shit. Like there's gotta be more to that. But yeah, I don't know.
The sword dominated by whites and Christians. Fuck world economic forum.
Who won the war? When the U.S. invaded Afghanistan, who won?
Rape Sneeko on Epstein Island, then deport him to Haiti.
I'm about to go home, man. This is like hurting my feelings.
Why are they like coming at you so hard?
Only these two paste eaters could hang out with white supremacists and then be confused when the audience hates them.
Gross.
Haven't you been on stream with Clav like all week? Like, what the hell's going on here? What's up with this?
Just no respect.
What a retard. This is the hell Sneeko's dug himself into.
I have feelings, bro.
Sneeko the brown clown.
I want to end the stream at this point.
But he doesn't. He sits there like a cuck, watching his friend make money off him getting humiliated.
Kill Sneeko with Ray Gun.
Fuck you, bro.
Sneeko, you're a cuck ass nigger.
Fuck you. Fucking bitch. Ban him too. Ban that guy too.
Look at his face.
Even just a partnership. I just want to make a little money.
Sneeko is a because he let other dudes f his girl. He's a retarded Muslim and pegged Sneeko in his tight asshole. Sneeko.
All right,
you're banned.
Okay, this is awkward. Like when it just keeps going on and on like that. Like this is really awkward.
Now you're banned.
You know what? I get annoyed with
This man is mentally cucked, zero self-respect.
Why can't we get along? Why can't we get along? Why can't we get along?
The company that owned the club the guys went to put out a statement apologizing for the incident. Because being known as the racist club isn't good for your bottom line. You want everyone's money. Sneeko and the guys get banned from going back. He cries about free speech.
Just got a text. I just asked his club, hey, can I pull up tonight? Word for word, he just said, bro, you got banned. They just sent out to all staff.
This guy Sneeko want to be a victim so bad.
It's not a victim. I'm top G. I'm not no victim. This is what I do. This is what I do. This shows that we're not in a free country.
Brother, just the night before you were crying and begging for people in chat to get banned for being racist towards you. How is this any different? Articles were being written about it, targeting Andrew Tate because he's the most famous of the group. Andrew Tate's talking about how it's a bad look because he's got Jewish employees.
It's very inconvenient for me. I have Jewish business partners. I have tech teams in Israel. I have things going on, and I get a mess from this crap too. I can argue that I was set up. I can argue that Sneeko wasn't thinking. I can argue that they were just trying to chase clicks. I could argue it was malicious or not malicious.
So he starts going on podcasts saying it was a bad idea, throwing everyone under the bus.
They use you to play that song to be like, look who's with us. And you're right, I saw you. You walked right out, and even in the nightclub, you were kind of like, whatever. But I would be even more livid because coming from a guy that has a Jewish father, brings you in, plays the Hitler song, and then you're the only guy that's going to catch real flack for it.
Yeah, I think it was, so if I'm going to be optimistic, it was short-sighted by them. If I'm going to be pessimistic, it was certainly very, I mean, I wouldn't say they set me up, but they should have known. It's trying to be as controversial and shocking as possible, as quickly as possible. And that's why the song was played, because it gets views. That's why. I didn't play it. I didn't ask them to play it. I didn't dance. I didn't sing. In fact, the only time you see me on there is me storming out of the bus saying this is ridiculous and leaving.
So when I did see that clip, I was like, I know these guys, they're better than that. But
I rolled in the mug with the pigs. It was a mistake.
So that was a mistake.
I mean, hanging around with is always a mistake.
Do you
That's why I only hang around with top G's like you, Steiny.
Yes, exactly. My God, thanks.
Steiny and the co-host on the PBD podcast are Jewish, and that's all Sneeko needs to confirm that the Tate brothers are controlled by the Jews.
Anti-Semitism, weigh in on anti-Semitism.
Of course.
For a second, guy.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Damn, bro, how you getting bitched by Adam like that? Bro, he just bitched you. Now he's saying yes, sir. And they're saying, shut up, let me tell you about anti-Semitism?
Weigh in on anti-Semitism.
Of course.
For a second, guy.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Damn.
We're not bitch made like all these other fucking faggots who post about how great Dubai is and piss their fucking pants because a tennis ball flew over the border.
You're bitch made over a song, dude. They're not, do they think that they're part of the team? You're not Israeli. Although you have tech teams in Israel, you're not Israeli and you're in Romania.
Andrew Tate is vague posting, crying about it. I began the fight against the Matrix, and this is the thanks I get? Forgot about Tate. Sneeko's declared himself the new top G.
You're going on a podcast tour about a song. You're burying your reputation right now. This is not a good look for you. It's embarrassing the fact that you call yourself the top G and a song is making you fold under pressure. The person who's supposed to be unfazed.
It is. I'm not gonna lie. I'm surprised that Tate would do that, but I think it probably had more to do with I think it probably had less to do with the actual song and more to do with the optics of the party, looking so lame and looking so bad that he probably wanted to distance himself from them just based on that alone, and the song was just a good excuse. It was just a way out, because I'd be really surprised that Tate would ever give a fuck about a song like that. Especially he knows that all of those guys already are praise Kanye, and then especially when you hang out with somebody like Myron Gaines, whose whole thing now is just calling everybody fucking the N-word and kikes and just using slurs nonstop. You invite him anywhere, that's what you're gonna get. You're going to get a guy who is just constantly simping for white nationalists. That's his whole fucking brand now, is just playing the fucking monkey for the clapping monkey for a bunch of white nationalists. Why would you expect anything else if you go somewhere with Myron Gaines?
Hard to kill. the masculine essence who's not afraid of the matrix is folding over a song. That's what resisting the slave mind is, Andrew. That's what escaping the matrix is. What, I say things that are true and that it upsets the mayor? You're gonna say all this stuff, you're not gonna say I'm wrong. Yeah, I might put myself at risk, but that's the point. Somebody needs to do it. That's what being a top G is. I'm Morpheus. Morpheus was the guy fighting against the matrix. If you want to tap out, if you want to hang up the gloves, hang up the gloves. Don't go on this apology tour and cry about it. Just move on and give up then. Somebody needs to do it.
These guys think they're civil rights leaders because they got banned from a nightclub. Tristan says on a podcast that he doesn't like the country of Israel, but that doesn't mean he hates every Israeli. In fact, he's dating an Israeli girl. Sneeko starts screaming.
Do I like the state of Israel? Frankly, not very much. Am I an anti-Semite? Do I dislike Jewish people? Good. No. Segue. That's a very different thing. That's a very different. I just told you I'm dating an Israeli girl right now. She's Israeli.
Oh my.
He's
I got
compromised.
tech teams in Israel. I got a Masar girlfriend.
Yeah, he's compromised. Damn.
Oh my god,
no.
bro. Oh, my
man.
god. This is
Oh,
worse
no.
than parody. There's an IDF soldier right here. I've got an Israeli girlfriend.
Sneeko hears someone's from Israel and he starts shaking. The war in Iran breaks out. Tristan Tate says he's praying for the innocent people getting bombed. Sneeko then says Tristan would only post this if he's compromised by Israel. Everything the Tates do makes sense after learning they have tech teams in Israel. Andrew Tate claps back by calling Sneeko gay and saying he's coming on to him.
So it seems he's gotten self-exposed and all these revelations are going to come to light. So I'm going to tell you a very factual story. I'm not Gossip Girl. I'm not here to insult anyone.
He proceeds to tell the most mean girl story of all time.
A few years ago, there was a streamer, I think everybody knows who I'm talking about, who was obsessed with me. Every single thing I did, he copied verbatim. He tried to be me, literally be me. He was obsessed with me.
I'm trying to be that. I want to be the top G one day.
And I thought he just wanted to be famous, and that turned out to be a homosexual obsession. He came to Romania with two people who I respect very much. He came there and started acting really fruity and really weird. He started telling me that he had this cuck thing that was exposed. He had this big cuck scandal.
I've seen her other men. I wanted to break this down, like, because this was, imagine seeing the girl you love, like, love her? Yeah, I do. I love it. Yeah, love her. So if it's gonna happen, I might as well see it, supervise it, make sure everything's okay.
Wait, what? No, you didn't have to jump to that conclusion.
Well, I don't. It's worse.
Right now.
It's worse if it happens behind my back. Like, I don't want it.
It's not. But y'all are both knowing that it's happening.
So it's never behind your back anymore. You just gotta know.
I gotta see it.
It don't need to be literally in front of you.
It was literally like this far away from me.
Can you? What? Wait, how close was it?
We're on the same bed.
Were you fucking his girl?
I was not fucking with her. No.
So you just sat there Indian style with your feet crossed.
He asked me what I think about cucking and if it's normal to explore your sexuality and if I've ever tried it. And I said, look, I'm older than you, bro, and I've never tried that. I don't think that's normal. And then he started saying, isn't it normal just to try new things? Don't you think it's normal to be curious? How do you know if you're really gay or not unless you've tried being gay? And then I realized he was coming on to me. And when I realized he was coming on to me, I thought the best thing I can do is just not talk to him anymore. Because I don't like this Gossip Girl stuff. I don't want to be a drama merchant like he is. It's not because he just wants clicks. It's a homosexual rage, which is suppressed. He is enraged. Now he's Muslim LARPing. He's Islam LARPing. Constantly LARPing about Islam while being gay in private and taking drugs in private. All I've done is predict the future flawlessly. I stopped talking to him years ago because I knew he was doing drugs.
Clavicular openly told you he did meth, and you complimented him for it.
He did. He literally complimented Clavicular for doing meth, dude. He literally complimented Clavicular for doing fucking meth. And he says, "Oh, I stopped hanging out with Sneeko." You were just at the fucking party with him, dude. You were just there with all of them. What are you talking about? That's fucking insane.
And then collabed with him that same week.
I knew he was gay. I knew he was going to BDSM clubs and doing all this kind of weird shit. I didn't want to be hanging around with some little fruity who was getting tied up by dudes and bum. I thought that's weird. I ain't hanging around with this guy who's going to sex clubs in New York, getting tied up by dudes and ass. I'm not doing it.
This makes...
Wait, but Tate's literally the guy, okay, who argues shit like this. Like, he'll say, like, yeah, like, how do you know you're not gay if you haven't had sex with a man? Or like, there's the famous clip of him talking about, you know, everybody says it's gay to have sex with a trans person, but I say, hey, if you have two options, you got a woman, a biological woman who looks like Hulk Hogan, or you've got a trans woman who looks like Megan Fox. Tons of guys are going to say, well, I'm going to have sex with the woman because I'm not gay. He says, you think having sex with Hulk Hogan isn't gay? Fuck that. I'm having sex with Megan Fox. He says, I'm having sex with Megan Fox with a penis. Like, everybody could have fucking hated on him for in the same exact way for that fucking clip. They could have hated on him for the same exact thing in that clip.
Sneeko panic and he claims that Mossad is after him.
Ah! That's what they want. That's what Mossad wants. That's what they want. They want me. They're trying to ruin my life so I crash out and I can't stream. They can't beat my arguments, so they're trying to ruin my life. Isn't that crazy? Like, you guys see it 4K, right?
According to Sneeko, Mossad took the towers down, they killed JFK, but against Sneeko, all they could do is get Andrew Tate to call him gay.
The goy who has tech teams in Israel, right? I have intelligence agencies after me. There's a coordinated attack. People are paying influencers to slander me.
Intelligence agencies are after you? Really? You believe that? Life must be so exciting when you're a complete schizophrenic. If that was true, you'd be dead. Andrew Tate finally had enough at this point, so he tweeted, Sneeko sucked off a Jew to get his YouTube channel back. The truth will come out soon. Sneeko says there's no proof of that.
This is what you got. This is where your platform went to. Escaping the Matrix has went so low to calling me gay. That's what you're gonna do? Sneeko did it. They loved you for that. So now they see you as on their side. They see you as a valuable asset. Paid, controlled opposition who's going to be a clown and misdirect the conversation. That's what you've become. You've played your hand. They know where you stand. You have tech teams in Israel. I'm not going to be able to ever stop what I'm doing. I was banned every...
It's funny because the red pill, like, manosphere shit, this has died like 20 fucking times, dude. It will continue to reshape and die over and over and over and over. The problem is that it is like falling apart. They all had the facade that they were these like super cool Chad, like, you know, just top G sort of guys, and that fell apart the more that people learned about them, the more that they were on camera, the more that they talked, the more obvious that became that was complete bullshit. And so they keep trying to rebrand over and over and over and over by getting like other people as part of their crew and other content creators around them, and they will just continuously try to recreate their images and recreate their inner circles with different people, and it will continue to fall apart like every fucking time. There isn't, like, I think of who was the godfather of the manosphere? I'm blanking on his name. Is the guy that Destiny and like Lauren Southern and all of them like tricked into thinking that they had a kid. Forgot his name. Yeah, fuck. It keeps popping into my head and then falling out. Like I'm getting it for like half a second. I feel like it starts with a T. His last name starts with a T. Rollo Tomasi. Yes, thank you. Rollo Tomasi. So yeah, Rollo Tomasi was the godfather of the red pill. And they all had him on their shows, and he sat there and they all treated everything that he said as though it was super enlightening and brilliant, and that he really understood everything. And over time, they all just like look dumber and dumber. And truly, I'm not gonna lie, okay? I think the peak, okay? So a lot of people will say that Destiny killed the red pill and shit like that. I'm not gonna lie, I think Melina killed the red pill. I think Melina killed the red pill. I think the thing that really fucked them was MLD. I think that MLD was like the culmination of like all of the really dumb memes that they had, and like the trying super hard to look cool and wearing sunglasses everywhere you went, and wearing these suits and always playing like you're the victim of everything and everybody's always coming after you. And I think MLD was like all of those things taken to an extreme that it made all of them like very transparent. I think it made it really easy to look at all of them then and be like, oh wait. Like it was easy for everybody to see through MLD. And then once they saw through MLD, they could look at everybody else and be like, oh shit, they're all fucking MLD. They're all the same. They're all MLD. Oh shit. Who have we been listening to? So I like, to me, and Melina is the one who has like the fucking own clip on MLD. She is the one who really like took him down the fucking logic tree and fucked him up. And so Melina ended the red pill, bro. Melina destroyed the red pill. Destiny went hundreds of debates with these people. All he had to do is just bring his wife one time. She fucking ended the red pill.
Everywhere. Sneeko, you aren't banned from anything anymore besides Twitch. Cade is infinitely more banned than you. I don't understand how he's playing this card.
You know what Top Goy said? He said Sneeko sucked off a Jew to get his YouTube back. Does anybody believe this? But if you have that information, put it out there. What do you think I'm afraid of?
But all of these guys are conspiracy theorists. They don't need evidence. Sneeko getting his YouTube channel back is evidence enough. Now that Sneeko's been hit, he acts like Iran and just starts flailing at everyone. He says Nick Fuentes is falling for cabal propaganda.
Nick is falling for Netanyahu propaganda. Time and time again, look at the past 20, 30 years, whenever they try to get you to redirect your attention towards Muslims, it's really because the non-goys are doing something that you don't want to know about. Somali daycares, they want you to get angry about this because what's happening in Lakewood, New Jersey is far worse. It's like a Tel Aviv in Jersey.
At once, they played the victim. And they go, leave us alone, Islamophobia, oy vey. They literally sound like Jews. They're literally just like the Jews.
You worship a Jew. God's a Jew, according to Nick. Like, they sound just like the Jews. Aren't you a follower of a Jew? Don't you say Jew is king? Don't you say, yeah, you say Jew is king.
Wow, even Jesus is in the cabal. We are at the point of the drama where everyone is accusing each other of being covertly Jewish. And this is coming off a drama from last year where Nick thought Sneeko sold out to the cabal because he canceled their podcast a week before it went live. So after everyone else invested thousands of dollars in travel and gear in the studio, Sneeko backs out of the podcast because he got unbanned on YouTube and didn't want to risk getting banned again.
Sneeko restarts the conversation. Okay, not me, not Myron, not Elijah. Sneeko jumps in and says, hey guys, let's get the ball rolling again. So we planned it for this coming Sunday. That was going to be the day. You know, Elijah spent thousands of dollars to prepare. He spent thousands of dollars on graphics, on the studio, on all this, out of pocket. I book my flight, I book a hotel. We're making all these preparations, and then at the beginning of the week, you know, we go, hey, is everybody confirmed? Are we good for this weekend? Elijah, yep. Myron, yep. Me, yep. I got my tickets all ready to go. We don't hear from Sneeko. We go, hey, Sneeko, are you going to do it? No response. Next day, hey, Sneeko, you going to do it? No response. Then after my stream, I go in the group chat. I'm like, hey, guys, Sneeko, we just need to know, you know, you could do it, you could not do it, but thumbs up, thumbs down, are you in or you out? He goes, no, I can't do it. And then he goes on stream and says, I can't do it because it's bad for my career.
So everyone views this as him submitting to the Matrix.
You wanted to get the ball rolling. You proposed that we should do the podcast. You know, Elijah paid money. I paid money. We're all getting set up. We're ready to go. It's less than a week away. And he goes ghost. It's bad for my career. Like, you might as well just say, no, like, no, I need to sell out. No, sorry, it's not gonna, I won't be able to make money if I do this.
Sneako's response is to start a Twitter space with his most loyal fans and talk about how he had to cancel the podcast.
Isn't the point in doing a podcast is for your career? Like what? How is that selling out? You're doing it for your fucking career. What? That's selling out?
Because he's about to break into the mainstream.
Sneako, are you going to be doing Control Chaos next week or the week after, whenever it is?
No, I just think I don't see any benefit. It's time to break into the mainstream. I've been banned for a year and a half. I have access to some social media platforms. Okay, like I'm able to get collabs with real people. I'm starting to make big steps. I could get onto the Joe Rogan podcast, and then you frog want me to sit and cry and moan and babysit autistic all day long, saying the same shit that we already know. What I am dodging is the Media Matters hit pieces.
The frog bucks. Okay, that actually does sound like selling out. All right, never mind. According to them, according to their ideology, this actually does sound like selling out. Okay.
People that got me banned on YouTube and took hundreds of thousands of dollars away from me.
He's still waiting on that Joe Rogan collab. Now think about it. If you're someone who believes that the social media companies are part of this giant cabal to keep the public in line, nobody is bowing down harder than Sneako in this situation. He's selling out while literally leaving his friends the bill.
He's got his YouTube, he's got his Twitch. A better deal came along. He was gonna do the show with us, then a better deal came along. You know, he wasn't getting so much action. He said, hey guys, let's get the ball rolling. Let's do the podcast. Then his Twitch got unbanned. Then his YouTube got unbanned. Then a better offer came along. He said, you know what, guys, sorry, things are now going well for me. I'm gonna bail, actually. Got something to say over there. Safely behind the Jew-proof cancellation. Now he's Jewish too.
I'm a product of the Holocaust. My grandfather, he fought the Nazis in World War II, and I have relatives that died in Auschwitz.
Now we're behind the cancellation shield. Get the f out. Like, who respects that? Who f***ing respects that?
Nick says to Sneako's face that he's part of the Matrix.
You're supposed to make your friends look good in public if you're friends. You know, especially in a situation like that was brutal, bro. I've been trying everything to get my YouTube channel back. You know, it's my life. And I got it back for a day and then unbanned. That's like using Saint and North with my kids. That's my kids. That's Kim Kardashian taking my children away. Yes, okay. That's the same thing to me. YouTube is everything in my life. That's not dramatic. That's the truth, and I mean that with every fiber of my being.
Okay, so now Sneako's Kanye. Kanye is both these guys' idols, so this is a really sentimental conversation they're having.
You hung us out to dry. You bailed on us.
How did you hung me out to dry? Because I didn't do one podcast?
Because you pushed us to do it, and then you bailed on us.
Pushed me to a couple texts? Was it really like I was nudging you?
Yes. I really didn't want to do it. You pushed us to do it. I booked the flight. We were a week out. Wait. Let me talk. We were a week out from doing it. You bailed for your career. Then you get banned
for many reasons.
And like you just said, your YouTube channel is your baby. The YouTube is the Matrix, dude. Your baby is the Matrix. That's how the Matrix controls you.
Now we're at the point where everyone's in the cabal. Jesus is in the cabal. It's the Spider-Man pointing at Spider-Man meme. But what happened to our main character, Clavicular? Clavicular continued to party and do content at clubs, but he fixed the boring part of the content, and that was being with Nick and Sneako. But the thing that always confused me was how is he getting in all these clubs when he's not even old enough to drink? I received my answer when Clavicular was arrested for having a fake ID. They also found prescription drugs on him that he didn't have a prescription for. They took him to jail, charged him. His friends are streaming his court hearing.
Nothing in the Form 4, nothing that law enforcement had access to during this arrest, gave them any reason to believe that he used a fake ID to get into that establishment, or that anybody said that he used a fake ID while he was at that establishment. Because of those two things, law enforcement did not have any probable cause in this case to place him under arrest.
Who cares? The funny part is this girl hanging with him, who's pretending to be like his 4chan girlfriend, created a live stream channel while Clev was rotting in a cell on Super Bowl Sunday. And she went live receiving over $37,000 in donations from his audience.
I actually love you guys so much.
Clev's charges get dropped, and the first thing he does is go live and mold about how much money she made, because that should be his money.
Can you believe that a bitch waited until I got to jail to go live and try to like snipe my viewers? Like, I was in jail, dude. Are you serious right now?
Mugged by a woman? Cringe? I think what makes this story so hilarious is this collab was supposed to bring the manosphere back to the forefront of online culture. It was supposed to expose the Matrix and start a revolution, proving their conspiracies to be true.
Bro, seeing Myron throw up Roman salutes in the f***ing club.
We're back, bro. We're taking our country back, bro. We're taking our country back.
We're back. You know, content is back. Let's go, dude.
I hope you guys are ready. Jews mad. We're taking our country back fast.
But instead, it just turned into them all accusing each other of submitting to the cabal.
I've got tech teams in Israel.
It's a homosexual rage which is suppressed.
You got something to say over there, safely behind the Jew-proof cancellation. Now he's Jewish too.
In my opinion, this was always going to go this way, because when you're a conspiracy theorist to this level, everyone becomes a suspect. And ironically, that ruined the revolution before it ever truly started. All of these guys are at the least relevant point of their career. Clavicular is the only one getting numbers, so that means the most relevant creator in the manosphere right now is a 20-year-old with erectile dysfunction because he takes too many drugs.
Bro, I think it's when I started doing all the fan of you and the pre-gab and shit like that.
And then it just went.
Yeah.
If this was a movie script, I would think that it's too far removed from reality to make, but as it turns out, life's stranger than fiction. If you enjoyed the video, make sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. And shout out to the homies over on Patreon: Crimson Glass, Riveter, Christina Vina, Drinkobex, Eddie Bizzle, Christopher.
Is GameStop happening again? Are GameStops happening again? Did I see something about this? As of late March 2026, GameStop GME stock trades around $22 to $23, heavily influenced by its roughly $8.8 billion cash reserve and potential acquisition plans. Following the historic 2021 short squeeze, the stock remains a high volatility meme stock, with recent analyst ratings suggesting a sell despite strong retail sentiment. It kind of, it's kind of weird. Did you guys watch the movie about this? The GameStop movie? It's kind of weird to me. The guy who was like pushing the movement and really like trying to motivate everybody to do this, at the end of the movie, he just stopped streaming, and all of a sudden there's like massive sales. There's like a massive sale, and the guy who like influenced everybody to buy GameStop stock just disappears. And no, and I don't want to see it either. It's a pretty good movie. Like it's not horrible. But it's good morning. Jesus is coming back very soon. These things of the world won't matter. Ashley, I don't know if you're like 10 years old and you're just being told this, but I'm almost 40 and I've been told this my entire life. So don't hold your breath. But yeah, the guy who like gets everybody to buy GameStop stock to try to stop the short from working, ends up selling all of his stocks when it peaks, making like hundreds of millions of dollars, making hundreds of millions of fucking dollars, just skyrocketing in net worth. But that's like antithetical to the entire idea. Like you're supposed to hold on to the stocks. That's the whole point. The whole thing is that you got to hold on and refuse to sell so that they can't short it. And instead, he cashed out early so that he got like peak return on it. And then when he cashed out, he was like one of the first and like one of the biggest buyers to where his sale definitely, like in and of itself, like you're getting like hundreds of millions of dollars, like you're dropping the worth of the stock. And yet they still treat him like a fucking hero in the movie. And it's like, wait, didn't he just like abandon his own cause? Didn't he just sell out? Like, what the fuck? He just like used an entire movement and like got everybody to buy into it so that he could use this movement to get rich off of it and cash out at the most opportune time and disappear. Is the movie accurate to real life? Is the character a real person? Yes. Yeah, wait, you don't know about this? Like, you don't know about... We covered this on my show when it was happening. Game stocks? Like, we covered this at the time. Pretty heavily on my show. I had debates about GameStop. Is the movie accurate to real life? Is the character a real person? Oh, I just read that. It's kind of sad but stupid too. The movie? Isn't that the point of capitalism? Well, I don't know what that has to do with anything. Let's take it to the moon. Let's rug him twice. Yeah, like that's what it feels like. It almost feels like a rug pull. That's what it feels like. It feels like the movie ends with him pulling the rug, and then they still treat him like the hero at the end. And I'm super confused as to why. But I guess it would depend on how much he sold. Like because he got in super early and he like tried to push everybody else to get in as well, he could have sold like a small portion and still made hundreds of millions of dollars. Like it's possible that he really like he sold like a little bit of his stocks and still kept the rest in. Who knows? I mean, I have no idea, but I know there was a bunch of people on r/finance, etc. I do not recall one particular streamer being the leader. Oh yeah, no. There was definitely there was one guy who was like pushing the whole thing to the moon. What the fuck is happening? What is happening, dude? The GameStop short squeeze of January 2021 was not led by a single individual in a traditional sense, but it was a decentralized movement of retail investors. However, several key figures and groups were instrumental in its development. Keith Gill, You Deep Fucking Value, Roaring Kitty. Yep, that's Roaring Kitty. A former finance educator, Gill is widely credited as the Pied Piper or unofficial leader of the movement. Starting in 2019, he posted extensive deep value analysis on Reddit's Wall Street Bets and YouTube, arguing that GameStop was significantly undervalued. His consistent updates on his growing multi-million-dollar position served as a primary catalyst for other retail investors to join. This Reddit community served as then Wall Street Bets. Yeah, that's where the majority of like the motion was happening. This Reddit community served as the central hub for coordinating the buy and hold strategy. Members identified that GameStop had been shorted by over 140% of its public float, meaning more shares were bet against than actually existed. This provided the mechanical foundation for a short squeeze if enough people bought the stock. Ryan Cohen, the co-founder of Chewy.com, became a major fundamental driver of the squeeze. His 9% investment in 2020 and subsequent appointment of the board of directors in January 2021 signaled a potential digital transformation for the company, triggering initial rallies that forced short sellers to begin covering their positions. Elon Musk, while not an investor in the squeeze, his January 26, 2021 tweet, GameStonk, with a link to Wall Street Bets, is credited with sending the stock price into a final parabolic surge. Melvin Capital, led by Gabe Plotkin. This hedge fund held a massive short position against GameStop and became the primary target of the retail army. It eventually lost over 50% of its value in January 2021 and was forced to accept a $2.75 billion bailout from Citadel and 0.72. Yeah, there were like billionaires going on to shows like Moneyball, or Money Talks or something like that, but they would go on the shows and like at first they're like, these teenagers, they don't know who they're messing with. They're about to really, have a hard lesson of reality, and they're like, just like over and over going on to these shows, just like talking tough. And dude, like there's like montages showing them of like over time, like getting more and more stressed and freaking out and getting pissed off, raging at the fucking show, like, you motherfuckers. There's like losing their shit, because they're the ones who shorted the fucking GameStop stock, and so they're GameStop stock. So they're losing their fucking shit over the fact that there just became a random movement that decided to fuck them over. Like, and I feel bad for the guys who shorted it. I know that like a lot of other people felt like it was sticking it to the man, and it was a very like almost populist sort of sentiment and movement that happened. There's even a point where Robinhood, where most of the people were buying their stocks in order to like combat the short sellers, that at one point Robinhood literally said like, you can't buy stock in GameStop anymore, which was then considered insider trading, or like, it was considered like market manipulation. And and then they brought it back. But would you like to know more about the congressional hearings that followed, or how brokerages like Robinhood responded to the volatility? Let's see. Yeah, so the guy with the bandana was the
I'm happy
streamer
to
that I was
discuss
talking
with the
about.
committee my purchases of GameStop shares. A few things I am not. I'm not a cat. I am not an institutional investor. As for me, I like the stock.
This YouTuber started one of the larger short squeezes of all time. Gil uses deep and fundamental valuations to provide financial education to employees and various companies. During mid-2019, Gil started investing in GameStop and leveraged the subreddit r/Wall Street Bets to gain attention and volatility. Only 2 years later, GameStop stock skyrocketed 5,000% in what was considered one of the largest short squeezes in history. A short squeeze occurs when a heavily shorted stock experiences a rapid increase in price, skyrocketing not only the price, but forcing short sellers to buy back shares and cover their positions. And if you want to learn more about GameStop and how to trade stocks, click the link in bio.
I'm happy to discuss with the committee my
So a bunch of Redditors on Wall Street Bets have coordinated to inflate the stock price of GameStop, trying to basically bankrupt a hedge fund that has the opposite position. Who cares? YOLO! But is this legal? Well, generally you can't conspire to set the price of anything, let alone stock. And there are generally two types of things that the SEC really likes to put a stop on. One is fraud. You can't lie about a stock to try and inflate the price. And two is what's called market manipulation. Illegal market manipulation is defined as
That's why he said I like the stock, is because that was the term used to stop anybody from knowing that they're like this isn't a conspiracy. They're not telling everybody to buy it to short squeeze. They're not all ganging up together. They're just saying I like the stock. I like this stock. I would buy that stock. I think this is a good investment. They're just saying things like this over and over and over all over the fucking place. And it became like the code word to get everybody to buy in. I like the stock. So that's why at the beginning of his fucking congressional hearing, he's like, I like the stock.
to effect a loan or with one or more other persons a series of transactions in any security creating actual or apparent active trading in such security, or raising or depressing the price of such security for the purpose of inducing the purchase or sale of such security by others. Market manipulation is a very squishy term that's very hard to decide because often you're buying a stock hoping that others will buy it as well and inflate the price. But just because a bunch of Redditors are doing it for the lulz doesn't mean it's not illegal. It depends, and this one could go either way. And that's why you should only buy orange juice concentrate, pork bellies, and gold bullion. And I'll see you in court. So a bunch of Redditors on Wall Street Bet
Let's see.
We've had a significant correction, absolutely. I would say that, frankly, I would be the first to admit, if you were strictly a technician and just looked at market prices, you'd have to conclude we're in a bear market. I am not a technician. I'm a fundamentalist. So in my 50 years of doing this, what do I look at? I look at the economy. I look at inflation. I look at monetary policy. I look at valuation. I look at bonds versus stocks. And everything comes up, saying it's a great buying opportunity. And that's as simple as that. And I have a certain discipline. Could I be wrong? Absolutely. My mistakes can be paraded up Fifth Avenue 5 abreast. But I think what's going on has a lot.
Lee, it's good to have you here. Thanks for being on.
Nice to be with you.
Let me just get your broad perspective first of what you make of the whole GameStop situation as you've been watching it unfold for these last couple of weeks.
Well, Rob referred to the casino environment, and I think he's on the right track. What's going on is no surprise. Prior to the virus hitting, the number of unemployed people in the country was, I think, 5.7 million. That ballooned to over 23 million, is now dropped to about 10.7 million. And it's very clear that the Fed and Congress is pulling at every stop to get employment back to where it was pre-virus. So they created an environment of free money. We have no commissions anymore because of Robinhood. We have an administration that is spending money like drunken sailors. I'm not being critical. The only person I'm really critical, to be honest with you, is Powell, because when he says that the stock market is not expensive against interest rates, he's leaving out the second part where interest rates are ridiculously priced. You know, if interest rates belong at near zero, you're not supposed to make more than 2 or 3% in the stock market. So I think what's going on is a logical consequence of zero interest rates, zero commissions.
In 2017, I bought a car called the Genesis, made by Hyundai. I paid $50. I think we're going to have shrinkflation in the economy. I think people are.
I don't know why it's not. Why it's not showing me what I'm looking for, but whatever. Yeah, he kept saying that these were like attacks on the wealthy, and that these were like ideological nutbags who were just hate people with money, and that it was going to ruin the economy. And so yeah.
We all know the story of how the United States was the first to develop the nuke, but today there are now 10 countries around the world that have successfully created them, some helping each other, but most in secrecy, involving a lot of spying,
We got a British person to tell us this story, so you know it's true.
rivalry, and betrayal. Each of them have a story just as interesting as the US's Manhattan Project, but are rarely told. We're going to go through the full timeline of how the 10 countries raced each other to build this technology, and also the other countries that came close and might soon be added to the list. The story begins in 1938, when German scientists first discovered nuclear fission, the ability to split atoms releasing massive energy through a chain reaction. The following year, Albert Einstein would warn the US of the dangerous possibilities in weaponizing this technology. The United States was famously the first to create nuclear weapons. After a long and secretive operation against the backdrop of the Second World War, scientists from the US, UK, and Canada collaborated in the Manhattan Project. They spent nearly 1% of the US's entire GDP on the effort, as they were racing the Germans, who were also working on their own nuclear program, but to much less success. Germany had surrendered by May 1945, but in July, while President Truman was at the Potsdam Conference with Stalin and Churchill, planning what to do with Germany, Truman was secretly informed that the Trinity test in New Mexico was successful, and they now possessed the most powerful weapon humanity had ever seen. Truman told Stalin that the US was about to use this weapon on the Japanese. Although at the time Stalin was already working on his own nuclear weapons project and had spies within the US's Manhattan Project, internally he was secretly furious that the Americans had beaten them to making this bomb. The following month in August, the US unleashed Fat Man and Little Boy on Japan, forcing their surrender, ending the war, but starting a new race around the world for everyone to...
I didn't know that was the names of the bombs. Fat Man and Little Boy? Fat Man and Little Boy killed a bunch of Japanese people? They wiped out tons of Japanese people with Fat Man and Little Boy. Did you not learn that in school? I didn't learn anything in school.
to catch up. The Soviet Union was second to obtain the technology. Having started as early as 1941, after noticing German, British, and American scientists stopped publishing papers on nuclear fission, they suspected they were also working on creating weapons. The program was accelerated rapidly after seeing the Americans' nuclear attack on Japan, and while they had a lot of information from spying on the US programs, they were worried of potentially being fed misinformation from double agents. Because of this, they didn't trust the stolen American design, so they still ended up doing
That was homeschool. Homeschool I did hooked on phonics.
A lot of their own research. Using many captured German scientists, they built their own project while also using the United States' designs to check it was correct. Earlier than the
United States is
US expected, in 1949 the Soviets successfully completed the RDS-1 test in Kazakhstan. The US no longer had the monopoly on this technology, and this would create the Cold War arms race with the United States to stockpile as many nukes as possible. The third country was the United Kingdom. Now, you might assume that the US would have helped them, as they were key allies fighting side by side in both world wars, and in theory, America would want to empower their good friends in Europe, but this was not the case. The UK pioneered a lot of the groundwork on nuclear weapons before the US with a project called Tube Alloys starting in 1940. They did this with the help of German, Austrian, and Polish scientists that were fleeing Germany at the time. But due to limited resources fighting the Second World War, Britain handed over all of their work to the US, merging it with what would become the Manhattan Project and providing a significant amount of research under the Quebec Agreement, stating that the US and UK would share the technology once completed and not use it on each other. But in 1945, when the US successfully tested and used its nukes, they also terminated the agreement and didn't share the final results to Britain, keeping it to themselves. This prompted the UK to resume its own nuclear program, and this was done quickly as they had already done a lot of the work and controlled most of the world's uranium. The UK successfully completed its first test called Operation Hurricane in 1952 at the Montebello Islands just above Australia. Meanwhile, after the Soviets had developed nukes much faster than expected in 1949, the US immediately began work on a newer type called thermonuclear weapons. Unlike the standard atom bomb, which uses fission to split atoms, these use fusion to combine atoms, the same process that happens inside stars, and these are significantly more powerful than atom bombs. Scientists like Oppenheimer, who led the Manhattan Project, warned the US not to develop these because of the extreme danger to mankind and where this nuclear arms race was going. But despite this, President Truman gave the go-ahead to continue. In 1952, the United States successfully completed Ivy Mike, the first test of a hydrogen thermonuclear bomb over 450 times more powerful than the one dropped on Nagasaki. The Soviets then completed theirs in 1955 called the RDS-37, and the UK completed theirs in 1957 called Operation Grapple. Because of this new threat of hydrogen bombs, the US then decided to re-sign a nuclear agreement with the UK the following year in 1958. The fourth country was France, who already had a few scientists working on the Manhattan Project and started their own nuclear program after World War II, collaborating with Israel, but mainly focusing on energy instead of weapons. That was until after the embarrassment of the Suez Crisis and increasing tensions between the US and Soviets prompted France to want their own deterrent strategy and to retain their place as a great European power. The United States was much more against the idea of France having nukes than Britain, as France had a slightly different policy on how they could be used, so France developed them almost completely independently. The French President Charles de Gaulle spearheaded the effort and stated that nuclear weapons were essential for France to be a truly sovereign and great power. He also wanted strategic independence from NATO and the United States. They sourced uranium from its colonies in Niger, Gabon, and Madagascar, which was a huge help, and despite being in ruins after the Second World War, the French scientists worked tirelessly. They successfully carried out their first test in 1960 called the Gerbois Blue in the French colony of Algeria in the Sahara Desert, and then its first hydrogen bomb in 1968. China would be the fifth country on the list wanting their own nukes as a deterrent against the US. Initially, they received a lot of help from the Soviet Union as they saw China as a useful ally, but as Khrushchev began de-Stalinizing, China's chairman Mao denounced Khrushchev's more cautious approach to the West as being too soft and not in line with the true communist principles. This led to a rift between the two nations as Khrushchev withdrew all its help from the Chinese program, leaving them to do the rest of the work alone. China continued their development with impressive speed, especially considering they were dealing with the challenges of the Great Leap Forward and Cultural Revolution. Significant resources were poured into the effort, and they also discovered large deposits of natural uranium, which massively helped. In 1964, the Chinese successfully detonated their first atomic bomb in the large dried-up lake of the Lop Nor region called Project 596, and only 32 months later they tested their first hydrogen bomb, which is impressive as this is the fastest any country has ever gone from fission to fusion bombs. The sixth country was Israel, who is the only nation in the world to never actually acknowledge possessing nuclear weapons and have never declared they exist, so nobody knows exactly when or how many were created, but lots of details have leaked. As mentioned, the Israelis were working with the French since the 50s on nuclear energy, and France helped Israel build a secret nuclear facility in the Negev desert, which became a problem in 1963 as US President Kennedy became concerned the Israelis were developing nuclear weapons. JFK was strongly opposed to this and demanded the US be allowed to inspect the facility to ensure it was being used for energy and not bombs. Israel repeatedly denied and delayed the US demands, only allowing careful, staged inspections while concealing hidden underground facilities that were later revealed to be creating weapons. Israeli Prime Minister and founder David Ben-Gurion was reportedly obsessed with obtaining nuclear weapons, and it created a rift with the United States, who weren't close allies at the time. This cooled off as JFK's successor, Lyndon B. Johnson, was much less aggressive on preventing Israel's nuclear weapons program, which is believed to have been completed around 1967. While Israel's nuclear capabilities had been rumored and speculated all throughout the 60s, the big revelation came later in 1986. Mordecai Vanunu, an Israeli technician who worked at that Negev nuclear research center, fled Israel and leaked to the British press a massive amount of photos he took personally and documents detailing what the facility was really being used for. He was then kidnapped by Israel's Mossad in Rome after being lured there by a female Mossad agent he believed he was going on a date with. He was then sedated and brought back to Israel, where he was sentenced to 18 years in prison for espionage and treason in a behind closed doors trial. He's currently under significant restrictions to his speech and travel and has been rearrested many times for parole violations, speaking to the press and attempting to leave Israel. It's also believed from his leaks that Israel has developed thermonuclear weapons. The seventh country on the list is India, who, like many others, expressed the need to have this latest technology after the Second World War, mainly for deterrence and protection from Pakistan and China. Research began in the 1940s, but would take several...
I mean, it kind of... The sad thing about nukes is that once somebody has one, everybody has to have them. Like, there's no way that you can feel safe knowing that countries have nukes and you don't. So once somebody has a nuke, everybody has to have them. And what's the saying about nukes? Like, you're not allowed to have a nuke until you have one, or something like that. Like, there's a saying about, like, you know, that you're not allowed to have a nuke until you get one, or something like that. But yeah. I'm gonna end the vertical stream, so if you guys are watching the stream in the vertical format, just real quick, dude. Somebody commented on this yesterday. Somebody came in the chat for a little bit. They got really pissed off at what I was saying. And they went to a bunch of my shorts and commented on them while I was still streaming. And every comment that they left was fucking retarded, but one of the things this guy commented is he said, no video of them getting pulled over or getting in trouble. It's literally right here. Like, it's literally, I say, this is the video about the conservatives who kept driving their trucks blowing smoke and exhaust all over everybody. And I say in the video that they keep getting that at first, like, nothing was happening and they drove by like 10 times, And then they started getting pulled over. And what is happening with the chat, dude? It is lagged hardcore. Sheesh. But yeah, I say it in the video, but I do show it. A dictator trying to take over. But even still, you have a bunch of MAGA people who decide to come and try to make it hard for people to breathe and possibly even hurt somebody seriously. Now, after about 3 or 4 different trucks came through and did it 10 times, just turning around and coming back through and doing it again, eventually the cops started pulling them over.
Yeah, the cops got
I show the cop pulling the person over. But once I got home, and then I show a close-up of them as well. Now, these 2 cars, both of these trucks are cop trucks. Okay, these are both cop cars. I wasn't going to show like the license plate of the person who got pulled over, but that's his truck up here. So his truck is the black truck. This is like a dark gray truck, and this is a silver truck. But the black truck that was doing it is up here, and I didn't show his license plate in it, but that's me showing one guy getting pulled over. And I got online. I saw tons of videos posted by conservatives doing the same things all over the country. They're posting videos of themselves rolling coal all over No Kings protesters. So it seems like tons of conservatives thought this was a great idea and decided to go do the same thing. But the fact that so many did it, like 3 different trucks in one place that I was at, it's too. And this is another one.
They just got another one.
Like, I showed 2 different people getting pulled over in the fucking video. And he comments, no video of them getting pulled over or getting in trouble. It's right fucking there, dude. So annoying. I was just about to X out of that because I just saw that I went to it yesterday to comment on it and left the tab up since. So, but all right, if you guys are watching the stream on the vertical format, we're gonna end that stream. We have another stream here on YouTube that is in landscape format, so a normal stream format. If you guys want to continue watching, we're gonna be streaming for a while more. So if you're watching stream, we're gonna be shut the fuck up. If you're watching in this format, in the phone format, we are going to end that stream. You can see on my main channel on the front page there are 2 streams here, and this one, and this one is the one that will stream. Yeah, this one's the one that will continue. So if you want to head over to the other chat, the other stream will continue. We'll be on for hours more. Most of it I'm going to be just watching videos and chilling. I feel kind of sick today, so I didn't plan on streaming very long, and I was going to get off, but now I thought, okay, I'll hang out for a bit longer and just play some Arc Raiders while I go over some video essays for a little bit. But if you want to watch that, head over to the horizontal stream and hang out with the rest of us. Don't scroll. Don't go to the next one. Don't do. That's what gay people do. Okay, that's what losers do. All right, just hang out. Hang out with us. Stay one stream. You know, consistency. You want some familiarity. You want to chill. You want to get to know the other people in chat. It's gonna be fun. So yeah, head on over to the other chat. Let's hang out. Let's get some shit done. But if you don't, I appreciate y'all coming to hang out. Hit the thumbs up button, and I'll be back on tomorrow. Stream pretty much every day, 8 to 10 hours a day. So make sure you hit the thumbs up and subscribe, and I'll see you tomorrow if you don't come over to the other one like all the cool kids are doing. But all right, later, guys.